motion. Let's keep these wheels in motion. In motion. You thought I did not know. Did you think I would let it go? Oh no. And in time, yes, I think it's absurd. But until then, you'll leave your words. But lay on, lay on. Now it's time to defend your lies. Lies you've been feeding me all this time. And will you reoffend? Oh darling, you say that you are innocent, but your ways, they seem irrelevant, but still play on. Now it's time to defend your lies. Lies you've been feeding me all this time. And will you reoffend? Oh darling, have you reached your lover's end? No more. Will we make pretend like we something to fight for? Oh. We had nothing to fight for. We had nothing to fight for. We had nothing to fight for. We had nothing to fight for.
Good afternoon, race fans. How are we? This is round 4 of the GTEC Gran Turismo Endurance Championship 2024, and we are here for 6 hours of the Glen at Watkins Glen in United States of America, New York to be precise. Qualifying is starting in about 20 minutes time. We've got 14 teams out there today, all vying for a place at the top end of the table. For those of you that don't know how GTEC works, we've got a series of races until we get to the end of the year. The top 4 teams then go head to head for the title of the Turismo Endurance Champion 2024. This is going to be an interesting 6 hours, 4 stints. The entire broadcast will be broadcast in one complete broadcast, though. We won't be changing lobby to lobby. We'll let them do that. I'll be joined across the 6 hours by Kruentis. Will be doing a couple of the stints in terms of the broadcasting, and we'll be joined by drivers throughout who will be joining us for interviews and whatnot and bits and pieces. So we've got a little bit of a new look for this particular race. We will be doing split screen at some point during the handovers, and we'll have a new thing. We're going to be trying out for this race a thing called driver cam, so we'll be able to see the drivers in their own homes as they do this race, and it does coincide of course with the actual 6 hours of the Glen, which is taking place today in the United States, a little later this afternoon. So Watkins Glen, 3.3 miles, 5.4 kilometres, 14 turns on a clockwise circuit. Can be tricky. It's a very, very difficult racetrack on which to overtake. You're kind of relying on the drivers in front of you making an error. You're going to need to do something in the pit stops. No real opportunity for slipstream overtakes either. You've got the long run for after turn 1, which takes you up the hill towards the chicane, which is flat out, but there's not really any way to use that drag to get past the people ahead of you. A couple of opportunities towards the tail end of that, possibly if a car goes wide to dive up the inside. I think we're going to see most of the overtakes are going to be with either drivers serving penalties or with pit stops, etc., or mistakes obviously, but we will see what happens. We've got Ready to Race have pulled out. I think it was Ready to Race that have pulled out. We did have a replacement for them. They last minute have pulled out as well, but we have got another race asylum team has come in their place to make it 27 race asylum teams among the 14. No, I'm joking. Who's who? It's a who's who of fastest laps for this first stint and for qualifying. Got some really, really strong drivers out there today. We will go through it once we get cracking. Expecting lap times in qualifying to be somewhere around 1:43 low, potentially with a bit of luck we might see a sub 43 lap, although that's going to be quite an achievement for them to manage. Just having a quick look at the practice session, see who's doing what at the moment. 43 low is the kind of benchmark figure at the moment, but of course it's down to track temperature and stuff like that as well. We will be joining qualifying when it starts in about 15 minutes time for that. we've got a couple of drivers doing driver cam today. One of them will be in Stint 1, the other one I think will be in Stint 3. Yeah, I'm sorting out the mic now. It's been a little bit temperamental today. That should be better now, actually. I'm trying to yeah, that should be better. Oh, shut up, you bellend. No, I turned the mic off for a bit. I was doing something. I was talking to somebody, but now it is working now. I think I was a bit too close to it, to be honest. I think that was the problem. Don't forget to give this a like and a share and a thumbs up and all the other bits and pieces that you need to do. Looking forward to seeing what sort of pace we've got out there. I'm actually the thing I'm looking forward to most, I think, is actually the handovers, to see how well they work now we've got them going in real time. As you can see, you've got the a lap around Watkins Glen up on the screen at the moment. For the record, it's not at the kind of speeds that these guys will be doing. I could speed it up and make it look like I'm really quick, but let's be fair, that's not actually happening. Just checking, we've got a driver who is getting their cam set up for us as we speak. Just seeing if we've got it coming through. Not at the moment, we haven't. Yeah, we've got a driver for the first session getting his camera. There we go. Look at that. It's all done and set up. Right, there we go. Looking forward to this. That's not me driving, actually. What I did was I do to make the video, I do like a custom race with a couple of cars in it, and then I just do the lap of the car that won the race. For exactly the reason you've just put down there. Is the first video of it, because I've done one for pretty much every track. So the first one I did, I ploughed into a wall on turn 1, so I had to use footage from another car. So now, just to avoid any crashes and to make my life easier, I basically do the custom race, hang back, let the car, whoever wins it, win it, and then I just use the replay from that for the footage. Right, we're gonna show off before the race starts. Let's get into the practice session before qualifying begins. Just want to make sure everything is working as it should be. Don't know why he's got those tyres on. Right, are we ready for this? So there we go. So there is finalised, and if we click on that, why is it not bringing up his camera? Give me a sec. Oh, that's why. I haven't pointed the camera to it yet. Give me a second and I will do that. Fixing things on the fly, how about that? What's going on? Right, back in a sec. fixed it. There we go. So there's your driver cam all up and working finally. We're on board with finalised. That is finalised in his car on his rig as we speak. Qualifying is about 10 minutes away, and we've got a couple of other drivers that will be doing driver cam over the course of this 6-hour race. Thank you very much for that, my guinea pig. In terms of practice, you can see the times are in the low 43s as a re-inputting those sort of times in. Mike in the mid 43s as well. Jack, so it is, we know, is capable of that for Apex Hunters. A number of them all going to be fighting out, I think, for pole position. Pole is going to be absolute paramount here today because of the difficulty in overtaking, particularly early on. Depends on strategy, of course. Some people are going to be getting rid of the harder tyres earlier on, but it'll be interesting to see what strategy the top runners. I imagine the top runners from qualifying will probably be starting on the soft tyres to give themselves a little bit of a gap over those that are going to run that a little bit longer. Be interesting to see with the conditions as they are, if the track temperatures have a massive effect on these lap times. At the moment, we seem to have quite steady 143s across the board, 43s and 44s for some drivers. So yeah, it's going to be pretty close for qualifying, certainly. Right, who we got in chat ready to go? Kruentis, of course. He'll be joining us a little bit later for the commentary, particularly for Stint 2 and the run-in, which I'll join him for Stint 4. How are we doing, Nick? Are you ready for? I think you're up to Stint 2 or 3, aren't you? Stephen, hello, average driver. Ray, welcome. Lucas, how you doing? And the rest of you. Welcome to the broadcast. We're going to be here until about 7 p.m. this evening, so do settle in and get some popcorn if you must. I said we're going to be till 7 o'clock this evening, and in my ear behind me I just heard my missus say fuck. She thinks I didn't hear it, but I did. But she's going shopping in a minute anyway, so it'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. Qualifying is 5 minutes away. We'll have 10 minutes of qualifying, and then we will be straight at the first hour and a half stint of this 6-hour race at Watkins Glen. There's going to be a lobby reset soon, ready for the qualifying session, and we'll be back with it when that starts in just a few minutes' time. Just 3 minutes till start of qualifying. Hello to all those who just joined. Jay, Nuke, Bad Dogs, Kings, Johnny Waffle. Welcome. Chewing on the teams. It's going to be difficult to look past the ERA team for pole. They've been dominant thus far in GTEC. But that said, there's some really quick drivers out there, particularly you've got Sector 7 putting a really good showing last time out at Bathurst. You've got a couple of other Race Asylum teams in there today as well. They're very likely to put in a good showing. And from the times we've seen so far, particularly through practice, it's been pretty close in terms of pace. There's 3 or 4 cars in that mix for pole. So it'll be interesting to see over this 15-minute qualifying session. There is a very strict rule with the qualifying. They're not allowed to just abandon a lap and exit. They have to complete the lap and drive into the pits to change tyres. So that will have a bearing on how busy the track is. Now, because it is such a difficult track to navigate in terms of getting around other cars, you really are going to have to find your space on the racetrack for qualifying. A car can move out of the way if they've abandoned their lap and stay off the racing line, but you don't want to get caught behind a slower moving car, which is going to jeopardise your lap. It's all well and good picking up a bit of slipstream in Sector 1, which is going to be ideal for getting the best time, but then you're going to be stuck behind a car you can't pass through Sector 2 and 3, which is certainly going to have an impact on the time. So it's all about finding the balance of where you find that space on the racetrack and ensure that the car you've got to know the drivers around you. You've got to know that if you're tucked in behind one of the slower cars, then you're going to be compromised. So you are better off backing off your lap, giving yourself a bit of room and making sure that you're not catching up to the back of a car that's going to slow you down through the last few corners. And those last few corners can make or break your qualifying lap, of course. They've got 15 minutes to do so, which will give them a time for at least, I think, 5 really solid hot laps, depending on how fresh they want to have their tyres when they do it. You would imagine that most of the drivers are going to try and get a banker lap in early on, something that puts them on the board, and then try and push to improve that time. We do have the option to bring it up, Bad Dog. It's done that way for a reason. But we can bring up the tyre information on demand throughout the course of the race. That's why it's done that way. But I do appreciate the feedback. There is a penalty carried over from Bathurst for one of the Sector 7 teams. They had a penalty for an infringement in qualifying at the last event, which wasn't served at the beginning of Bathurst for. I think the argument was that they didn't know they had the penalty. So that penalty has been carried forward to this session. They will. They can qualify. They can put in a qualifying lap if they want to, but wherever they end up qualifying, they will be set to the rear of the grid for this session. So they'll actually be starting from the back in Stint 1. So a lot of work for that team to do, and we know they're one of the quicker teams. I think they finished in the top 3 in that last event at Bathurst. So they've got a lot of work to do to push their way through the field, and it's going to be difficult to do in that first thing because it's such a complicated track on which to overtake. But here we go. Qualifying is about to begin. We will jump in now and get cracking with some qualifying here. Who's going to be first to blink? It looks like Shane from MRL is the first out on track. I do want to remove those names from above the thing right there. So there we go. You were asking about information. We've got tyre and fuel information will come up down there like so. We'll bring it up periodically. In fact, we'll leave it on for qualifying. We'll bring it up periodically during the race. So Shane on his out lap will do an on board for his first hot lap. He's in the BMW, which is a very strong car here at Watkins Glen. There's finalised. We've got, of course, driver cam for him. If it comes up, when it comes up, it will come up eventually. There we go. There's finalised there. Who from the United States with his camera live from his rig there. Jakey is out third. They're still quite. I think these cars are quite close together for qualifying. Finalised giving himself a bit of room behind Shane, but those just behind are quite close together. And you would imagine they'll want to try and space out a little bit over the course of this 15 minutes. So Shane's starting to ramp up his lap. We'll go on board for this first hot lap. You're looking to stay to the right hand side here as it flips round to the left. It's a little lift just to get the rotation in the car before you back on the power and you power through this final corner. That's your pit entry there. It's that is penalty central here at this circuit. You're staying to the left hand side as you cross the line and begin your lap here at Watkins Glen. Down to turn one. Carnage here if you get this wrong at the start of the race. Down to second gear, you can use all of that road. You really can exploit the track limits on that left hand side on the way out of turn one. You're powering through all the way up the hill now to the chicane at the head of what they affectionately call the boot, at the top end of Watkins Glen here. Up the hill they go into the braking zone, looking for that 100-metre board, getting it geared down just before third gear, get it turned in, then straight back up through the gears as you power down to this long sweeping right hander that brings you almost right back on yourself with a slight camber which helps you around that corner. This left hander, you want to take this with quite a late apex and not drift too wide because you've got barriers right there which can absolutely ruin any lap as soon as you hit that. This right hander again, nice big switch back uphill, so it's very difficult to spot your exit point. There's the penalty line. If you pick one up, that's where you'll be serving it, and you head down to this left hander here at the heel of the boot. Round you go again. You've got quite a decent runoff on the left hand side to use for your exit, and use it you should to get all the power down in these group 3 cars. Again, avoiding the right hand side on that left hander. This is here where you lift off. You want to get as much power as possible as you get through this last corner to get your time across the line. This will be the first time on the board from Shane, and he is in the 144s, 144.5. It's not a bad start for Shane, but immediately Jakey with that pole position time with a 143.7. We expect it's going to be a low 43 that's going to get pole today. Mike with pole now, pushing Jakey down to second. Row 2 at the moment is Harlock with Arlab. Shane down in 5th. He's down in 6th now as Jack, so it is. Puts in a 44.0 for row 3. Row 4 is Hovercraft from sector 7 with Identity joining him on that row 4 finalised. And the Ghost 9th and 10th. Mad Daz currently in 11th with a 44.9. Shinto alongside him, 47 for him, so he's got some work to do to improve. Azorian yet to set a time. He's going to cross the line there. That's a 143.3 for Azorian, and that is pole position for Azorian, the Portuguese driver. Sharky, I think Sharky's just going to sit out qualifying. He's going to be at the back anyway, so it doesn't make any sense to waste your tyres or waste your time. Just sit and wait for this 15 minutes to play out. And we can see that he'll be starting, for the looks of things, on the medium compound tyre. So Azorian on pole at the moment with that 143.4, and he's up through sector 1 in his second lap here for the Overboost Racing team. They've been so strong over the last couple of events, been in and around that top 3 pretty much for every single stint. In fact, I think they were the only team that hadn't had any sort of damage on the car for the longest time at Bathurst. So Jakey takes pole away with that 43.3, just 7/100th of a second difference between him and Azorian. And just to put it in perspective how close this field is, Shinto, there's only he's not set a representative time yet, but you've got Mad Daz, 1.5 seconds the difference between the front of the grid and the very back of the grid as it stands at the moment. Mike there still on row 2 for ERA, and not a lot of time to find. There's only a couple of tenths between him and pole position as it stands, and the same distance actually between him and pole as there is between Harlock there and Mike in third. Shane's still there in fifth. He did improve slightly, went into the sub 44s, so we've got the top 5 drivers all sub 44 as it stands. Who is this Slugsy guy? Yeah, who is you, Slugsy? R-Lab in that Mercedes-Benz GT3. Love this particular car. It's one of my favourites. For Moosehead, or Loose Moose Racing, I think it is, with the Moosehead, Canadian Moosehead logo on the side. Separated between him and Identity just 7/1000th of a second, him and the American-based driver. 1/1000th of a second separates him and Jack, so it is for the Apex Hunter Racing team. Hovercraft there for Sector 7. That's Sector 7 team that are allowed to qualify. They're currently running in 9th. Jakey into the pits. Still the pole City's putting on some fresh soft tyres. Yeah, let's do that. So Shinto is, where is he? There he is. There's Shinto. He is one of the Race Asylum Academy drivers who has stepped out of his comfort zone, and he's taking on quali and the first stint. So it's a new thing for Shinto, and we wish him the best of luck with his first full-on proper endurance event for GTEC, and hope he does well. Good on you, Shinto. Currently with a 45.6, which, to be fair, is quicker than everything I would put in. Sharky, they're still waiting in the pit. So Azorian in to put on some fresh tyres to see if he can find just a couple of hundredths of a second to get himself back onto pole position. He is still on the front row, of course, but only by a tenth of a second over Mike for ERA. Or I think it's Race Asylum 2. I think it is. Penalty there for Mike, so he's not going to improve this lap. Does this compromise? There's a driver not too far behind him. I'm not sure who that is. That is Jack, so it is for Apex Hunters. Is that going to... I was wondering whether that penalty would affect him, but the fact that the back end stepped out on that Corvette put paid to that lap being one of the best. He's 1:43.7. His quickest lap so far. He's not going to beat that this time out, though. Shane into the sub 44s. That's top 6, top 7 now, all sub 1:44. We've finalised a little 44.3. That puts him at the moment just inside that top 10. So Jakey just winding up his out lap after putting on some fresh tyres, just to see if he can open up that gap and guarantee him pole position. There are 5 minutes left of this qualifying session, time for just 2 hot laps to go. As you can see, Loose Moose Racing just staying on that left hand side coming out of the pits, not to interfere with those cars coming through. So Jakey vying for opening that gap and just ensuring that he keeps pole, with Azorian trying to find those extra few, or that extra tenth of a second he needs to still pole position away. We've got Mike there just on the cusp of that front row with Identity also chasing it down. Jack, so it is for Apex Hunters, 43.7 his best lap so far. Didn't do too well on that last lap. You can see the back end was stepping out, but he's put on some fresh tyres. He's going to go again. He's going to have 2 cracks at this. Yes, because it's full, Kruentis. That's why, mate. I'll send you the footage in a minute. So Shane in the Skechers BMW. It is BMW, isn't it? Yeah, the Skechers BMW. He is coming into the pitch. You can see just how difficult it is. The pit entry line, we'll find somebody who's coming around that way actually. So there we go, you can see on board there, the pit entry line, it actually starts before you get into the final corner, and you really have to make sure that you're right over on that right hand side when you come into the pits, or you will pick up a penalty on pit entry. Who else is coming closer? We can just see where it is. There we go. You can see there, that's where it is there on that right hand side. It's way off the line. You could obviously cross it if you're staying out on the circuit, but if you cross that and you go into the pits, that's going to be a problem, and that's going to be a 3-second penalty. Coming out as well is pretty brutal. You can see there, it's the car wants to pull to the left on the way out, and you've got to keep it to the right all the way through. You could potentially, just with a couple of little slips on your pit, end up with 6 seconds worth of penalties, which is absolutely brutal. Jakey just giving those cars ahead a flash to let them know he's on a hot lap. They move across off the racing line just to give him the space that he needs. 44.2 was the best lap he did last time out. Can he improve this time? Didn't see what his split time was for sector 1, but he's coming up to the end of sector 2, and we'll see if he's up on his time, or indeed, well, he's going to have to beat not only his time, but now Azorian, who's just taken pole position, and by some margin actually. He needed 7 100ths. He found a lot more than that, because he's almost 7 100ths ahead himself now. So that he's actually down. Jakey's down on that time, so Jakey not going to take pole this time out, maybe on the next lap. But Azorian with a 1:43.324 takes pole position for the Overboost Racing team, who've been absolutely phenomenal the last couple of races. Bathurst, they were for me probably the team of the race. Really, they spent so long in that top 3 for a long time, led the race. I don't think they dropped outside the top 3, not even during pit cycles. They were just so dominant. Mike can't find that 0.2 of a second to get himself onto the front row. Neither can Identity from the United States get ahead of him. Jack Sodius for Apex Hunters still there in 5th, just a couple of tenths behind Identity. There is Shane in that Skechers BMW with the tribute to Valentino Rossi. I've seen quite a lot of that lately on people's liveries. I did have to Google, because I've seen so many of them over the last couple of years. I did have to Google to make sure he was actually still alive, and he very much is. So yeah, I just wondered why there were so many tributes to him. Hovercraft for Sector 7 back there in 7th. As we know, only one of the 2 Sector 7 teams able to qualify today, the other carrying a penalty carried over from Bathurst, so will start at the back. Hovercraft currently on row 4, but only just holding on at the front of row 4 by 1/1000th of a second. His 1:43.8 keeps him just ahead of R-Lab with his 1:43.8.2. Harlock 43.8, but hasn't been able to improve on that. So that was his first hot lap, and hasn't been able to just kick on from there in that BMW and find a little bit of extra time. Finalised, as we know, he's on the driver cam there. Finalised from the United States. He not quite sub 44, 1:44.3 for him at this stage, which isn't a bad start, considering that it's still got him inside that top 10, ready for the race as it comes. Can the Ghost find his way into that top 10? His fastest lap was on lap 3. He's put in several laps since then and not been able to significantly improve. Does make a slight improvement, and that jumps him just above finalised, who's currently sitting there now outside the top 10. For that, your driver cam gets removed from play. Shinto putting in a good shift. 1:45.1 fastest lap there for Shinto. As we come to the end of qualifying, who is still on a hot lap? Azorian with pole position at 1:43.1. Managed to find some extra time again at the end there, and a nice blistering lap. As Jakey got quicker, so did Azorian. Jakey on a hot lap though. How hot is it? Is it going to be stealing pole position? It's the last opportunity. He's got a couple of slower cars in front of him. Are they going to hamper him through these last few corners? We crosses the timing line, which we've missed. So, oh no, we haven't. He's 2.6 seconds down. He's not going to improve on that. So Jakey will be on the front row, but will not take pole position from Azorian. Mike on a hot lap as well. How's he looking in terms of time? Well, he's up on his own time, but he's not up on the pole position time. Is he going to have enough to steal the front row from Jakey as he comes round that final corner and crosses the line to finish with a 1:43.341, and that puts Mike with his final lap on that front row alongside the Portuguese Overboost Racing Team driver. That looks Jakey, who's been in that top two for pretty much the whole qualifying session, down to the second row. He's got identity for company down there. Jack, so it is. He's just coming out of the pits now. He's on row 3. He's got Shane in that BMW 4 company. Hovercraft for Sector 7 comes round the final corner. Is he going to improve on 7th on the grid? He does not. So that's a Hovercraft. He is on row 4 with R-Lab. Harlock and Finalised. They're on row 5. Finalised getting himself back into that top 10, finding that little bit of extra time over the Ghost. Matt Daz joins the Ghost on row 6. Shinto on row 7 with Sharky, serving his penalty for Sector 7 alongside him for this race. So there we have it. Overboost Racing Team yet again putting a driver on the front row for this GTEC round 4, which comes to you from Watkins Glen in the United States of America. There you have it. That's the full final result there. Azorian D for Overboost Racing Team with a 1:43.1 takes pole position. Mike stealing that front row position from Jakey right on that last qualifying lap with a 43.341. Jakey heading up row 2 with identity for company. Jack, so it is, and Shane are on, and that's for Apex Hunters and for MRL. Respectively, that's row 3. Row 4 with Hovercraft for Sector 7, R-Lab from Moose Head Racing. I think it's Loose Moose Racing or Moosehead Racing, one of the two. Harlock for Race Asylum, and finalised there on. They ran out that top 10, the Italian and the American driver. Row 5, Ghost from the Netherlands and Mad Daz from the United Kingdom from MRL and Vortex Racing. That's 11th and 12th. Shinto from Race Asylum on 13th, and Sharky for Sector 7 is 14th on the grid, and the race will begin in I think they get a 5-minute break. Would have been nice to publish the quali settings. Yeah, I think they were published for everyone to see, but we'll be back soon for stint number 1. Looking forward to this because it's going to be, you've got some really quick drivers. You've got the driver I think we're going to have to look out for is going to be Sharky. He's super quick, and he's at the back of the grid, so he's got a lot of work to do right from the outset to try and get that car further up the field before their rivals out ahead pull too much of a gap on them. It might mean he's going to have to not save as much fuel or tyres as he would have liked to initially. He's really going to have to go for it in the early stage of this race, and he's starting on the medium compound tyres. So there's going to be cars ahead on the softs with that better grip, with that better traction, with the better braking ability. So he's really going to have to find the pace to somehow. Everyone getting ticked in and the grid getting set ready to go. I think it's been set by host as well, so just a couple of minutes to get that sorted out. Good splattering of nationalities in this first stint. We've got a couple of Americans, a couple of Brits. We've got Portugal in there. We've got United States. We've got Australia, the Netherlands, Denmark, Italy. Yeah, really good splattering of nationalities across the board. Be interesting to see if we can maintain that throughout all of the stints. So this is going to be stint 1. This will run for an hour and a half. They're going to be doing 51 racing laps in stints 1, 2 and 3, and then they'll race to the line in stint 4, which should finish sometime around 7 p.m. this evening. Oh, sorry, mate. I'll do that immediately.
Yeah, in a minute. Is everyone ready?
I just got to get my shoes on. Do you know where my red shoes is?
No, red what is?
My red shoes.
No, one of those boxes.
Chocolate.
Turn your microphone on then, knobhead.
My suitcase.
They're in the box, not suitcase.
We'll see if we can get you turned on.
Pink.
Why would you stink?
What's going on? Excuse me. Right. You should you should be live now. Kruentis, speak and we will see if we can hear you.
Hey up.
Hey up. How you doing?
Alright.
What did you think of qualifying? Good, wasn't it?
Yep. Am I just gonna have to go off the YouTube stream though?
What?
Am I just gonna have to go off the YouTube stream?
No, hang on. Give me a second. Yeah, you might have to actually because I haven't set it up to go the other way.
Alright.
Yeah, do it off the YouTube stream because I've set up the room, but I haven't set it to go 2 ways.
Okay.
And I'll make sure I set it up for stint 3. So yeah, it was again Azorian from Overboost again on pole. They've been really strong throughout this entire GTEC series, and yet again showing why they're a potential for winning this. Though ERA have been bringing it home, they're certainly going to be there or thereabouts towards the end of the season. Obviously, there's 4 stints, and every driver's got to put in their shift. But Azorian seems to have been putting them in a really strong position every single time. Don't know. I think we're due to start. I think everyone's ticked in. I'm just checking that everyone. Welsh Great we're waiting for, and bearing in mind he's the host, he should probably. I don't know. I don't think he's racing Welsh, is he? No, he's not racing this one. He's just hosting.
I was only 14 in quali, so I don't think Welsh is.
No, he's the race director. I don't know if you saw in the chat about Shinto. So Shinto is from the Race Asylum Academy, and making his first step up into this kind of event. So to not only step into this event, but to do stint 1 and qualifying as for your first time, it takes some balls, right?
Innit?
Yeah, I would never dare. No, I'd never dare do stint 1. I do one at like 3 o'clock in the morning when no one is watching.
Innit?
That's the best time to do it. But it's unbelievable.
The 3 o'clock in the morning one at 14th on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's so close. I mean, the top 8 separated by absolutely nothing, all sub 144. So less than a second separating the top 8 in qualifying.
Nice.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. It's going to be interesting to see what Sharky's going to do from the back of the grid. Obviously, that penalty carrying over from Bathurst, so he's got to start at the back. It's going to be insane because we know how quick Sharky is, but we also know how difficult it is to overtake at Watkins Glen.
I wondered why it wasn't out in qualifying.
Yeah, so basically what it was is I can't remember who it was that picked up the penalty in qualifying at Bathurst. The Truth. The Truth picked up a penalty in qualifying at Bathurst. They didn't see the penalty, so they didn't serve it on the Bathurst grid, so it carried over into this race, which is why he's at the back now.
What? I didn't do that sheet order for your birthday.
Right, so here we go. We're going to have one formation lap, and then we get cracking here at Watkins Glen. It'll be Azorian that leads them out. Azorian will decide when this race begins. We'll have a good look at all the liveries as we go through, but it's going to be really, really close. I think into turn one as well. It's almost Monza-like turn one here, when you've got all these cars barreling down to it at full pelt. You kind of want to make sure that you hold your racing line and just take it easy if you've got cars just up ahead of you. Brake a little bit earlier if you need to.
Another corner that I find that's brutal here is the last one, especially if you're like trying to go for a move there. It's just like death.
Yeah, it's not the best place to go. I mean, there's not really many corners here where you can make a decent move. It's one of those sort of circuits where every corner kind of tends to have just one line through it, and going offline doesn't really help you much. I think the majority of overtakes here are going to be through pit strategy, through mistakes, or through penalties. Apart from we'll see what Sharky's going to do. I mean, Sharky's going to have some, for want of a better expression, slower drivers in front of him that he's going to have to try and navigate early, and how quickly he can get through those is going to, I think, is going to make the difference for the Sector 17 overall.
I'm about 30 seconds behind. I think that's about what the stream delay is.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah.
Right, so
I'll make it work.
Yeah, I do apologise. I should have set it up going both ways, but I was so concerned with making sure it came this way. I didn't set it up the other way so you could view it.
Priority, definitely.
Yeah, 100%. Plus, I thought I might have to take my dog to the vet, so my dog's hurt his foot, or hurt her foot, but it seems to be all right now. So they're just ramping up, coming through Sector 2 now, up to the penalty line. We're going to go chase cam with Shane, just to see the cars ahead and the cars behind as the race begins. And it gives us a good idea of, if anything, untoward happens in turn one as well. It's always a good place to start from, that kind of roughly midfield position. See if Mike or Jakey try and make an early move on Azorian, try and get the jump on him. Of course, he decides when this race starts, as the pole sitter, so he's the one that puts his foot down and says when to go. And they've got to kind of, it's kind of like a game, like a cat and mouse game. You've got to try and second guess them. You can't obviously go too early, because then you'll jump the gun and then you'll get a penalty. But you don't want to be kind of out thought here. So around the final corner we are about to go, and this is where it goes into Azorian's hands. So good luck to all the drivers, good luck to everyone out there today. The 6 hours of Watkins Glen starts right.
When's he going to do it?
When's he going to do it? Come on. He's holding off. The thing is, he doesn't want to give anyone a good run on him down to turn one, so he's going to hold off until the final minute, and off we go. We are underway here. 51 laps around Watkins Glen for this stint number one, and he holds on into turn one. Everyone through cleanly. Top five remain unchanged. At the back, Sharky is the first person we're going to have a look at. Already, Sharky makes a move on Shinto and a move on Finalised. And he's already all over the back of Mad Daz. He's in the slipstream of the Porsche up ahead. He's past Mad Daz as they head up the hill. He is absolutely siving through this field. He's got the Porsche just on the inside of him into the chicane. Has to back out. He did think about going side by side, but made the right decision and didn't do that into the chicane. So he didn't get to make the move on the Ghost and get himself into the top 10. That would have been a phenomenal start from 14th to 10th.
Seeing Sharky's moves now.
Oh, big off there. That is Jack, so it is. Let's have a little look, see what happened to him, because he was...
there, mate.
Yeah, definitely can't park there. So he is running in 5th from the start of this race. Oh, he gets it all kinds of wrong. It looked like he almost went into the back of the car in front and then got it a little bit wrong, a little bit out of shape, and he is way down the order with a lot of work to do to get back up and into the running. No damage, thankfully, so at least he's got that for himself, but he's way at the back now. Sharky up to 10th because by virtue of that off from the Apex Hunter driver. So full run through, shall we? As we start the second racing lap here at Watkins Glen. So Azorian leads the way from Jakey, who's got himself around Mike from row 2. Identity still running in 4th. Shane is in 5th. We've got Harlock running in 6th place with Hovercraft for Sector 7 in 7th place. Sector 7 in 7th. That's where they belong, isn't it? R-Lab in 8th with the Ghost in 9th. Sharky up to 10th, and he is all over the back of that Vortex 911. Finalised. We'll go on board with him and bring up the player cam for him in a minute. Mad Daz also saying that finalised is in a battle at the moment. He's got Mad Daz trying to find a way through and was saved by the chicane. He's running in 12th place. Shinto in 13th with Jack in 14th, trying to come back. He's got no damage at the moment. Let me bring up the tyres and stuff for you all there. There is no damage on his car. He didn't pick anything up, but he's got some cars to get around, and he hasn't got the element of surprise anymore either.
Got to be a lot of work to fight your way through pack.
Yeah, it is.
It's such a long race ahead of him to have an instant like that on lap 1 out of how many have we got?
Yeah, and of course the other problem is because it is so difficult to overtake. As you've seen, I mean, Sharky got the moves done early, but now he's kind of stuck behind a Porsche, and we know he's quicker than that Porsche, but finding a way through is just going to be so difficult, and I think Jack's going to have that same problem. We'll have a little rundown of who's got what tyres on board. Mediums, of course, are the required tyre. I imagine that most teams will want to get rid of that pretty early on. It looks like they've they haven't all started. Harlock in 5th. He started on the soft compounds. Shane has started on the mediums. In fact, everybody, bar finalised, Harlock started on the medium compound tyres. So they're going to have to run them at some point in this race. But if you're going to start on the softs among all these people on mediums, you have to make it count, and you have to get those moves done early, and because you're going to be pitting before everybody else. That's the other thing as well.
Oh, Sharky out of anyone would have been on softs. You got to fight your way through the grid. You're going to want that extra grip, but
yeah, absolutely
make it work on the mediums. Clearly a far better driver than I am, so I'm no one to judge.
Yeah, they're all significantly quicker than me. So we've got player cam, so we're on board with finalised. Let's bring up driver cam for your viewing at pleasure. I say that, and why is it not? I think his camera's gone off. Oh no, it's not. Hang on. I think we're back. There we go. There's driver cam. There he is in his rig. He's making a move at the moment, or trying to make the move on the Ghost for Vortex. Sharky's got past him. He's now up to 9th. Now finalised the American driver on the back of the Dutch driver in that Porsche, trying to find a way through. You can see he's left a little gap up the inside. Is he going to be able to drag race down to these final couple of corners? He's not. The Porsche just that little bit quicker getting out, so he's going to have a go maybe into turn 1. Porsche going very wide there through that second to last corner, covering off the inside line very well to stop Finalise getting through. So run down to turn 1. He's in the slipstream, not getting many gains on him. He did have a little look up the inside as they head to turn 1. Thought better of it, decided it's probably not going to be the best place to do it. He's in that slipstream now as they head up towards the chicane. Vortex is going to make sure he does not give up the inside line to him here if he does manage to catch him, and he's staying on that right hand side. He does not want Finalise to get the inside line, but they're drag racing up the hill. You can see they're side by side. Who's going to back out? Finalise ahead. Finalise gets the move done into the chicane and up to 10th and past the Ghost. That was very brave. Very brave move there for him. Driver Cam spurring him on to I really wanted him to like fist bump there or something, but he didn't do anything. It wasn't dramatic at all. There we have it.
Emotionless.
Do you get up and do a little dance or something? So Azorian still leads the way, but he's now 1.4 seconds clear. So putting a bit of a gap now on Mike, who's just got past it. What happened to Jakey? Jakey just lost a couple of spots there. Jakey was in second and straight away losing a couple of places. So he's in second. What's going on here? He's serving a penalty. He's got 1 second penalty. So that has allowed Mike in second. And who was it that was in for Identity, who's in fourth, is now up to third. Jakey dropping down to fourth place. And he's got Harlock all over the back of him now.
Noticed Jack made a move into 12th.
So he did, Jack. So it is. So he did. He's up now to 12th. He's starting to find the way through. Sharky's still there in 9th. He's got the Loose Moose Racing AMG ahead of him. It's going to be difficult when you're going AMG versus AMG here. Incredibly similar performance. In fact, you've got 3. You've got Hovercraft there in 7th. You've got R-Lab there in 8th, and you've got Sharky there in 9th, all in the AMG. And Sharky looking every direction to try and find a way through. Up side by side into the chicane, makes the move, and they stayed side by side there. Somehow got it done, and Sharky up now to 7th. Who's the Jakey again? Another problem for Jakey. Jakey down now to 10th place. What happened to him? So through the chicane he goes. Did he have a problem? He did. He got all out of shape through the chicane. Hits the wall. He's got engine damage. That is an absolute disaster for Jakey. He's going to have to limp that car home. He's dropping down through the order. He's going to limp the car home. And it's way out of the pit window. Jakey's dead. Massive damage. I mean, that was a brutal smash into the wall. We'll have another look at that because it was we'll do it from this perspective. You can just see the back end steps out there, and it throws him at full pelt into the wall, and you can't get much unluckier than that really. But it's going to be a lot of work now because Shinto 1.3 seconds behind him. He's going to get past him because we'll see Jakey now pull off into the pits. He's going to want to avoid picking up a penalty if he can as well. That would be useful.
We could just plop the camera in the chicane and just watch that because that seems to be where all the action is at the moment.
It does, doesn't it? It would be great if you could do that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I just saw that moment for Sharky. Not Sharky, Jakey. Fucking close enough.
Yeah, it's insane. The thing is now, I mean, it's going to be 3 soft stints again because he has run the medium tyres. He's got that going for him. He doesn't have to run the medium tyre anymore. But the pit window's well out for him. It does mean, of course, that he'll gain a number of places when everybody ahead of him pits. But he's going to have to, first order of business is going to be to close the gap as much as he can on Shinto and 13th. The gap 25 seconds at the moment. So he's going to want to try and close that gap before Shinto and Daz and Jack there in 11th go into the pits. So Jack, he's got some work to do still up to 11th place. Shinto doing a good job keeping the car in one piece. Well, he's doing significantly better than Jakey. He's costing RA less money in repairs than Jakey has so far. Let's put it that way. Azorian absolutely dominant out in the lead, 3.1 seconds clear of the entire pack at the moment. Highlock up to second. He's the lead soft tyre runner at the moment, although a little bit all over the place through the final corner there. But looking pretty good as it stands. Top three opening up a little bit. It's almost 5 seconds separating the top three. Mike there in third. 7 just behind, that's Identity. He's back into fourth place. So Harlock has made some big moves with those soft tyres and got himself up in the business end. Now, can he close? I'll say, can he close on Azorian with a 1 second penalty? Probably not this time. But he does currently have the fastest lap of the race with that 1:43.8. So Sharky up to fifth. He's got past his teammate. I'm assuming that was that was probably a planned move, but you can see here him pushing on the back of that Valentino Rossi inspired BMW as he gets up to the chicane and makes the move very, very easily, getting him up into that top 5. So already, after just 7 racing laps, Sharky into the top 5, just 7.8 off the leader. From the back of the grid. That's some driving, right?
Where is he going to finish is the question.
Yeah, do you think...
Surely the last to first in Stint 1 would be... Surely he can't.
Well, the thing is, this is the thing about Sharky. I mean, you've raced and seen Sharky racing quite a lot, so have I. And the thing about Sharky is that he will go from the fastest lap of the race and some of the most entertaining overtakes to ploughing into a wall for absolutely no apparent reason. That tends to be the Sharky way. It's all or nothing with him, and I like that. I like that kind of attitude, that all or nothing racing attitude.
Definitely.
It's definitely entertaining, but sometimes it does cost him. And we saw him when he was racing in Alphas. We saw there were a couple of times when he should have run away with the series title, but just got it wrong in a couple of places and made silly mistakes and ended up costing himself wins, and sometimes easy wins as well. So we'll see. But he seems pretty focused at the moment. He's up to 5th, and he's certainly closing on Identity in 4th. We'll see. If he goes last to first, he's going to have to. It'll be an absolute shoe-in for driver of the Stint, though, isn't he?
I think I'm going to stay up to about lap 20 odd for Stint 1, and then I'll do the entirety of Stint 2.
Cool, that's cool. Absolutely fine, my friend. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, hopefully that'll give you some time to sort.
Just see that post from James.
I'm not like 5.5 years behind.
Yeah. James saying that Jakey and Jack are putting in requests for a restart. Yeah, I bet they are at the moment. Particularly Jakey. Jakey was looking good. Jakey was looking really good, and then. But I think that it just goes to show that it doesn't matter how good a driver you are, that it only takes the slightest lapse in judgment, the slightest error, and everything is all gone to shit. You really do have to keep your focus. At the moment, the person that's doing that very well is Azorian. He's not setting the world on fire. He's not putting in sub 144 laps. He's doing a very consistent 44.7s. He's dipped below that, but pretty much every racing lap he's done so far has been a 144.7. That's the kind of consistency that wins races.
You got to be like a machine out in front, just churning out lap after lap after lap, and it doesn't matter if you're like a second quicker than the grid if you're in the wall every other lap.
Exactly. Do you know what? It's so often you see it when you look at the people who win on a regular basis. They're not always necessarily the ones with the fastest lap, because what you need to the problem with racing, and you know, I'm sure any person that's involved in racing, whether sim racing or real at a high level, will tell you, is that it's not about always going as fast as you possibly can. It's about going as fast as you can, but being able to repeat that lap on an infinite loop. So yeah, going quick, but making sure that you can do that. And you're not over pushing the car. You're not taking too much out of your tyres. You're not burning too much fuel. You're extending the stint you're out on track and just repeating the same thing over and over again. And consistency, absolute king. And at the moment, it's paying in good stead. He's in first place. He's 2.7 seconds clear. Harlock.
Like, in order to finish first, you got first finish.
Exactly. You got Harlock there. Harlock has been dipping his toe into those 43s and pushing, but quite erratic in terms of his overall times. On average 44s, yeah, but you know, where he's pushing for 43s, he's also getting 45s, and that is making the difference. And I mean, you can see from his tyre wear, I know he's on the softs in comparison, but he's taking a lot out of his tyres as well. So, and Andy, of course, he's still got to run the mediums at some stage in this race, as has our featured driver finalised, running in 8th. They've both still got to run that mandatory medium compound tyre. But the BMW, pretty strong around here, actually. Surprising. Last time I drove a BMW around here, the back end just wanted to leave me.
I think I was in an NSX the last time I went around here. It's one of those tracks that I want to drive it, but it's a bit too technical for my liking.
Yeah, I disliked it when it first came on, but I do quite like it. It's not a bad it's not a bad track. Of the US tracks, I think I prefer Road Atlanta over this slightly, just because I think with Road Atlanta there's more opportunities for sort of side-by-side racing.
I like Daytona the best out of the American ones.
Yeah, I like the oval bit. I'm not too hot on the infield. The infield is it's kind of chalk and cheese, isn't it?
Sometimes.
So let's have a full rundown, actually, shall we, from the back. So Jakey, he was 25 seconds back when he came out of the pits and repaired. He's now 13 seconds behind Shinto, so still a bit of work to do, but he is in those 43s, very low 44s, so putting in some really solid times, not quite beating the 43.8 that Harlock put on the board. Right, so there's Sharky from 5th position, pitting very, very early to get rid of the mandatory mediums. Is he putting softs on now to go for it? It's a very early stop, isn't it? Very early stop. Where does he come out? I think he's come out ahead of Shinto, but only just. Yeah, he's just ahead of Shinto in 12th. He's on those soft tyres now. He didn't put any fuel on. He just got rid of those mediums. So
that car as light as possible. Most grip, that almost qualifying settings, just send it.
Yeah, I just think with the work you've done all that work to get through the field, only to then go into the pits really early. I'm sure these guys have mapped out the strategies.
The gap looking like between him and 11. He's got like 7 seconds. He's got quite a bit of clear air in front of him, so he's got a bit of that ability to just go out there and set a couple consistent laps on that superior soft compound, maybe manage to undercut a couple people.
Yeah, maybe that's the plan.
At the end of the stop. Only time can tell with this man.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's not like nobody's been really practicing for this and kind of running scenarios. So at some stage, I'm sure that Sector 7 sat down and went, okay, this is how we're going to do this, because we've got to start from the back. Because they knew they were starting from the back from last month. So they've had plenty of time to work on a Stint 1 strategy. And so maybe that's exactly what they wanted to do, was work their way through the field. If they could make it into the top 3, maybe then stay out. If they couldn't get beyond the top 3, so okay, we'll go in early, and we'll get those places when everybody goes into the pits. But being ahead of Jakey still is a good thing for him, because obviously Jakey is no slouch back there in 14th after that crash. He's already closed that gap to Shinto now to just 6.8 seconds. So I think he's going to be on the back of Shinto before Shinto is into the pits.
Jack's making some moves as well. He's up to 9th at the moment.
Let's have a little look. Yeah, Jack, so he is. He's up to 9th. He's
yeah, just spotted him at the top of the that leaderboard bit.
He's got a good gap on Ghost, but he's putting Hovercraft under a bit of pressure. Hovercraft has got that to think about. But if we look at there is a bit of a sort of close battle there. You've got Shane there in 5th. You've got Identity there in 4th, and the battle is really all of those cars are kind of in the mix there. You've got Identity's 12 seconds off the lead, and then you go back to Jackson. He's only 16 seconds off the lead, so 4 seconds separates the battle for 4th place, and they're all within touching distance. One mistake from any of these cars, particularly those at the front of that battle, and they're going to be losing 4 or 5 places off the bat. Finalized running well in 6th.
Especially because I'm used to doing the later stints where everyone's 3.5 bloody light years away from each other.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be that far apart. I think you're going to have little pocket battles because it's only 4 stints, and it's not, I'd say only 4 stints. I mean, 6 hours is still 6 bloody hours. But yeah, I think it's one of those racetracks where, because there's no real sort of guaranteed opportunities for overtaking unless you're crazy and sharky, I think you're going to see these kind of little battles like this where, at the moment, when we're on board with Finalised at the moment, and he is in a 3-way battle for 4th, and he's got another car behind him making it a 4-way battle, and then less than a second behind there's 2 more cars getting involved there. So anything can happen here, and as soon as I think Finalised actually is in a really good position, because he's got Shane and Identity. Identity is defending for dear life to keep that BMW Shane's in behind him. Now, while he's defending, does he end up leaving a gap for Finalised to nip into? Or potentially even Arlab?
Live chat at the moment. Looks like Sharky and Sector 7 are committing to the 2-stop at the moment, potentially running 20-lap stop stints, so you can't rule them out. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Eva. I think that start, getting them up to 5th place, was a phenomenal start. But thanks, Evo Kravitz, our pit lane reporter. We just need to find a guy to do the Skypad. So if anyone knows anyone of an Indian heritage that could be our Karim Jandrock, we can get them on the Skypad or the black flag pad. So that's Finalised. He's made that move on Identity dropping down the order. I don't know, it looks like Identity made a mistake. But Finalised up to 4th. Driver Cam is absolutely catapulting this guy forward. Every time we put the driver cam up, he makes big moves, and he's up into that top 4. Phenomenal work from Finalised in that 3-way battle. He just breezed past, revving the absolute nuts out of that McLaren as they head up the hill, but not so great for Identity. Evo Kravitz, yeah. Identity now down to 6th, and he's got a penalty. Shane's ahead of him now. Jack, so it is all over the back of him. He's got Hovercraft with 3 side by side. Identity dropping down to 8th. It's Jack, so it is, and Arlab for Loose Racing or Moosehead Racing or whatever they're called. I think it's Loose Moose Racing. I think I've called him 7 or 8 different things. So he has to tuck in behind Jack, so it is, who's starting to make his moves forward. Identity down to 8th position. He's now got Hovercraft putting the squeeze on him. So in terms of battles on the racetrack, Azorian still comfortably had 1 second ahead of Harlock. Those two have got their own little private battle for 1st and 2nd. Mike for ERA is in what I like to call the perfect gap. The gap ahead and the gap behind are identical. He's got no one around him. He can just relax and do his thing. Finalised up to 4th. He got around Shane. He's just starting to edge away from Shane as well in 4th place. A great
Great work from him on the driver cam. Jack, so it is, got himself up to 6th, but he's got a big gaggle of cars with him. He's got Shane 1.4 up the road, but behind him there is R-Lab for Loose Moose Racing. Hovercraft, just 1.4 back. He's going to try and get involved in that as well. 3-second gap back to the Ghost. He's got a bit of a gap around him. Sharky up to 10th in his charge. He's now got that fastest lap with a 1:43.6. He is, as Evo said, he's committing to the 2-stop and hoping to undercut and leapfrog the cars. I think that's a good shout. If you look at the state of his tyres in comparison to everyone else, even those running the mediums, he's in a much better position, and he's a pit stop away from the lead, 26 seconds, which is nothing. 9.2 to Mad Daz, 3.5 to Jake. He's got a half-second penalty. Identity, who is on fresh soft tyres now, is going to breeze past and back up to 12th. So Identity opting to get in the pits and come back out on lap 16. Jakey having an absolutely torrid time today, but he has made it past Shinto now. Shinto's had his first pit stop as well. So Jakey 39 seconds off the lead. He had to pit incredibly early, and the state of his tyres where he's pushed actually puts him in a very similar pit window to the others. Daz coming in on the medium tyres for MRL. We know Sharky's going to stay out for some time. Who next then into the pits? It's going to be these. It's got to be finalised on those softs, surely. And Harlock most definitely.
Yeah, I was going to say
the state of his tyres. His tyres are absolutely on the verge of being bin worthy. So I think we'll see him come in at the end of this lap. So that'll promote Mike up to 2nd, albeit 7.6 seconds behind Azorian. Finalise has done a really good job. If you look at Mike's tyres there. That's the medium compound tyre on the Corvette. Then you look at Finalised in the McLaren on the softs, and there's not much difference in tyre wear. So he's done an exceptional job at looking after those softer tyres. Now, although he does have to run that harder compound, it puts him in a really good position being able to look after the softs that well, doesn't it? Because if you're doing essentially 20 laps, if he does 20 laps on the softs here, another 20 in another stint, he's only got to run essentially 10 laps on the medium tyres and not have to worry too much about it. I mean, I would, for me personally, I wouldn't want to do the running on those shitty tyres. I'd get it done as the second stop.
Yeah.
I say that, I thought he was going in then, but yeah, he was just going around the corner. So Mike in from 3rd, actually, and Harlock stays out, and he is putting the Frighteners on the back of Azorian for the lead here. So he has decided to go full balls out, flat to the floor, and give Azorian something to think about. Now, Azorian doesn't necessarily know, unless he's listening to us, doesn't necessarily know what the tyre strategy is for the car behind. So he doesn't know that Harlock's going to have to come in soon. He's just going to see a whole lot of race asylum in that mirror at the moment, and I wonder what he's going to do to keep that BMW play. Yeah,
that would shave it off him.
Yeah, he's all over him, isn't he? Zorian really got some work to do. He's having to defend now. So if you look at Zorian's times, actually, he dropped into those 45s, but he's losing time where instead of taking his line, he's got to ensure he doesn't leave a gap for Harlock to jump into.
Put your foot down, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Put your foot down and just give it some.
Get some beans.
I just want to see him overtake him and then just go straight to the pits afterwards.
Yeah.
But that's not going to happen.
Overtake him on the last corner, they just go straight into the pits.
That would have been awesome, but he came into the pits anyway. He gave up that chase down, but that's fine. Lap 19. That's quite a good job on those soft compound tyres. So Azorian will stay in the lead, finalised up to the dizzy heights of 3rd place because Mike went into the pits. He's 15 seconds off Azorian out in the lead, and not much difference in tyre wear. Our featured driver, of course. I know he's getting a lot of airtime, but he agreed to do driver cam, and that means he gets more airtime than everybody else.
Absolutely.
He absolutely.
Well, you got to flex the one thing that you can do right this week.
Yeah, tell me about it. A little smile on his face there, up to second. 15 seconds behind as well. Now, does he pit on this next lap 20, which is, pretty much your kind of two-stopper? Or does he just run those tyres out until they're gone? Undercut activated for Harlock.
There's hardly a bloody undercut if you've got no tyres left. I think that's just get rid of your rims.
Well, maybe, but I think he's onto something. I mean, he's got Sharky ahead of him. I mean, that is brilliant for Sharky, because Sharky's had his stop and he's ahead of Harlock. So it shows actually the undercut incredibly strong from that respect. Let's get rid of that one there. But R-Lab's got to come in soon. Jack So It Is has got to come in soon. Shane's got to come in soon. Finalised has got to come in, and Azorian, and he's only 22 seconds behind all of them. So actually, him and Sharky are going to be leading this race once those cars start coming in. That's do you know what? I think you're right, Nick. I was just thinking, he's just coming to the pits now and put absolute. I suppose if he comes out on mediums, he can one stop this. You're absolutely right. That would be it's a doable move, I think. If you can find some decent pace on the mediums, we'll see what he comes out on now. Whether he comes out on the softs again or whether he comes out on the mediums and goes for that one stopper. But I think if you could, he could quite easily have stayed on those softs to lap 25, just looking after them a little bit, and made it a full-on one-stop race. Right, he is out on the softs yet again, so it has to be a two-stopper because he's got to use the other compound, but he doesn't have to use them for long. Right, we're waiting for this top four to go in because this is going to show us exactly what's going on. And Sharky all over the back of our lab. Every overtake Sharky makes from this stage now is a massive gain because he's already gained those positions through the pit stop, the undercut. He's now getting past R-Lab for track position with R-Lab having to pit. He's going to be on the back of Shane. He's on the back of Shane already. He's almost practically getting a piggyback off of him. So if he gets Shane as well, Jack So It Is up to second. It's a bit of a recovery for him. Up to second place. And it looks like he's desperately trying to make a move, and he does make a move on Shane. That's Sharky up into the top three, just 18 seconds off the lead. I'll tell you what, Ivo Kravitz might have called this with not counting him out for the winner. I think they could potentially, I think we could find at the end of this first stint, a last to first love story has emerged. Talking of love story, my daughter is currently on a train heading to Edinburgh to watch Taylor Swift at Murrayfield. Here's the kicker, and this is where Wembley Stadium go fuck themselves, right? And I'm doing this publicly because I fucking hate them. It was cheaper for my daughter to get on a fucking train and pay for a hotel to go and watch Taylor Swift in fucking Edinburgh than it was to buy one ticket to go and watch her in fucking Wembley, which is round the corner from my house.
Yeah.
Money grubbing pricks. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Azorian is 17 seconds clear of Sharky. Sharky gets his way around Jack So It Is to take second place, and he's pulling away from him. Identity has snatched the fastest lap with a 1 at 43.4. So we're just waiting for the pit windows to open. So Azorian certainly should be looking at it shortly. Is he going for the one stop then? Is he going to try and drag this out to lap 26,
I
27?
Reckon he is, definitely. I think he's going to run those mediums to as long as he can.
Because he's into the pits now at the end of lap 21. There we go.
Right.
I was thinking of actually, it might have been. I mean, if you see the times he was doing on his mediums, I think it might have been worth a shot. Going for the one stop.
Definitely.
So Sharky started at the rear of the grid, and the Sector 7 driver takes the lead here at Watkins Glen, lap 22. Evo, we were literally just discussing LRT doing the one stop, but I think if he's going to go for a one stop, he's giving himself far too much to do now on soft compound tyres, assuming that he uses softs, of course. He is on the softs, and he's in a three-way sandwich at the moment. There's him, there's Harlock, there's Mike. They're all battling it out for track position. Azorian stuck behind those two Race Asylum drivers, keeping him at bay. He will desperately want to get that Lexus around that Corvette of Mike and into the slipstream of the BMW up ahead, driven by Harlock, who's been driving like a demon today. Right, what are we with Jakey? Has Jakey recovered? Well, not really. He's got the pace back there, but he's not been able to make any big moves through the field, and finds himself still running down in 12th place, 12 seconds off the back of Arlab, who has pit. And I think everybody has been in the pits at some stage. The Ghost still needs to pit from 6th, and Jack, so it is, needs to pit from 2nd.
I'm gonna shoot off and come back for the handover, mate.
Not a problem. You've got the link and everything else, so just I will catch you on the flip flop.
See you in about 40 minutes ish.
Cool. Enjoy.
Cool. Right, trot.
So Sharky leading the way. Jack, so it is, is behind him, but Jack's going to have to come in the pits very soon. Good drive from him, a good recovery drive from him so far. Real shame. I really think Ivo Kravitz absolutely summed it up right. I think that Azorian could have pissed all over the Sector 7 Strawberries by going for a one stop in that overboost car. I think he was in a good position to do it. He was on the medium tyres. He still had some tyre left to work with. And he could have dragged it out to lap 26, 27, maybe even lap 28. I think he would have been in a really, really strong position. He would have been relatively far ahead of the pack. He would have had drivers around him that need to stop again. I think he would have been in a strong position, but he's come out in what is a massive battle here between Mike and him and Harlock, with Jack at the head of that battle. And all this is serving to do is allow Sharky just to disappear off up the road. So there we go. Let's go chase cam with Mike, because they're trading third position between the three of them at the moment. Mike making the move around the outside of Harlock and up into 4th place. Harlock behind there in 5th. Still sticking with that battle. Azorian's got up to 3rd. He's right in now behind Jack. So it is. Jack, who does need to pit very, very soon. Good run out of the final corner for Azorian. The Portuguese up the inside, or the Portugueser up the inside into turn 1, makes that look relatively easy. I said this is going to be a difficult racetrack to overtake, but these drivers have demonstrated just how good they are. Jakey did pit again, you are right. That does kind of explain why he's further down, but can he make it to the end is the big hunker burning question. Hunker. Please don't forget to click that like button and share it. We are running all 6 hours today as one continuous broadcast, and hopefully it goes well. We even got driver cam working, so it wasn't awful. Good luck for your stint, Toby or Toby. Does the having 2 eyes suggest that you are a plural? I couldn't think of the word. Couldn't think of the word. No, I think you're right, James. I think that the combination of those two tyres going up against each other, it was always going to be new softs going to win that battle. So 6.6 seconds is the gap from Azorian to Sharky. Sharky will need to pit out of sequence with these guys, but very different strategy for him. He'll be running to the end of this race after his next stop, I would have thought. Mike holding on to third. Jackso is down to fourth. Harlock trying to find a way around him. It looks like he is indeed. That looks like Jack is in the pits. He is coming in for his. That's actually his second stop. First stop. So down in fifth for him. Identity ran in fourth for so long, tanked down the order, back up into that top 5, but does need to stop relatively shortly. However, has run those tyres now for a long time. I know he pit on lap 19, didn't he? Did he pit on lap 19? Sorry, lap 16? I don't think he did, you know. I don't think Final Identity did pit. Those tyres don't suggest that he has. I should write this shit down, really, shouldn't I? So, finalised. He is our featured driver cam driver for this stint. I don't know if we've got one for you. If anyone wants one for stint 2, if anyone's doing stint 2 and they've got a webcam and they want to be our featured driver cam driver, there is still time to get that set up, of course. And we can have... we can show your beautiful face to the world, if that is what you so wish, of course. Right, but that is finalised. He's running a second ahead of Hovercraft for Sector 7 at the moment. That's the second Sector 17 with Sharky in the lead of the race, of course. Good first stint from finalised. Had he stretched out and gone for the one stop, he could have been in a really, really strong position also, but opted not to do that. Does still need, of course, though, one more stop between now and the end of this race. Hovercraft in 7th. That is Ghost in that 911 Vortex 911 running in 8th position, but he has got Shane all over him. Shane's making the move up the inside, and it's soft versus soft there. So that was a combination of a good exit out of the final corner, a bit of slipstream and a good run down to turn 1. Shane making it look easy. Shane's been pretty quick today, despite the fact I say despite the fact he's racing for MRL. I didn't mean that in the way it sounded. What I meant is MRL didn't have the greatest of runs at Bathurst, but a much better turnout today for MRL. That's Ghost for Vortex. Excuse me, I don't need to yawn. He does need to pit, and he needs to pit soon. It looks like he must be going for this one stop, because he's stretched those medium tyres out to lap 26. Whether or not he can make the softs last that long would be it'd be a freaking miracle if he did. There is our lab. He has been in our pits for Moose Racing. He's 9.7 clear. He's giving Ghost a little bit of something to think about, and I think we'll go with the way Ghost tyres are. This should be a relatively easy overtake into the heel of Das Boot, and up to 9th place he goes. Jakey still outside that top 10. He's had a couple of stops. We saw, of course, him smash. We saw him die, basically. He crashed into a wall, into a big ball of flames, and he died. But he's back with a repaired engine in 11th place, and a hell of a lot of work to do to get back into that top 3. Jack, so it is, was second, and trying to desperately hold off Azorian and Mike and those others up that end. Got into the pits, but he very much can go to the end on these medium tyres, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does one stop this. Immediately he's already going to move up his Identity in and Ghost into the pits, so he will move up the order. That is coming out of the pits think so. Yeah, that is identity, isn't it? So he's up ahead now into that top 10. That's the Ghost coming out of the pit. Shinto is coming through, but Shinto is running in last place. But let's be brutally honest here. Shinto's still significantly quicker than me, and coming as an academy driver, coming into a race like this, and taking on not only responsibility for the first stint, but the responsibility for qualifying as well. Absolute massive, huge cojones of steel. Shinto is a Jedi master. That's all that should be said. Right, there's your race leader. That's Sharky for the Sector 7 team. Currently leading by 2.6 seconds over Azorian. His pit strategy is... I was going to say flawed, but flawed is the wrong word. I'm not looking for the word flawed. His pit strategy is one that's very, very different to those around him. He'll be coming in, and it will allow Azorian and Mike and Harlock, and possibly even Finelines as well, those guys to move up. But of course, he will be going to the end from that point, and those around him will all be requiring another stop. So, his job at the moment really is to build a bigger gap as possible out in the lead of this race before he has to stop. Probably somewhere around lap 32 or 31. He's got to go 20 and 20. So yeah, I think lap 31, that gives him a run to the end of this race, because of course the drivers do not run out till lap 52. They come in to the pits at the end of lap 51, and then their counterparts will then disappear off, and when we've got a full handover screen for that. Looks a little bit like this screen here. That's ready for the handover, which will be in about 20 laps time, there or thereabouts. So I gave up smoking this week again, so back on the vape. So I'm not breathing like Darth Vader. I'm just giving my body enough nicotine not to murder somebody. Right, so Sharky's gap, 1.2 seconds. Azorian starting to eat into that gap. He does not want Sharky pulling away, and a really, really strong drive from the Portugueser. I'm assuming it's a geezer. It could be a Portugala or a Portubert, a Portulady. Yeah, but no, I'm assuming he is a Portugueser. He's gonna, I think, make this move on Sharky pretty soon. Let's have a look what it looks like from his perspective as he's starting to close the head, climbing up the hill towards the top of the boot, as they call it, with the aptly named heel and toe on the racetrack. So if it's shaped like a boot, what else would you call it? Good run through the chicane there for him, puts him within half a second of the Aussie driver Sharky, who's done the last first challenge. It's weird because he's really good at doing last to first, and I'm absolutely fantastic at doing first to last in one lap. I demonstrate on a many regular basis. Right, coming out of that big switchback, and he's got a great run through the penalty line. Sharky will stay on that left-hand side. He's allowing Azorian to go through. Now Sharky knows he's on a different strategy. Thought about the old switcheroo, but you don't want to battle for too long. You don't want to spend too much energy defending that for any significant length of time, particularly when you know you're on different pit strategies. Yuppie, how the bloody hell are you, my friend? Good to see you here on this sunny day at the Glen here in New York City, man. I'm walking here. Sorry, he's not walking. He's driving very quickly. He's now 0.6 of a second clear in the lead of this race, having regained the lead following the pit stops. Sharky in second. He's worked his way from the back of the grid up into second. He'll be pitting, I imagine, at the end of the next lap. He'll want to go one more, really, to give him 20 laps on the soft for the run-in. Nothing to be nervous about, Yuppie. You will absolutely smash it, I'm sure. There's Mike in third. Good solid race from him again. He's not really had many battles to speak. I mean, a couple with Harlock and Azarian after the pit window, and they all were jostling for position. But in all honesty, he's been able to race his own race, really. He's not had to worry about defending from any challenge outside that top three. And he's certainly not been putting any significant pressure on the two cars ahead. And that might be a strategic decision. He'll be pitting at a similar time to Sharky as well, which will put him in a quite unique position. Toby, nothing to feel pressure about at all. The reason this is being broadcast by me is because I could never do it. So the fact you're getting out there and the fact you're going to run 51 racing laps at all is an achievement in itself, and absolutely nothing to be nervous about. And let's face it, Jakey broke his engine. So if you can get to the end of 51 laps without breaking your engine, you're done better than Jakey. There's Harlock running in fourth place. He's not making any significant inroads into Mike, but he's holding finalised at bay, running there in fifth place. Of course, our featured driver we'll do another driver cam in a minute. We'll do another driver cam before the end of the race. What we might actually do is put the driver cam on at the end and see how tired he looks. There's Hovercraft running in sixth. It's second and sixth for Sector 7 as it stands. One driver from Australia, the other one from the United States of America. Fuck yeah! Half a second pretty much behind finalised, and less than that, about half again of that is Shane behind him. He's putting a really solid performance in that BMW today. Through the chicane they go. On board we are, and he's trying to find a way through up into that top six. But Hovercraft is not going to give this up easily. He's no slouch, is Hovercraft. He's certainly not going to leave the door open if he can help it. And he himself will be trying to put some pressure on his compatriot, his counterpart finalised just up ahead, almost leaving a gap there for Shane to poke his car into. Shane getting a little bit squirrely on the bumpy stuff out on that left hand side and picking up a penalty to boot. So that puts paid to any significant challenge, certainly on the next lap as well, because that's what he'll be serving his penalty. So even if he does get by, he will be passed again very quickly. Excuse me. Sharky into the pits for his second and final stop of the race. He's going to run this last stint of 20 laps to the end. We'll see where he comes out. There is I said his name is Mr. SBS. It's like one of those sofa adverts, isn't it? 50% free credit, nothing to pay until 2035. Come and get your lazy boy here at Mr. SBS on the Harlow High Street. I don't know why I said Harlow. Nowhere near me. Sharky back out in 8th, so 6.8 behind Mr. SBS. That's actually a nice place to be. He's ahead of Jakey by 2.5 seconds, but a nice bit of clear air to be running in for him. Nice bit of clear air for him. So it's going to be an opportunity to kind of get the... are you in the comms booth? Yeah.
Hello.
Let's get you involved. Hello. How are we? You all right, Ivan?
Yeah, we're good. This is a good race, isn't it?
It is. Do you know what? It's a lot closer than Bathurst was.
It's a much more open track, and everyone seems to have a much better time of it. Yeah,
I think we're in a position where I think there's still 2 or 3 cars that could win this. I mean, Azorian's doing a bang up job in the lead at the moment with sort of controlling that pace. But I think Sharky is, as you said, I think Sharky's going to be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, well, they're both on the same strategy, but Sector 7 seem to be running it a little bit more aggressive with coming in the stop a bit earlier. I think with the way that the undercut in the first stint went, if if Sharky can get out ahead and kind of create another buffer like he did in the second tyre stint, then we could be looking at Sector 7 going into stint 2 of the race, maybe just holding on to the lead, but they're definitely going to be closer than they were at the start of the race from the back. So,
well, I think so. I mean, he's 33 seconds off the lead at the moment, and if you sort of factor in, we're looking at it's not a long stopper. It's only about 27, 28 second pit loss there or thereabouts. So if you factor that in, he only needs to really close on the back of Shane, and then he's essentially got that pit window over everybody else ahead of him.
Yeah, and he's, like you said, he's got that clean air in front of him to just run some qualifying laps. The one thing to factor in is that Zorian will have to put in fuel for the end of the race. I'm pretty sure that they'll all just click no refuel for the last stop, so they're all going to need fuel to get them to the end. So it's going to be close between Azorian and Sharky. So it all depends on when ORT decide to pull the trigger and bring Azorian in.
Yeah, well, Mike is going to have to come in soon. Those tyres are absolutely fucked. So that's one position gained already. He's 13 seconds behind. So Azorian is way off in sort of clear air at the moment. But I think from Azorian's perspective at the moment, it looks all very comfortable. But it's difficult for him to judge what's going on around him. And he'll know that Sharky's quick, obviously. He's seen how quick he is. And he knows that Sharky's been into the pits. But he doesn't know what the long-term strategy is. Unless, of course, he's listening. He could very well be listening. But
yeah, they do that. Teams do like to jump in and spy on the other team. So it'll be interesting to see whether, going into the next stints, any teams change their strategy, compared to what other teams have done behind them. I do look at what Sector 7 are doing and think it's quite smart, actually, especially if they can get the track position. And, later down the line, I know Sharky let Azorian go quite easily when he caught up to him. But later down the line, if that's, getting towards the end of the race and they might want to keep that position, it is one thing to catch, but it's another thing to pass, especially on this track. And the Lexus is probably one of the slower cars on the straights on the grid, so they could have a hard time of it. But it all depends on, one, what strategy they play for the rest of the race, and two, what drivers they put in the car.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sharky did absolutely the right thing not fighting that battle, because he had to get those soft tyres to last a couple more laps, because he wanted to make sure that he wasn't fighting the tyres at the end of the race. He didn't want to give himself 22, 23 laps to run on soft tyres. So he did the right thing. Just let Azorian go, look after my tyres, get to where I need to get to my pit window, race my race, and then I'll have a go at him later.
Yeah, I think Sector 7 will be going for the track position now, going into stint 2. So they would have wanted to stay out a few more laps in the middle stint, so that they have that tyre buffer in case they do need to fight Azorian, fight ORT, that they've got something in the reserve. The last thing any driver wants is to have to defend from a driver behind and have no tyres to do it. You're just a sitting duck. So it is going to be interesting, and this is going to come down to the strategies, I think, and then we just got to see what the drivers can do to offset that. If there's one team to do it, it's ORT. They're brilliant drivers. They've got so much depth and quality, but it's good to see so many teams across this championship take it to them and to everyone. Like you said, there's quite a few teams that are still in the fight. You've still got the Esports Race Asylum team. You can't rule out the Syndicate team. They're very, very quick if they can get their tyres under control. Even Harlock looked very, very quick on the soft tyres, so it is still all to play for.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it's a big shame what happened to Jakey, breaking his engine like that, and he's found it difficult to kind of get back through the field and do what Sharky did and get himself up at the business end, didn't he? I think it couldn't have happened at a worse time, really, could it?
Yeah, it's like as a driver, when you make a mistake like that, your heart just drops, especially at the start of the race. To be fair, it's probably the best time to do it with the pack all bunched up, but making a mistake in the first few laps is just it does kill your momentum as a driver, and Jakey's probably had to take quite a while to get that confidence back to push.
Yeah, because of course, he was sort of there or thereabouts with fighting for pole in qualifying, and had it snatched away from him, and then for that to happen in the race as well. I don't race anywhere near the pace of you guys and these guys here, but it is so demoralising when something like that happens, and sometimes it's not even a lapse of concentration. It's just one of those things that it just happens, and you couldn't catch it in time, and it happens to you, and then you find it's almost like you've got to kind of re-motivate yourself again to start essentially from scratch and try not to let the next hour and 15 or hour and 10 minutes of your race be dictated by what's just happened.
Yeah, it's such a mental battle, and although obviously driving is a physical thing, that's only half of it. Your mindset and your mental state is such a huge part. And I know that off the start there, Jakey hanging on to Azorian is probably pushing out of his skin. He will want the track position. He'll want to be the one in front, and you get obsessed with the view of that car in front. You start taking a few liberties with the track limits, with the curbs, and you pay the ultimate price. Coming out of the pits, you're then thinking, right, I need to gain back this time. You're pushing even harder, and you're just prone to more mistakes. It's all about just resetting, putting it behind you, and just doing what you can do. Don't overdrive the car, don't overdrive yourself. And Jakey will probably be at this level to the end of the stint, and then if he gets back in the car, we'll reset, and you'll probably see Jakey back to where he was, consistently hitting those lap times. But yeah, it's tough as a driver when you make a mistake like that, especially when you're in these big team events, because you do feel like you've let them down. But that team can still grab a really good result, really good points from this race. They've got a fast car, fast drivers, so it's not over for them.
No,
they can still, if they get it together, I think they can still grab a top 5. But yeah, it all depends on how they are all feeling after seeing that. It can shake you up as a driver.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about with Kruentis earlier. Is that the big key to winning things? It isn't necessarily always being the quickest driver. It's finding a lap that you can do, and then you can repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat on a consistent basis, and that tends to be where you win things.
Yeah, it is. I know a lot of drivers who have a very high peak and a very high ceiling when it comes to lap time, but when it comes to stringing 30 of those laps together, you see them start to drop off, and the consistency start to fall a little bit. It is very, very hard to maintain that standard, and that's where you kind of that's what separates like the top level of drivers, and then just what a good or a great driver is. It doesn't feel like there's that much a void in terms of the actual lap time itself, but it's like you said, it's about being able to repeat that, being able to do that lap after lap after lap. There's a lot of drivers on this grid who can achieve that lap time, no doubt, but it does take another class of driver to be able to do that over and over and over again for 90 minutes, 2 hours. It's very, very hard, especially on a video game as well. We're obviously talking about Gran Turismo 7. A lot harder to predict those things. You're not in an actual car feeling the bumps and the tarmac and the tires. This is, it's a simulated game. So to see those top level drivers do that is just incredible. It does just boggle your mind.
Well, I can't remember who it was that said it, but someone said it to me, and this was back before GT7 was on GT Sport, when I first started sim racing, because I came quite late to the party, and they said that it's not about. He said that you go around the track as fast as you possibly can, then what you do is you dial it back by 2/10, 3/10, and then see if you can repeat that, and then if you can't, then you dial it back by another 1/10 and see if you can repeat that, and then you dial it back from your fastest until you find something you can just do again and again and again, and that will make a difference. The problem is the more I dial it back, the slower I go, and the slower I go, the further backwards I go.
No, it is the way
my
to go,
fastest isn't really close enough.
Events. Yeah, it is the way to go, especially with these events. you know, when you're extracting that maximum pace out of the car, it's like gambling. It's high risk, high reward. Like, you know, you get that lap time, and you're going to pull away from the drivers behind, but you could end up like Jakey, where you get spat out into the wall and you've got engine damage, and that's your race for the win is over, just like that, in a split second.
So I find out with qualifying as well. There's two types of drivers in qualifying. You often see that you get some that will go and they'll put in a make sure lap. So they've got time on the table, but they put a time up that makes sure that they're there or thereabouts if something goes wrong, and then they'll go for, you know, the Hail Mary. But then you've got others that will just go for the Hail Mary and not put that banker in place. And, you know, if you've got a 15-minute qualifying session, there's time to do something about that. But if you've only got 2 or 3 shots at it, it's a massive gamble when you're playing that kind of game, isn't it, in qualifying?
Yeah, you've got everything to play for and everything to lose. And while these events are long and there's a lot of time to make amends, you know, your grid position does make a huge difference. Although Sharky's kind of, you know, heard that and gone, well, no,
Fuck
screw
off.
you guys.
Talking shitty, man. That's what it's basically said.
But normally by the book, you know, your grid position can make a big difference, especially if you're having to fight through and you're losing time. You can watch that gap go from 5 seconds to 30 seconds in you know, just like that. So for those who are able to just get that lap time straight away, I've always been a driver who's had to build up to it, and that's why I think I'm more of a race driver than I am a qualifying driver. I have to get in the momentum and build up, but others can just get it right out the blocks. I know Nick has always been a driver that just straight out the blocks can get the lap time, whereas I've got to take 5 minutes to get in a bit of a rhythm and a momentum. So yeah, it does highlight all the different driving styles. But Azorian and Sharky have both pitted, and now we're going to see them play out to the end here.
Yeah, it's interesting because Azorian is ahead by 2.4 seconds, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race on lap 38 with a 43.2. So he has basically just said to Sharky, if you want me, you're going to have to catch me.
Yeah, he's laid down the marker there. And as a driver, when you're chasing someone and you see that purple lap come in from them, and you're just sitting there thinking, oh God, what more have I got to do? And Sharky has been just on it. Such impressive pace, and has done a great job with that strategy in stretching those soft tyres. But Azorian has been able to kind of keep him at arm's length and say, look, you're fast, but I'm just going to keep you here. He's got the fresher tyres, and he'll be just coasting that home to hand over to his teammates and hope that they can extend on that gap. But, you know, no doubt.
So what's going through Sharky's mind now? I mean, as a driver that's usually at the business end of it, you can see the car ahead, just see the rear of the car ahead. Are you looking to the left-hand side at the gap, or are you looking at the back of their car, and that's where you're putting your focus?
Oh, it's a tough one. I think Sharky's a good driver, and he'll know that with the tyre advantage that Azorian's got, Sharky isn't going to catch and pass unless Azorian makes a big mistake. So I think his job now will be keeping that gap as low as possible for the changeover, which he's doing a good job of. To be fair, he's kept it. He's only lost about 2 tenths this lap, and if he keeps that up, he's going to be within 6-7 seconds of the changeover, which is, you know, if you would have said to that sector 17, would you take that after their qualifying penalty? I think they take it all day.
Absolutely.
Like we said, it keeps them in the hunt of this win.
Well, I think this is where maturity is going to be important, because Sharky's only young. How has he got the mature head to play the company game and say, look, we might be able to catch him, but let's not take the risk. Because one thing about Sharky, I mean, I've seen Sharky race a lot, and Sharky's very, very quick, but there's always a mistake potential in there for him, and he'll freely admit that he will do 100 laps and get crazy times, and that 101st lap will be the one where he absolutely melts it into a wall and flies off into the trees and sets the car on fire. So, and he is all or nothing, very much so. So this is where we see the level of maturity, whether he's got that maturity to say, look, 3.2 seconds where the gap is now is, it's a difficult gap. He's on better tyres. He's putting in purple laps. Consolidate. Saying that, someone else in a wall, and I think that was Jakey again.
Oh dear, oh no.
Was it Jakey? I don't think it was. Who was it then? Someone was in a wall. Right, let's go back to the beginning of this replay. I did the benchmark. I'm trying to find out who I was trying to see if anyone's got damage. Would be quite useful. Oh, there we go. Oh, it was Shinto. He's got some front end damage.
He's done a good job though, coming in from the academy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I know that the driver that's coming in to replace him, I think it's Toby that's coming in to replace him, saying in the chat how nervous he was, and I think, you've got nothing to be nervous about. It's the fact that even as academy drivers, you trust them enough to put them in this sort of situation. You think that they can handle it. It's a great way to learn. You're never going to get better at it unless you're thrown in at the deep end at times and given the opportunity. And I think, anyone that can sit and do 50 laps on a consistent basis, none of there's going to be mistakes here and there, but anyone that can sit out that 50 laps and do a job for the team, whether you come in first or last, it's still an incredible achievement. It's a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, 100%. Like even for the top drivers, this is tough. This is a real grueling challenge. So for the Race Asylum Academy boys to come in and give this a go, it just shows huge, props to them. And they're just running their own race. They're just going to be feeling the car, just building up to it. And like you said, this is great practice, great for them to improve. And there's no better benchmark to look to than the top guys in this lobby. So, they're very promising drivers who keep improving every year. Being inside Race Asylum, you see the improvement as a driver, and it's great to see them racing here and giving it a go.
Yeah, put the effort in and being prepared to step up as well. I think Shinto's done a bang up job, because it's hard enough doing the 51 laps as we're saying, but to step up, do the qualifying and the first stint, which is big shoulders to stand on, really. It's much credit, much respect for that, and it's on incredibly short notice as well. That's the thing, they haven't had the month of practice that everybody else has had.
No, and that's the big thing to think. Like, there's a lot of teams here who straight after Bathurst are opening lobbies for this race, getting ready. Especially the teams who maybe didn't get what they wanted out of Bathurst, they'll be looking at this and going, right, we need to bounce back. And the fact that they haven't had that time to nail down their strategy, get comfortable with the car, and they've still turned up, they're giving it a great go. You've just got to massively respect it. Anyone who jumps into the car, you've got to massively respect. There's a lot of weight on a driver's shoulders, especially with this championship. You've got 10 rounds, over 100 hours worth of racing. There's a lot to play for.
Yeah,
so anyone who jumps in,
13 hours of racing, 13,000 laps.
Yeah, it's mental. So anyone who gives that a go is very highly respected in my books.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Azariana's put the marker down. He has said, I'm coming. I started stint 1 in the lead, and I'm finishing stint 1 in the lead. He's now 5 seconds clear. And Sharky, I think, he's just settling in now. He's settled into those low 44s, which I think if he wants those tyres to last is probably where he needs to be.
Yeah, definitely, and it should keep the gap, relatively low to ORT going into the next stint. Like I said, they'll just be wanting to keep that gap low, and not give themselves too much work for the rest of the race. Yeah. But they might have to look out for Mike behind, who looks like he's just starting to reel Sharky in a little bit.
Yeah, he's dipping into those mid to low 43s. So he is taking a bit of time out of Sharky. But I think what Sharky will be doing at this stage is just managing. He'll look at that gap. He'll know it's coming down, and I think he'll manage his tyres here, so he's got something to fight back with if Mike gets too close.
Yeah,
I can imagine that Sharky will hold what he needs to, so he's got something in reserve.
Yeah, he will, and because of their not too much tyre difference between the two drivers, it will be hard for Mike if he does catch to get the right run at the right place on the track and get that overtake done. And even if Mike does get to that point, Sharky is going to give it a good go. We know what caliber.
The thing is as well, I mean, Mike's tyres are actually more worn than Sharky's, so he's taking a risk actually by pushing as hard as he is to try and catch Sharky, because he could end up losing those tyres with a few laps to go, and Harlock, who's got loads of tyre to play with, is only 5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, and this is the thing, we do have a good minimum four-way battle for this win. You're thinking you've still got 17-18 seconds between the top four after 90 minutes of racing, so any mistakes, any strategy blunders, any changeover issues between teams,
stop.
And it opens it up.
It's just as simple as one pit stop can make the difference between those top four. And I mean, even Hovercraft there in 5th for Sector 7, it's 33 seconds, which is only just outside a pit stop. So there's no reason why we couldn't end up seeing 2 Sector 7 drivers finishing in the top 3 at the end of this race, because they're certainly there or thereabouts.
100%, and we know. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the driver registers for this race, but there's still drivers like Monkey Man to come into play who are very, very quick and could definitely influence the result of this race in terms of putting in some fast times and putting some pressure on these top 5.
Oh, absolutely. Mr. SBS there's running in 6th. He's got a nice bit of clear air either way. 3 seconds up front, 4.2 behind. Jack for Apex Hunters. He's kind of settled into that midfield. I kind of feel that Apex Hunters have been underachieving in the last couple of races. I kind of feel that I expected more from them. And I don't know whether that was unjustified, but I don't know. It seems that it hasn't been going their way over, particularly at Mount Panorama and this week. I don't know. I could be expecting too much of them, but I thought they would be more in the mix.
I think, in fairness to the AHR team, I think they've got a team of a lot of mixed ability drivers, and I think, to be fair, I think they've maximised what they could so far of the season. But yeah, it is a shame because they've got a great car and some really, really top drivers, but just haven't, like you said, been able to get the most out of it. Especially Jack Dishrapes with that early mistake has put him back. Yeah. And I think they're definitely struggling with that Corvette this race. I think a few drivers are. It does seem to be. Yeah, it does.
Interesting battle here though. Shane just making a move on our featured driver finalised, who's dropping down. But this is a battle actually that Jack is leading. Currently leading. He's leading this midfield battle in 7th. Shane gets that move done. And I think the MRL have had a much better race this time out than they did at Mount Panorama. It was a bad day at the office for MRL there, but they seem to be having a much better race this time.
Yeah, they seem to be enjoying the car a lot better on this combination. A lot more open and a lot easier for that Mustang to lay its power down and really stretch its legs.
So that is that's.
Oh, they're the BMW team. Sorry.
So say that again.
They're the BMW team. Sorry. Yeah, they just switched their car in the last race, didn't they, with the BOP change? So they are enjoying that BMW a lot more than they were the McLaren.
It's a good car, the BMW. Actually, it was a really good car. And I do love the.
I think it got a lot of scrutiny at the start of the season when we had a flurry of BOP changes come in, but it's still a top car. It can guzzle its fuel a little bit, but these MRL guys are great with working the cars, working the strategies, and saving fuel on tyres. So if there's anyone to use that car, it probably is them.
Yeah, they're doing a really, really good job. I mean, it's a good little battle, actually. A good 3-way battle here for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Jack at the head of that. We've got Shane in the middle. And they're currently riding on board with our featured driver finalised. who's he's doing a good job there in the middle. He's been as high as third, and but definitely stayed within that top 10 pretty much the whole race. The American driver doing a really good job in there, and particularly because it's that McLaren. Because I know at one stage the McLaren was one of the OP cars in the game, but it's been knocked down the pecking order a bit with the last few updates, and it's just bang average now. So he's doing a good job with it.
Yeah, he is. He's really hustling the car, and Finalised is a great driver in his day. I've had the pleasure with racing a lot with Finalised and hosting races where he's raced in, and yeah, he's a very, very high caliber of driver, and it is great to see him have the right car to show that now, especially with him on the medium tyres as well.
Oh, little coming together then between Jack and Shane as they went side by side through the chicane, and a little touchy as they did so. Let's have another little look at that. I think it was more of a racing incident than anything, but you shouldn't be going side by side through there. I think.
It's very risky.
Yeah, I think the thing is, they no one was ahead of the other going in, and I think when you're in that, if you're a little bit ahead, then you got a right to say, okay, well, you should have backed out. But there, they were literally side by side with no one with an advantage going in, and I think both of them felt they had the right to it there. But it was unfortunately Jack that came off the worst, and just a little bump put him across on the grass. I don't know. I see, for me, if I was steward and I look at that, I'm thinking racing incident, really. That both of them probably should have backed, or at least one of them should have backed out, but both of them should have thought about it. So, yeah, I don't know if any real blame can be apportioned there. I'm sure Jack will be thinking otherwise at the moment. He'll be glad he's not on the player cam, put it that way.
Yeah, no, you'll have AHR on one side saying to the stewards, look, he's gone around the outside, he's pushed us a bit, and we've gone onto the grass. You'll have the MRL team saying, look, we were on the apex, we gave the space on the outside. So it'll be interesting how the stewards look at that. I'd say it's something that you'd probably have to look in the replay, look at it bit by bit, and just like slowly analyse how it's played out. But from looking at it, just raw footage, it does look like a bit of a racing incident. Two into one doesn't always go, but that is going to unravel Jack's race here a little bit.
Well, I think Jack was always going to struggle, because if you look at the tyres on Finalised, they're in really, really good condition, and you look at those on Shane as well, his are in good condition, whereas Jack's are already looking pretty ropey. His fuel light is already blinking, so he's probably having to think about that as well, because I know the Corvette does like to drink its fuel. So I think he would have been in a difficult position anyway. So whether or not it's going to have that much effect on the overall result, I don't think. I think the tyres and fuel would have had to say long before that will.
It's one of those things as a driver where if you're looking at that point and being overtaken is a bit inevitable with the state of the tyres and probably having to save some fuel to actually get to the end of the stint. It's one of those things where you just think, right, let's just let this position go. There's no real possibility of me holding on to this for the next like 3-4 laps. Just let it go. Play one of your lives and just slot in behind. So whatever the stewards do think of the decision, the one thing that will be playing in Jack's mind when he looks back at that is, should I have even fought it in the first place? I should have just let him go, and none of that would have happened. I wouldn't have lost that 3-4 seconds of going onto the grass and having those dirty tyres. So yeah, it's difficult, because this is what these endurance races add up to. It's all of these small micro decisions that you're making throughout the race that potentially are going to save you 20-30 seconds in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've just got to make sure Kruentis is in the other lobby, and because he's not sending me any footage yet, and I want to get it so I can get it lined up and ready. Because we've only got a couple of laps left to go before they're coming in.
Yeah, they will be changing over soon, and it looks like Azorian has got a nice little buffer to the Sector 7 team, about 7 seconds. And he just keeps bumping that up bit by bit by bit. But Shuggy's done well to keep the gap low. They'll both be looking at this in different ways. ORT will be saying, look, we're in the lead. We've basically, other than the pit stops, led every lap of this first stint. And the Sector 7 boys will be saying, look, back of the grid, we're only 7 seconds off the lead. Let's go get this.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think now we're good. I don't think we're going to see any big moves. I mean, we've got. I was saying that Mr. SBS is just behind Hovercraft's got himself into that top 5. Potentially a battle there. Looking at tyres and fuel, they're both in a pretty good position. But they're both in that AMG GT3, so it's going to be all about the driver. There's no car advantage to be had here. It's all about driver ability. This little battle now, and he is really putting some pressure on the Sector 7 driver. Into the chicane they go, and they do the right thing. One backs out, and they go through single file, which is how everyone should go through that chicane.
Yeah. That's the note. When you know the position is lost, just let it go. Don't fight unnecessarily, and they've lost minimum time there. And Hovercraft keeps his team in the race. You know that you judge that wrong and you don't back out, and that could easily be either what happened to Jack, or even worse, you get engine damage, clipping the inside wall. So he's done the right thing there and just backing out and living to fight another day. Especially if he feels he's got a pace advantage, there's no need to rush it. And worst case scenario, they come out into the next stint and they're right behind each other. So there's no need to make any huge mistakes. We're 90 minutes into a 6-hour race, so you know, just play it cool, play the long run, play the long game, and you know it will work out how it should. But this Loose Moose racing team is, for me, I've been saying it since the start of the season, they're quite a bit of a dark horse. You know, when they get the car working, they're very, very quick. They do have some top drivers in that team, and I know a few of them, and they do really love that AMG, and it is a very good car, very pointy, good on its tyres, good on its fuel. So, you know, not surprised to see them up there fighting, and wouldn't be surprised either to see them kind of try and push on and make a dent on that top 4.
Yeah, no, I love this. It's my favourite GT3 car by miles. I love that AMG. Just waiting for Kruentis to send me the footage so we can get the next room in the side by side. He is there or thereabouts, I think. So I can pop up the handover screen then, and we can show all the beautiful graphics that come with it. Hello to Jaeger. I've just seen you there. I thought you'd be busy with the N24 today, but good of you to jump in and join us.
Yeah, lovely from him to jump across the 2 events. Obviously, we've got two huge events going on across 2 different endurance championships today. So it's great to see him dabbling in both. We do have a lot of drivers across the grid who do jump into both. So, you know, great job from them.
So we are handover. Still waiting for the footage from the broadcaster to show you it.
Sorry, I was on time, and then I had a pint glass in my hand and just chucked it across the room like a right twat, and it just shattered everywhere. So speed run, clearing that up. I've just about made it in time, hopefully. Is there anyone out on track?
Right, well, I will leave you two to it. It was great to jump in Tom's booth. Thank you very much for having me.
No worries, man. See you soon.
Okay, let's have a butchers, if we can get this all set up in time. They're all in the pits at the moment. No, crap, Monkey Man's out.
Yeah, a lot of them will be out. So up to, at the minute, ninth is just about to come into the pits.
Do you know how I can do it so I can hear the game as well? Because I can't hear anything at the moment.
Yeah, hang on. While I'm just going to do get this onto there, and I want to go to that.
Right, so we got RAA Toby out. Nope, Clark is ahead. I should probably put my glasses on so I can tell the difference between 1 and 2. Might help a little bit.
Well, I just need to clean up a little bit. It should start cleaning up soon.
Doesn't matter for now.
Right, so we've got the footage up. We'll just wait for it to... Can you turn off the drivers' names above the cars, please, mate?
Right.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Sound.
Right, so game sounds is the next job I've got to do. I'll turn that off. Right, leave that with me. Give me 2 seconds for this. I've just got to add the one thing I did forget to add was the additional sound source for.
Oh, I could have the keyboard downstairs. Let me just go grab that so I could do like fancy replays and that.
All right, cool. I'll leave you to continue talking while I sort this out.
Okay, can you is everything alright? Not mess anything up, ever?
No, it looks alright. I'm just trying to get the see if you can get your sound on for you. For some reason, it's not coming through to me. For some reason, the picture's not clear enough. Because we had it really clear when we did it the other day, but it's not very clear at the moment for some reason.
Yeah. Alright, okay, just run down through the grid in Sector 2, not Sector 2, Stint 2. Okay, so we've got Player Pro F1 leading at the moment, followed by Rusty Maggots in second position, and 12.7 seconds behind is Racing Asylum Clarky, followed by Toby, Monkey Man, I'm Tisbap. I think that's how you say that. Alright, well, if you make your name hard to pronounce, you get a new one. And we've got Richie in 7th, closely followed by Super Voodoo in 8th. So Lucas 369 in 9th. I'm Mullet in 10th. SPO Ford in 11th. Juppie in 12th. Johnny Waffle in 13th and Tonic in 14th. Quite a big gap between 13th and 14th. Did I miss anything?
There was quite a big gap anyway. There was a few gaps around the back. It's the guys in 14th are the Race Asylum Academy footballers. So they're it's their first big kind of outing here. So yeah, they're doing the job, but they're struggling a little bit with the.
Yeah, well, as long as you get to the finish line, that's what you need in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for some reason your audio's not coming to me, but they're gonna have to go with that game.
Is it on
brum,
the
brum, 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 brum. Yeah, you just have to talk loud.
I was having some issues with audio earlier. Anyway, oh, disconnection. Clarky's left.
Oh, that's big.
That is big, especially this early on into the stint. I believe he was running in 3rd or 4th as well.
Yeah, he would have been. Well,
how do they work it for disconnections? I know they there's like a penalty sort of system.
Yeah, there's an algorithm they have that decides where they or how far back they start. But essentially, he'll be starting behind everybody else. We are aware there's no car sounds, James. I am currently working on that technical problem as we speak. The really annoying thing is we did a test on, what was it, Tuesday or Wednesday we did the test, didn't we? Tuesday, I think it was. And we had everything working fucking golden. It was, and nothing was fucked. And, you know, I suppose if it's going to get fucked, it's going to get fucked when you're least expecting it. I'm working on that.
Worst case scenario, you just stay in a stream and go.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm going to go and have a pee in a minute.
It's good enough. It'll do. Toby,
Yeah.
is this blind or is that a default livery? Why? Coming to IRO, you're running in third and you've got a default livery on. It's just.
Is that a default livery? Yeah, I think it is actually. Yeah, they're not running the.
I think it is. It looks like one.
Yeah, it is a default livery, unless the livery hasn't loaded, because that happens sometimes.
Yeah. No, most of them are. Except. Oh no, it hasn't. Yeah, if I look on the little bit, you can see it's got a nice, vibrant Racist Island one. It's just not loaded there.
Yeah.
Of course.
One of those things. It is what it is. Right, let me see what I can do. I'm gonna turn my mic off for a bit. I'll leave you with the dulcet tones of Kruentis, and I'm gonna see if I can sort out some game sounds for you in the meantime. I'll be back for the next handover, which will be in about an hour and a bit. See you soon, man.
Right. See you soon, mate. Right, so chat, who should we go on board with at the moment? Probably where she could have been in the lead too soon. Gotta make sure Player Pro doesn't anything like that. He's got a very nice lead though over Rusty Magus. I did miss Livery Bug. He is really good at proof livery. Yeah, I've noticed, mate. Cheers. Alright, so I did miss the second half of Stint 1. So if I could have a rundown, that'd be ace. Monkey Man, macho Monkey Man, the stick black flag. I know he's not in a black flag car at the moment, but he's the closest thing that we have got. I can't hear any sounds either. Hopefully we can get this fixed, because I also want to hear some cars go vroom. However, we can still do with this. You can still see on track. It's a bit terrible. As Monkey Man is on the rear end of Toby. We'll go chase cam for this. Toby goes wide. Monkey Man sees the gap down the inside, sends it down into third position on what is essentially the penultimate corner, the third to last. There's got to be a word in the English language for that. But he's put that Sector 7 racing car into the podium positions here, and he's got a 23-second gap to I believe this is a other Sector 7 car. Is that's another livery bug, isn't it? Yeah, we got another livery bug. Oh. Anyone know there's a way that we can revert that? Is it because I joined mid race? Because I was having to rush to get here because I was on track to be 10 minutes early and actually get everything set up in time. But then I had to trip and just yeet a pint glass over the floor and just break absolutely everything. I have to tidy all that up. I managed to get here with about a minute to go until the handover. I don't know, I think I was there during the handover, but we got it in the end. I mean, nothing is working, but this is Black Flag. If you expect things to work with his first time, you gotta think again. Alright, so, Monkey Man, I just pressed the wrong button. Let's still look at Monkey Man here. I'm gonna just push you lot there. Yes, the penultimate. Yeah, sounds good enough. It's still Yupe. All the back in. I believe he's 12. Of course, none of these buttons. Well, Tispap hits the wall. Nah. Of course, none of everything is broke. No, that's not Tispap. That's Monkey Man. That was Monkey Man who hit the wall. He's got damage. Sorry, I'll close the door. Monkey Man has damage as my keyboard breaks, so I can't even do any bloody replays. So it'd be lovely to see what happened there, but I've got my keyboard so old, you've got to like take it out of the PlayStation, just give it like 5 minutes to cool down before it gets back. Mm. All right, okay, massive moment for Monkey Macho Man. How much time has? I can hear you, mate. I can't hear any of the cars. Can the stream hear it? Uh, is it someone with my capture card? Right. So how much time has Macho Monkey Man lost from that? Not much. He's only lost about 5 seconds, but that incident has would have been lovely to see what happened there. I can come in to do an interview if you want, Hovercraft. Yeah, sure, mate. Go ahead. Still trying to. After that incident, that's brought Toby all the way down to 9th position. After all that, with Yupe just on his tail. Yupe is your fastest driver at the moment. For some reason, my lap times are wrong. But Yupe in that Porsche is gaining on Toby. He's going to go sneak up the inside of Toby, going onto one of the backside. I'd like to think this is his like back straight bit. Is he ahead going out of the street? Yes, he is, but he's got a little slide there that's going to cost him. It's gone board with Toby there behind him. Toby not got any damage or anything after that incident, and Yupe is up into 9th position. Toby all the way down in 10th. Now, Monkey Man does have damage, but he's all the way up in 4th, and it doesn't seem to be affecting him that much. It's definitely noticeable. You can see his times have dropped, but they've only dropped by about a second, and you're going to lose 26, 27 seconds in the pits. So it's actually going to be more convenient, more better to just run this to the end of this stint with the damage, because he's pushing hard enough to the point where it's not affecting him too much. Yeah, hopefully we can get sound soon, because that would be nice. Okay, let's have a look. P7 now. Luke Ass 369 with the half-second penalty. He's going to serve that. He's got I'm Mullet behind him. Let's go on board with I'm Mullet. Is he going to be able to capitalize on this? He's not far back. He's not close enough yet, but he's 4 tenths back. Now, a little bit of a moment on that curb there, as we're going to go swooping through this final sector on to the start-finish straight. Are we going to see a dive bomb into turn 1? Or some chicane moves like we did in Stint 1. Alright, crucially, Mullets is in that slipstream range, but Luke As is gaining on Mullets with a better exit through that final corner. Alright, let's use this camera here. So, it seems half the liveries on the grid are bugged and we can't see them, and half the liveries are perfectly fine. Oh. It wouldn't be a black flag stream if something at least didn't go wrong. And, there is Mullet going purple and gaining on Luke Ass through the chicane. Yupe is 13.4 seconds behind these lots. We'll keep an eye on that. Just quickly, how is Toby doing at the moment? He's lost 4 seconds to Yupe after that move on him. Toby just not quite having the second stint that he would have wanted. Let's go back to this battle between Lucas and Mullet. It's so annoying that we've not got any sounds. I'm hoping this gets fixed, because if we've got to do 6 hours of this, just no sound, nobody wants that. Yeah, if anyone wants to hop in the interviews chat and do some interviews, feel free. Just as long as we don't have like 200 of you at once.
I'm here.
Oh, hey up. Didn't spot you. You're
No worries.
Minecraft, right?
Yeah.
Nice. How did Stint 1 go for you, mate? I'm assuming you were.
Yeah. It went pretty well overall. I think qualifying was a little bit under the mark. I think I probably could have qualified P4, but we were able to. I was able to make a really good inroads in Stint 1. Basically, I just held position. I'm not gonna lie. I did a few overtakes, but the 2 positions I got were from people up ahead, getting unlucky. But yeah, I just held my position. You probably saw the stream how I was following a few people, but I was able to get a good strategy, get the undercut, and come out on top at the end.
Yeah, well, that's the best. That's the best thing to do in the opening stints. Just play it smart. You've got a long race ahead of you, and just set your team up nice to get a good result.
Yep. I mean, overall, it was a good stint one. I think me and Team One with Sharky, we both
Yeah.
really hit the mark. I think he,
Sharky ended up
over
finishing
expectations.
second, right?
Yep. I don't even think he himself was expecting to get that starting from the back at least. I guess to show what happens. But yeah, no. Overall, it was a pretty good stint. I can't really complain anything on my part.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Can you stay and do some car science for us? Because we're in dire need of that.
Sadly, I am not an expert on car noises, but for like a moment though, the broadcast was playing car noises or like in-game audio.
Yeah, I've got nothing on my end either. I've just I could just hear myself.
Okay.
This is what happens when you try and do something fancy. So something always ends up breaking. It never goes 100%. It was working flawlessly when we tested it on a Friday, which is well annoying because overnight it's managed to break itself.
Yeah, these things happen. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, we've got the cars on track, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think stint one. I think it was a pretty good showing. I hope the broadcast covered a lot of the battles. I know Loose Moose was arguably had a better driver than me. He was really on my tail at the end. But yeah, it was just
brilliant. All right, do you know? Brian, do you know if there's a way that you can send it through to my end? 'Cause I still can't hear anything. I knew you're a legend. Alright, Luke Ass is the first one to pit on lap 15, looking to go for the two-stop, gets rid of those medium tyres. He's going to go on to a fresh set of soft, I am presuming. We'll see when he comes out.
Yeah, if he's coming in lap 15, then he's going to do two
Yeah.
20,
Yeah.
there or thereabouts.
Doing a medium soft. Where's he going to come out? He's going to come out in 9th position, slots behind, I believe that is Tisbat. No, it isn't. It's someone else, a couple laps ahead or behind. It'll be behind because he's only 1 minute 31 off the lead. Annoyingly, I do have loads of livery bugs here. I think we've only got about half the grid showing liveries and the other half are defaults, which is well annoying, but
It is a bit, but it's one of those things. There's not much you can really do about it.
yeah.
Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. I used to get them quite a lot, but
All right. Dobie's pace is slowly improving. Seems to have taken a while to get back after that incident earlier on, but he is slowly finding his rhythm again, which is nice to see. Yeah, I'm a bit like that whenever I'm out on track. I notice like whenever I have a crash, it always takes ages for me to get my flow back. Is that bad up front? Nope, that's Lucas again. It's Lucas, and I believe who is that behind me? Oh, it's Tonic. Yeah, also something that's not working, my keyboard. I can't do any replays for some reason.
there's obviously a bug then because you can't do replays and you've got the livery issue. There's clearly the lobby issues.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it wouldn't be GT7 if they didn't fuck something up in the lobbies every time they did an update.
Yep, 100%.
I reckon they've got like a little. I think it was Wiggy that once said they've got there's a box underneath the desk in the update department, and once they've got an update ready, they rummage around in the box like a tombola to find the cock up to add to it. That's a good point because you join late as well.
Yeah.
That's why you haven't got keyboard controls.
Yeah, that could be playing a role. No, I've got some keyboard controls, like the teleport, quick go to other drivers. I can do that. Just can't do any replays.
If you join late, you don't get the replay thingies. So if you're in a lobby and then you leave it and then you go back in, you lose the ability to do replays.
Oh, that explains, because that's happened to me before. I've just spent ages trying to fix it and it never works.
Yeah.
Cause
for this exercise? Don't be late for Stint 4. Especially now.
Yeah, I'm running dead low on stories because I was trying to get TT Element 3 to download today to delete a couple of stuff for that. So yeah, that might be it. I don't understand this with PlayStation. I've got like 40 gigs free. I can't do.
It's the game storage itself. I think is a problem because they have a limited amount of because all the game stuff is stored online, isn't it? So
yeah,
all kind of liveries and bits and pieces like that.
Yeah, I'll go through and delete some old replays, see if that helps.
That's what I generally do. To be fair, I had to do it the other day or a couple of weeks ago to delete low liveries. And I had like race replays from like the first week it came out and stuff like that still in there.
I probably have some there as well.
It's looking good though. Although that gap out front's open right out, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Well, lap 2 or something, we had Clarkey disconnect. So that's playing a role there.
Yeah, that's devastating. All that work that Sharky did to get to get them up the order, and that's helping Rusty Raggett. Rusty Raggett there is running in second still. Monkey Man's got him up to 4th now, so Sector 7 looking good.
Yeah, Monkey Man was up to 3rd at one point, and then had a crash with Toby, who went tumbling right down the order. He's made his way back up to 9th, which is nice, and he has crucially got back past Yupe, who he was battling with for quite a bit. Yupe is lip streaming behind a lap car. I think that's is that the leader? Yeah, it is. That's Player Pro, and Yupe is he about to unlap himself here, or is he just gonna?
Like it, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked like he was about to go unlap himself.
That's a dangerous game to play. I mean, fair play to you. If you're going quick enough to do it, then do it. But it's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah.
Fucking with the leader like that, man.
Well, Yupe has consistently. I reckon he's the fastest driver on track at the moment. Yupe is Rush Maggot's second pit stop that we've seen. This is going to be another medium soft 2-stop. Yes, it is. Yeah, if you go for the 1-stop, you want to run those mediums to about lap 30 odd before you.
Yeah, I don't think they go that far.
Yeah, I don't think. Player Pro.
You get as close to lap 30 as you can, but it's I think a 1-stop here it's doable, but difficult.
Yeah. I reckon that's what our leader Player Pro is going for at the moment, because look at how little deck he's got, and that would explain why he's setting good pace here, like 45s. He's quick lap, and he's maintaining that lead because he had a very nice margin to play with, but He doesn't seem to be pushing as hard as you think he would.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't really need to at the moment. He's got a big gap. And I tell you
Yeah.
what, Yupei's a genius. Because Yupei doesn't need to unlap himself. He just needs
Yeah.
to stay in that slipstream. Because that car out in front of him is going at a relatively good pace. He can sit in there and save fuel and save tyres to his heart's content in there. And go that little bit longer. And just he can use that car to pull him ever closer to Toby and
Yeah.
him. And the good thing is as well, Toby's going to move out of the way for the leader. And if Yupei's smart, he can follow him through.
Yeah.
It could be quite difficult for any car when he comes up to lap now.
Very nice mind games playing. Yeah.
Well, yeah, as well. You won't necessarily know. Well, I suppose you'll know the car behind you is getting closer, but you'll see the blue flags and you'll be thinking, "Well, I've got to move out of the way for this guy. How do I do this and not
Without letting him past.
Yeah, without letting him pass. He's going to be a yeah. So Yupei's got to be right in behind Player Pro.
Yeah, they are catching Toby.
Yeah, they're catching him at a
quite a substantial amount, around about second a lap. It looks. Yeah. Toby's in 47s and he's doing like low 46s, mid 45s. So yeah, we are probably going to see something like that. Yeah, the blue flags are waving for Toby as we speak.
Yeah, I think they wave a little bit too early in this game. They are still 3.5 seconds behind it.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. I'll just see blue flags, look behind me, and it's just a barren wasteland. He's like 10 seconds behind and still getting blue flags waved in my face.
Yeah, you look at the mini map and they're like 12 corners back.
Well, so that's one way to get rid of it. Just going to pits. Toby, how is this working for Yupei? He was a very early stop. One of the first, around about, I think it was like 16, 17 odd he stopped. Yeah, there it is. Lap 16 he stopped. So yeah, sitting in that slipstream, it is definitely helping him save tyres and fuel, like you did say. That does seem to be his strategy, isn't it? It's just sit behind, play the long game.
There's more benefit to him staying in there than there is to unlapping himself.
Yeah.
Good morning, Joshua. How are you? Yeah, because at the moment he's got 14 seconds behind 8th place. So ideally, he wants somebody to help him get there, and that's the perfect place to be.
Oh, there's a move for Battle for P2, just noticed. Rusty Maggot sends it down the inside of Tuspap after the pit stop to get back into P2. Now, those softs on Tuspap are absolutely shredded. Did he stop earlier, or has he ran these softs for 20 laps?
End station. I don't think he's actually blocking the number 42 of Yupei. I think Yupei is specifically hanging back in there because there's been a couple of opportunities for Yupei to get past him. He's obviously past him now because he's gone into the pits. He's had the opportunity, but I think Yupei was being really smart and using him as a sort of tyre and fuel save method. And some slipstream.
I did notice that there was multiple times where he could have easily unlapped himself and stayed behind. So yeah, there is your race leader coming in to the pits on lap 22. Go on to the soft compound tyres. Definitely do a 2-stop. Anyone staying out? We could. Now, Tuspap is probably the only one who's in the realm at the moment to be thinking about the 1-stop, because he's ran those soft compound tyres for incredibly long, around about like 20 odd laps. So you could go on to the mediums and do it nowish. I mean, I don't see how he's managed to make those softs last that long. He's not compromising his times at all. So yeah, I reckon Tispap's gonna go for the one stop here.
Yeah, I think ideally he'd want to stay out for another couple of laps. I think.
Yeah, around like that
Just to kind of
25.
maximise. But then obviously you've got the problem with that he's got quite a long race to do on the mediums. It really depends on the sort of lap times he can chuck out on the mediums. Because if you're doing 47s, 48s on the mediums, you're very quickly going to lose that 25, 26, 27 second pit advantage that you gain by not pitting the second time. So it's not necessarily always the best idea to run long. We'll see though. I think if you're going to run long, I think you start on the mediums and do it that way round rather than the other way, but he may have already planned it. Maybe it may have been the plan all along.
All right. Do we have any drivers close to each other at this point? Mullet is catching up to their due at the moment.
There's answer to that question. He's in the pit, so
yeah, definitely going for 2-stop then. And Monkey Man's followed in him, get rid of that damage that he picks up with that collision with Toby earlier on, so he can unleash his full potential power in that Sector 7 car and hopefully try and get back onto the podium.
Right, I'm going to go and make the sandwich, and then I will be back in about 20 laps time. Have fun, folks.
Alright, we got the sound, that's all that matters. I can't hear anything, but who cares, that's only me.
Catch you soon.
See you, mate. Alright, so I believe every driver has picked at least once now. So yeah, first set of stops have happened. So let's go on board with Mullet at the moment. He is your fastest driver on track at the moment. If we're going off sheer fastest lap, but that doesn't mean anything because you can't win. Or if you don't, people who win. Say that, and Player Pro has taken that fastest start. But you notice that, as we're talking about in Stint 1, that you can definitely see when someone is... it is consistency that matters, not true fastest. Like, I'm just going to see if I can try one last thing to get sound on my end. Is there any button here that might work? Don't want to mess with this too well. No, okay. Nothing I can do to get yeah. No, UP wasn't specifically hanging back. There simply wasn't any real opportunity to do it in a safe way. It costed both of them a lot of time. Oh, it might have cost him some time, but if you look, it still has helped Yuppie. See, he was trying to catch Toby at the time. Sitting behind the leader, and sort of sitting there in that slipstream. He was still saving like tires and fuel, and still Yeah, I think he was making a conscious decision to stay behind. So I did notice that, especially going into turn 1, which is like your main overtaking zone. Here at Watkins, there was definitely a couple moments where I thought Yupe was going to unlap himself, and he got off the throttle and slotted back behind. So I don't think Player Pro here was blocking in the slightest. How is Mullet looking here? He's still just slotting behind the Do there. He's picked up a half-second penalty though. With probably track limits there, most likely last corner coming out. I would love to be able to use replays, but 7 a.m. Are you assuming you're I can get my geography right, like west coast, no, east coast of like America, I'm guessing. It's like 3 p.m. over here. Right, so Fadu does just seem to be slowly pulling away from Mullet, not by much, but it is definitely noticeable. How are we all doing today? Almost missed this stint because on my way up the stairs I was holding a pint glass full of water, got all my stuff ready for the stream, and then just actually dropped this pint glass and it shattered absolutely everywhere. So I had to speed run clearing this pint glass up. Managed to get it cleared just in time for the handover, but I did miss a little bit. And almost missed it all, which was Arizona, nice. Alright, Monkey Man has managed to get past Tisbap. Missed that. Was that Tisbap going into the pits? He's got very fresh. No, he wouldn't have passed in the pits. But no, Monkey Man back up into the podium positions, which is nice to see. 49 seconds off the lead, and he's got 32 seconds to Rusty Maggots in second position. Now, Monkey Man, I have noticed, he is an incredibly quick driver. We used to call him the Stigger Black Flag when he was with us. But he's a lot like Sharky in the fact that he's quick, but he is prone to making mistakes. He's got 30 seconds ahead of him. So he's just got to play this smart, play this safe. Yeah, well close to the wall there. And see how much he can bring that gap down and set his teammate, which I believe it's Slippy that's getting into that car next. But yeah, look, consistent 43.3. What's Rusty Maggot setting? He's 45's odd. We've got 30 laps to go until... No, that's absolute terrible maths. We've got... Come on. A-level further maths. Right. 24 handovers on lap 51, yeah. 24 laps to go. So, if he keeps this pace up, he should be able to get around about, like, 5 seconds off Rusty Maggots, assuming there's not any incidents between now and then, which would set his teammate up very nicely, so we could have a nice battle for P2 in Stint 3, which I believe is just going to be Andy commentating. I might join him for a couple laps. Might not. Hopefully I could have sound then, because Stint 1 I had lag, and I was like 30 seconds behind, so couldn't do anything there. And now I've got no sound. But crucially, the stream does, which is more important. If any drivers are watching and want to hop into the interviews, feel free to, as we have seen our first 42 of the stint, 42-8 by this man, Monkey Man. We'll keep our eyes on him. Are there any close battles? Yes, there are. Richie is on Tuspap's rear end, going through into the chicane, 4 attempts back. Definitely not close enough yet to be thinking about moves at any time soon. Going through the chicane, we saw a lot of ballsy moves through the chicane in stint 1 earlier. I definitely noticed it was like all the action in the first half of stint 1 seemed to be focused around that chicane. It would be nice if we could just like pull up a camera there. There was some grass going up in the air there, but I believe that was just a visual glitch. 40 concurrent viewers. This is just absolutely incredible to be able to have this opportunity. I always noticed with Ira seems to I'm always dead nervous going into these streams because I know deep down it's no different to any other ones, but there's a lot more people watching me than the other, and it just yeah. But it gives some really good racing, so it does even out. That's why we pull the big numbers, and it'll be interesting to see how we do with this for the one continuous stream instead of the different stints. I think it's an absolutely wicked idea. It's been a bit scuffed to get everything working, but it's a test. It's proof of concept. We've managed to get it work in the end. It's a bit off on my end, and I can't control any of the what's it called? I can't control any of the overlays because there was tire wear there, but it seems in stint 1, but it seems to have gone in stint 2, and I don't have any control over that. That's all on Andy's end, and I'm like 100 miles away from him, so can't really deal with that. So you can't see any tyres. It's a bit annoying, but it still works. Richie is these two just seeming to be bump to bumper this entire lap. We'll stay on board with Richie because these two are definitely your closest two on track at the moment. Yeah, incredible lap from Monkey Man there. I've got a plan for that in no time, sound. Okay, that gap now coming down to 4 tenths as we go on to the back straight, wheel to wheel. We've got a bit of weaving there, just trying to get Richie out of that slipstream, but he's managed to defend him through turn 1. Lucas coming into the pits very early to take on his second soft stint. As we're going up to the chicane for the second time now. Are we going to see a move? No, we're like 5 tenths behind. That would be absolutely outrageous to just send it there. All about who can have the smoothest line. It seems to have been Richie through here. He has gained onto Spap ever so slightly there going through onto this. I keep on thinking we're going to... Because I only ever do the short. I only ever do the short track round here. So I'm used to just going through there and that being the end of my lap. No, we're on the full track. Of course, we want a longer track if you're doing a longer rate. We need to do like a 24 hours of Northern Isle Speedway. I forgot what it was called. The one that's just like a 10-second lap. Yeah, do 24 hours of that. That'd be absolute carnage. As you can see, this is why I am not trusted to be in charge of any series, because I would just create the most painful calendar on the planet. I'd call the series something like come on, I can think of something. All right, like creativity, go. Pain series. Chat, come up with a better name than that. A name for a series that just does all the worst tracks on the planet. Formula One. Formula One. Come on, we see a move. Gap just seems to keep on going down more and more each lap. He's going to look up the inside, not quite close enough to make a move. But he seems to be a lot smoother through the let's just torture you. That's the point, mate. We want maximum rage quits. If you survive, to win, you just have to survive. That'd be me. That'd be me in charge. Rage quit from my own series. Got a new perfume dupe. It's inspired by Dior Sauvage elixir, and it honestly smells better than the actual thing. And it's 20 quid for a bottle instead of like 200 quid. Noted aromas, they're absolutely incredible. If you've not heard of them, check them out. I'm going to see if we can get like sponsor them or something. Because honestly, the amount of compliments I get from this 20 quid fragrance is unbelievable. All right. Are there any other players that has UP doing? He's up to 8th position now. UP with an absolute stormer of a race here. Those Stofts are definitely on their last legs. He's gonna have to be thinking about coming into the pits. Another thing I don't like about this track, 24 hours with a stock Fiat 500. Yeah, do it at NERB. I actually did that on one of my first streams. I was just mucking around with my mates, and I did the negative PP Fiat. The one where if you just turn it too much and it flips. I miss those. I don't know if it still does it. But did a lap of the Nürburgring Nordschleife in torrential rain at midnight with no headlights on it, and it was fun. I think I could have walked the Nordschleife faster than I did it in this Fiat. Yeah, okay, IRO season like 2 or whatever, I don't know what season we're on. The next one, okay, round 1, 24 hours in Nürburgring. Everyone has to be in the Fiat 500. We're not going to do any stints because I'm guaranteed about 5 people would turn up for that. Just an entire 24-hour race. Whoever survives, whoever lasts the longest wins. Okay, what we're going to do for round 2, we're going to move to F123 and do Monaco with first person enabled torrential rain with Yuki Tsunoda cam. This is what no sand is doing to me. I'm like losing my mind. No sound go coming through there, but I'm one of those people. You'd think, why do I do commentary if I absolutely despise the sound of my own voice? But Iro Week 13 special events, yeah, put me in charge of that one. All right. And there is UP coming into the pit. This is one thing that I absolutely despise about this track. The pit entrance, like It's just a guaranteed 3 second time penalty. Can we see the gap between between 4 and 3, please? 17 seconds. 17 seconds between Tislap and Monkey Man, and 21 seconds between Rusty Maggots and Macho. So Macho is just ever so slowly taking about a second, half a second, a lap out of Rusty Maggots this stint. So I personally don't think he's going to be able to take Rusty Maggots on this stint, but definitely on the handover in about 40 minutes time, or wait, okay, how many laps do we have? We have 18 laps left. 40, about 35 minutes time, we are going to see an absolute monstrous battle between these two and whoever's going to take their seats for the next stint. It'll be interesting to see. Thanks, mate. No problem. All right, I'm still very new to this whole commentary thing, and especially with no sound, it's kind of throwing me off for everything. So, please tell me if you want to see anything. Okay, but this battle here, Tusbap versus Richie. Tusbap has just been able to slowly edge at slight gap. Slight gap between him and Richie, just managing to shake him off. Vadu comes into the pits to take here another set of fresh soft compound tyres. Where is he going to come out? He's going to come out in 8th with a very nice bit of track. He's not got anyone anywhere close to him. But this is perfect in an endurance race environment. You can just get your head down. You got clear track behind and in front of you. Just set some consistent laps and set your teammate up for a very nice next stint. How is Yupei doing? He's still setting some very fast laps. He's not quite as fast as he was on the softs, as I have noticed. He's finally taken his mediums. He's done the opposite of what everyone else seems to have done. He's done soft medium instead of medium soft. Toby, another one in a very nice bit of his own track, and that is, yeah, I know you can't see it, but that is a dead soft. It is 100% red. His front left tire. He's just got a. There's no way. He's stayed out a bit too late here. That's the thing with the what's it called? The pit entrance here. If you take it a bit too fast, you're gonna have to do another lap if you want to avoid that 3-second time penalty. So there is someone behind him. It is Monkey Man, who is just creeping up behind him. Monkey Man, another one who's got some quite dead tires. Rusty Maggots has come in ahead of him. Toby going to go in. Nope, Toby's going to stay out for a couple more laps, even though he's not got any tyres left. Just see how long he can make that stint last. Monkey Man is going to go for the overcut and take P2 for now before he pits. Is the overcut going to work better for him than perhaps just darting into the pits there? I'm predicting that as we're going to get to the handover period, that's when they're going to be closest. So perhaps the overcut is better. You just have slightly stronger tyres there. As Toby is there we go. Monkey Man is let past caught up to Toby massively during the chicane. Thought we were going to have a nasty moment there, but they were both perfectly clean, showing role models what to do there. Alright. Your race leader has picked. He's got a very, very, very comfortable lead out up front. ORT just showing everyone this race how to do this. Is he's going to come out onto another set of softs. What is the gap going to look like to Monkey Man? Alright, Monkey Man, is he going to pit this lap or is he going to stay out for a couple more? No, he's going to pit now, making sure to stay perfectly within those yellow lines and come and take his final set of softs. So, he's going to be a 1 lap fresher soft than Rusty Mango when they eventually catch up during the handover period. So, what is the gap gonna look like after Monkey Man comes out of the pit? He's gonna Tispap and Richie go past him in the pits, and he's gonna come out in 5th position. But Tispap and Richie still yet to do their final pit stop. But Tispap doesn't look like he needs to do another stop. So he did the soft, lasted then for 20 odd laps, and the mediums he's setting some incredible pace on them and no sort of deg whatsoever. He's doing fully tire whispering this. Is he going to be able to make a 1-stop work for this stint and perhaps manage to take Monkey Man? Because he is 11 seconds or 12 seconds behind Rusty Megahertz. Monkey Man 4 seconds behind Richie. So Monkey Man's about 5 seconds behind. So the 1-stop could work, but if you got Monkey Man behind you, is he just going to like fly past them and this strategy be absolutely useless? So are there any other drivers that are relatively close, or should we just keep on watching Monkey Man? I reckon we keep on watching Monkey Man. Because he gets, I've noticed every single lap he seems to just be pushing on that last corner to the absolute limit. This man, he's doing absolutely phenomenal out there. Okay, what camera angles do we have? I reckon we stay here. Yeah, look at that gap between Richie. His gate is already taken about a second from it, just on his out lap. So definitely Monkey Man is going to go absolutely flying past these, but it is going to slow him down. It definitely is, because he can't just, it's one thing to catch up, but it's another thing to overtake them. You can't really just like send it when you see a gap. You got to play it smart. These two up front are still battling each other. Richie is definitely going to have to pit again anytime soon, but Tispap definitely is in the realm to make these mediums last to the end of this stint, as we should be getting Pirate back in 5 or so laps, which is going to be nice to have another person in the comp box. I always find it a lot easier when we do dual comming it than when I'm doing it singular. As Monkey Man, I noticed, did seems to be definitely taking these track limits to its absolute limit. There is Richie going into the pit to get rid of those soft compound tyres. 43.4 that last lap, immediately going back onto those incredible quick lap times. What's the gap looking to Rusty Maggots? We've got a 41.24, so it's about 16 seconds. 16, 17 seconds to Rusty Maggots. He's got 13. No, the handover's on lap 51, so he's got 12 laps, including this one, to go until the handover with a 16-second gap. Do we think it's possible to see Monkey Man with the comeback of the century and take P2 off Rusty Maggot's hands? That's going to be absolutely huge, because especially with how much work Sharky did to have that disconnection from Clarky a couple of laps in. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be interesting, because there is like an algorithm that deduces where they're gonna come out after a disconnection. There is something there, but where he is going to come out, and Monkey Man makes light work of Tuzbap and gets back into the podium positions. 15 seconds ahead up the road is Rusty Maggots. We'll keep an close eye on that gap. But we're going to go somewhere else. Who should we have a butchers at? Have a look further back. That gap between 12... no, it was 13th. Yeah, that gap between these two. Tonic has been doing an absolutely incredible job. That gap was about... It was over a minute. It was like a lap behind the rest of the field at the start of the race, or start of the stint. And just over an hour in, has managed to get that gap down to about 18 seconds. So he's gonna let his teammate be not 3.5 light years behind the rest of the grid. See how many deliveries we do have, because some of them are bugged, some of them are working. So is that the RT livery? Yeah, I believe that's the RT. That's the default one. We know that Sector 7 one's working. That's another default one. That's a correct one. That's a correct one. That's a default. That's a correct one. Uplay coming in with another default livery. Toby's default. So, yeah, we've lost... Yeah, it's about a 50-50 split. Whose liveries we've got and who's not we've got. So I'm definitely going to have to... clear some of my in-game storages, because I do think I still have some race replays from like my GT Champions days from like 2022 when the game first came out. I've still got replays from there, so that might be it. Why it's not picking up replays, picking up the liveries. I don't know why I'm so tired. At what is it, 4 p.m. or 3:45 at my ripe old age of 17. It's probably because I've got mock A levels coming up. Start first and second week of July. I've got mock A levels, and I'm absolutely shit it up. Crap. How have you done that? How on earth did I manage that? Yeah, I've got mock A levels coming up, and I'm not looking forward to them in the slightest. I'm probably gonna have to take a break from streaming during that period. It's gonna be well annoying, because I think I miss an IRO event. but college has got to take priority, definitely. Oh, I definitely think this this one stream doing it all like this has been an absolutely wicked idea. It's taken a while to get everything to work, but we've done it. Rusty Maggots with a half-second penalty. That's massive. That's going to allow Macho to take a huge chunk of time out of him. Rusty has picked up the pace. He's got into the 43s. But Macho is low 43, still managing to take as he gets past the Yupe there. Still is managing to take around about a second odd off a lap. And that half-second penalty is going to slow him down tremendously. He's going to have to serve it. I can't remember where the penalty line is. It's around about... Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, so 12.9 seconds that gap was going into the penalty zone. Where it is, how much is that gap going to go down by afterwards? Not by much. Oh no, there it is. There it is updating. Okay, so he's lost about half a second. The penalty zone on this track, because I miss the old like Gran Turismo Sport penalty system where it's slow. You there was no like penalty zones or whatever. You just took the time out where you wanted, which was nice for me. So I'm just so slow. I'm driving at my usual pace, and it's taking off the penalty, which is absolutely wicked. Whereas now you have to manually, it automatically slow you down at a certain point, and that's annoying because at some points, some tracks you actually lose half a second, and it's perfect. I'm trying to think what's a good track for it. Well, they're all a bit bad, but usually like the shorter tracks, like Catalonia Rallycross. That's quite a nice penalty zone. You don't really lose much time there. But then on the other end of the spectrum, you have like Interlagos and Spa, where like a half-second penalty is basically like a 3-place grid deduction. You lose so much speed. It's insane. Let me take this up. Alright, 9 laps left to go. You should have the legendary Urban Pirate joining us in the near future. You're going to have... I'll join him for the handover in the first couple laps of Stint 3. Then you're just going to have him. And then we're going to dual commit both me and him, provided that nothing messes up. And we should be able to just do it all for the final stint. That is the plan. Hopefully manage to find out how we can do it so I can get it on my end. So I'm not like 30 seconds behind. If we can't, I'll join him for the last. Because I did the first half of Stint 1 like that, so I might as well do the last half of Stint 4 like it. So yeah, I think it's absolutely incredible how we've managed to get this working so quickly, and it's definitely a step up from the just one stream, from stream each stint. It makes it feel a lot more like an actual endurance event, which that's the end goal with sim racing, streaming these races you want it at the end. Who should we go on board with? Who's got a livery and is actually quite close to someone? Right, we'll go on board with Voodoo is catching Lucas there. But yeah, the main goal with streaming sim racers is to make it feel like an actual race. And I think this simple little bit of just doing it all in one stream just adds to the realism, and I quite like it. It'll be interesting to see the number, because I've noticed that it's one thing that I like about IRO, the sheer numbers that we can pull with this series is incredible. So like, it's just flex it to my mates, and like, I've got 40 people watching me at the moment, and it is honestly unreal to think that I'm basically talking to like a full classroom of people. And I'm just some teenagers sat in my bedroom talking over some virtual cars on a screen. It just doesn't make sense to me, honest to God. As Vidu is catching up Lucas, I noticed we've got on board with him. In that last lap, he's taken he's taken a second off Lucas. Is that up, Andy?
Hello, I am back.
Yes.
Starting to spread out a bit, aren't
Yep. Oof. That was that Tonic unlapping himself there. The send and a half through the chicane. Believe it was Tonic. Yes, it was. That was Tonic unlapping himself from there, just sends it down the inside of the chicane. Did not see that coming 1 minute. Absolutely sensational stuff. How is Vidu going to react to this? Because he is chasing Lucas up front. And that's just put a hurdle in his way. Hopefully he could do the same thing to Lucas. Scare him a bit, and then Vidu follows him through. Bish bash bosh. Thank you, cheers. Alright. How's the gap looking like up front between second and third? It's down to 9 seconds. Monkey Man's got back up to third, and he's been that gap between him and Rustic Maggots has just been coming down and down and down. So Stint 3, they're about for second. Definitely have a butchers at that, because that's going to be...
Yeah, well, you got at the moment, you've got 2 Sector 7 drivers in that top 3.
Yeah. They're battling they're chasing down each other.
Yeah, Monkey Man's quick, man. Monkey Man is quick. I don't know. You'd have to be incredibly quick to catch him with only a few laps remaining, but...
He just seems to have got out in front after that instant that he had with Toby on the first couple of laps. He just seems to have found his rhythm, and look at that pace that he's setting, consistent mid to low 43s every single lap. Like, I say that and he sets a 44.1, but that's like the slowest lap that we've seen in about this stint. It's just it's unreal how quick and consistent he has been this race.
Yeah, he's been very consistent, very consistent. They're all getting ready in the other lobby, ready for the next stint.
Yeah, we've got 5 laps to go until the handover.
And it'll be Valsalenta that picks up first place from Player Prof. They've been so strong today, ORT. It's almost 100%. Uncatchable.
No one's been able to come anywhere close to him. What's the gap looking like out front at the moment? That was Lucas going quite wide there, trying to defend Tonic, who's just been a machine unlapping himself here. Tonic has put Tonic in 13th. That gap was like 1 minute 30 to the next driver ahead when this stint started, and he's got it down to about 10 seconds now. So
awesome.
Even at the back of the pack, it's going to make for an interesting stint through.
So in for Sector 7, Rusty Maggots is swapping with The Truth. That's going to be an interesting...
There is Tonic extending it down inside. Arthur Chicane does exactly the same thing that he did to do a couple laps ago and has unlapped himself yet again. What's the gap looking like now to 12th? It's only 3 seconds. Are we going to see a battle for P12 being absolutely incredible? There is 12th up front there. There is SBO Ford.
That's Simon. Simon Orford.
Absolutely. It's going to be an absolute very intense handover period here. The gap out front, 29 seconds between Player Pro and Rusty Maggots. Macho has brought that gap down to 8 seconds. He's definitely not going to be able to catch Rusty Maggots this stint.
Yeah.
But he's
it's gonna, it's Nuke coming in for Monkey Man, and with all due respect, if you put Nuke up against The Truth out there, I think The Truth is going to have the edge in terms of pace, so he may open that gap up a little bit when the time comes.
Yeah.
So we're going to move to handover screen. Should still be able to hear you. I'm hoping so.
Yep.
Yep. There we go. So there we go. That's how the handover's looking. So we are currently looking at Valsalenta, who'll be taking over from Player Pro in just a couple of laps' time. We'll go through the order down in Stint 3 who we got coming out. So it'll be Valsalenta for ORT. The Truth will be coming out after him for Rusty Maggots. Then we will have Nuke coming in for Monkey Man Macho, who's currently 4th.
4th is Tuspap.
For which team?
I have no idea. It's one of the.
He's in the AMG, so that would be the other AMG is. I forgot who the other AMG runners are now. There we go.
Yeah,
that's for Loose Moose Racing. So that'll be Toto Wolff, not the real one, but he is quite quick. And then we've got Rishi he's here for Vortex, isn't he?
I believe
911.
So. I'll just have a butcher's at his delivery.
No, that's the
Gents. Some Zenith McLaren, is that the name of the team? That might be a sponsor.
No, that's the so that is the McLaren, so that's that one. So that is the Furious 2. There's only one of him, but he's furious, and he'll be coming in for Rishi in 5th. Lucas is running for who?
He's one of the Lexus lot. Believe he's another ORT driver.
It's not ORT because they're not in the Lexus. It's which Lexus is it? I think it's this one. Where is it? Oh, it might be actually. Yeah, it might be the other ORT lot. And that is. I know it's Valsalenta. Oh, so it's no, because Valsalenta, they're out in front, aren't they? So it's the other. Where's the other? There's a. Oh, there it is. It's for Jakey.
Ooh.
Jakey's coming back in. So a lot of work for Jakey to do from, well, to be fair.
Back and forth, managed to make the one-stop work. He just managed to make those mediums last forever. And he was battling with Richie for a while. And that one-stop has managed to give him a nice 20-odd second gap between P4 and P5, which could set it...
Because we were wondering whether it would work, and it seems it has worked. It would work.
Yeah, it seems it has, yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it has worked really well. And thanks for that, Ray. Yes, because I haven't got the liveries, I can marry them up. But no, it's looking good in the pits. Everyone looks ready to go. We have all the liveries back again, all the nice, especially the nice brights.
On the penultimate lap for the leader, so
he'll be coming in at the end of lap 51.
3 minutes time ish, or 2 minutes 30 probably. Yeah, more like 2 minutes 30. You're gonna see your first driver come out. What are the starting tyres looking like on Stint 3?
Everybody except for Ghost for Vortex, are on the medium compound tyres. I think, yeah. And Toto Wolf, not the real one, for Loose Moose. He's on the softs as well. So softs for him and softs for Vortex. Everyone else medium. I think medium is the way to go. I think starting on the medium seems to be the way to go. If you're going to one-stop it, then you can stretch it out. If you're going to two-stop it, you can bin them after sort of 15, 12, 13, 14, 15 laps.
Just get them done with and get on the softs, which you're going to have done most of your practice on the softs. It's the better time.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you? You would have thought so.
You're a lot more used to what the car's going to do on the softs. Well, I noticed that when I'm going to races, that it's the softs that I'm a lot more confident with because I know what the car's going to do, whereas the mediums, which I do like 2-3 laps of practice on, because I always forget about it.
That's it, and you know you've got that. You can brake that a little bit later, and you can get on the power that a little bit earlier out of every corner, and you can give it that little bit more through the quick corners. But obviously, you've got the degradation, which you just have to be aware of. So towards the end of your stint, you are going to be suffering a little bit. But
Player Pro is on lap 51. On that last lap, it's going to come to lap, I believe. But that's Mullet's behind him.
Probably not going to catch him though, because it's only a couple of corners left in there. Oh, he might do actually.
You set it up so you can see it on your end.
Yeah, I've got them side by side, mate.
Yeah,
I've got the handover up.
Yeah, I think we'll join you for the first couple laps of stint 3, and then the last. Should we just do stint 4? Both.
Yeah, that's fine. Sounds good to me. So that's Player Prof
in,
and out goes. They were quite slow with the changeover there, to be fair, and that wasn't. And we've got no delay, so a bit slow with the changeover. They got it right, obviously, but they could have been. They've left a couple of seconds on the table there. So next up will be.
And the gap between Rusty Maggots and Macho Man is 5 seconds coming into the pit. Absolutely monstrous job from Macho Man there, that stint. Next in is going to be Tispat, 30 seconds down the grid.
It gives me time to find the other AMG then, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Which is Toto Wolf, isn't it? So Toto Wolf will be next out.
There is Tispat into the pits now. Superb one-stop job from the Canadian. Next up is going to be Richie in the McLaren.
Is that McLaren? It's the Zenith McLaren.
Zenith McLaren, yep. Next is Lucas Vidu and Mullet, all within about a couple seconds of each other. 6, 7, 8 is going to be a battle to watch out for in stint 3. Lucas is in, Vidu is in, Mullet is in. That's a bit of a gap to P9. 41 seconds behind is Yupe, your next driver to come in, who has picked up some damage a couple laps ago. We missed that.
So out coming Jakey now for RA number 2, and that's in 6th place. So Jakey's got an opportunity now to kind of right the wrongs of stint 1, hasn't he? Because it all went horribly wrong for him when he died in a horrific accident, and then he came back to life again and fixed his engine. But chance for him to squeeze back up into the top end of the field. So.
Whereabouts is that Sector 17 that Sharky and Clarky were running for going to come?
So they'll be the last ones out, I would have thought. So Val Salenta is, who's that in that BMW?
That's
So that's Apex Magnet in the Skechers BMW for MRL, and he is just behind the leader at the moment. But in terms of a lap back, so Apex Magnet's on lap 2, Valsalenta in the lead on lap 3, of course. So that's everything up to 7th, currently been lapped.
Battle Tonic has made his way up into 12th, and he's 5 tenths behind John Waffle in 11th. So 11th to 12th, 5 tenths coming into the pits through the handover. That's going to be one to look at. It should be neck and neck coming out. And then we've got one more driver to come into the pits for Ford in last position, and that is Stint 2, done and dusted with.
Yes, Irish Tony. So it's just slide rules now. Who's got to leave? He's out in P14. So a lot of work for slide rules to do for Apex Hunters. A lot of work. There we have it. We can go back to the live footage now, I think.
Yeah.
There we go. And we want
Maneuver complete.
Stint 3, awesome. Right, let's have a little looky, see where we're at. So, Valsalenta leading the way. I can put the tyre graphic back up now. There we go. Valsalenta leads the way, nearly 30 seconds advantage over sodium pentothal, or the truth serum, as he's otherwise known. But the gap between him and Nuke actually down. Nuke is just 5 seconds behind him. And a bit of a battle with one of the back markers. Well, I think that is Jakey unlapping himself over Nuke there, getting himself up. It was in 6th, Jakey, at the moment, isn't he? No, it wasn't Jakey. It would have been the other, that one. Yeah. That's the problem with all the race silences having exactly the same colour car. Is
Can't tell who's
mixed up. Yeah, you forget which one's a which. Yeah, so the truth there, Nuke is there. Toto Wolf, not the real one. These AMGs, 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment. Very strong here. Very, very strong, this Mercedes AMG GT3. He is 27 seconds outside that top 3. But he's got massive clear road to work with, Toto Wolf. He's got 26 seconds up the road, 25 seconds behind him. And that's the Furious 2. There's only one of him, but the Furious 2 in that McLaren. He's got the Race Asylum BMW crawling over the back of him, but that is not for track position. Jakey back in 6th. He's 12 seconds behind the Furious 2. Got a bit of work to do, but he's had a chance to kind of sit down and relax and reflect on what went wrong in Stint 1, or maybe not to reflect on it at all and just forget about it and move on and try and get something done here in Stint 3. Apex Magnet in the 33 BMW, currently 7 seconds behind Jakey. Identity, he's got T in his name, 6.3 seconds behind Apex Magnet, with a 25-second advantage over Mike, he was way up the business end at the end of Stint 1, so it hasn't gone too well for them. Ghost, I can see him though, he's right there. Your arse hurts, Toby. Why does your arse hurt? And why did you pay with that instead of money? 46 seconds, so the Ghost is ahead of JP and Kazar, every pirate's favourite Race Asylum driver. He's running in 12th. He's got 3.1 seconds to make up on JP. Irish Tony, called so because he's Irish, I would assume. 14 seconds behind Kazar with slide rules, with an awful lot of work to do for Apex Hunters back in 14th. So it's about damage limitation, I think, for slide rules, and they're just trying to repair after what happened to Clarkey and the disconnection and shizzle. Toto Wolff with the fastest lap as well, 1:44.8 already. So he's clearly got designs on that third place that's currently occupied by Nuke.
Have you found a way that you can get it so I can see the
Yeah.
footage? Like,
Hold the line caller. I can do that. Reload.
Replays. Just delete all these.
So I need to talk amongst yourselves while I add my camera to this thing. I'm discording you a link right now.
Well,
Click on that link and you should get the. You should see what I see. You will see what I see. Okay, race-wise, what have we got going on? Has that gap closed out front? No, it hasn't. In fact, Overbridge Racing Team are absolutely taking control here now. We're into the second half. We are at the business end of this race now. About 30 seconds clear, holding that gap at 30 seconds, and I think if you can keep it there over the course of this next hour and a half, these next 50 odd laps, I think it's going to be a big task for Sector 7 to close down. It's a big ask, I think. The truth, they're doing a good job is holding on, but with lap times that are very similar to that of Accelerator ahead, he's going to need to be quicker. He's going to need a couple of seconds on that in order to really make some inroads.
It's about 144p. Do you know I would up the quality? I can tell what's going on, but it's not the end of the world, but
I can make it better.
yeah. Well,
You should get better. It's your crappy country, it's your crappy northern internet.
not you isn't Northern. What are you on about? We're Midlands.
Yeah, but you get your internet from the north.
Can't argue with that.
Some of them don't have good internet. You hear an echo in the commentary. That might be it. Right, so Toto Wolff is doing a backup job actually, closing on Nuke. The gap was 25 seconds, it's now 21. Already taken 4 seconds out of Nuke over the last few laps. He is at the moment 2 seconds a lap quicker. So, should be catching him towards the tail end of this race, which is going to be interesting for Toto Wolff, because then that would be the dominance that Sector 7 has shown in that top 3, outside of course the racing team, will be split by Stint Racing. I'll give him a new name every time I put
In it.
that's a Syndicate car on Furious 2, running in. I don't know why I'm making this change. That's, yeah, the Spanish driver is 30 seconds on Toto Wolff. Lapping a little bit slower. And Jakey behind is about half a second a lap quicker at the moment. So that 10 seconds will, over the course of the next, between an hour and window really, you're going to see that come down quite significantly, and I wouldn't be surprised
if, assuming Jakey, of course, doesn't kill himself again, if at some point between pit stop 1 and pit stop 2, we see Jakey making a challenge on his Apex Magnet is 7.3 behind. Lapping a little slower than Jakey at the moment, which could put him into some trouble with the man we didn't see his name. And he's actually closing, so that gap's now 4 seconds. So Apex Magnet will be looking in the mirrors very shortly and seeing a Corvette in very in ninth, that is Mike. 44.5. He's good because that's only a tenth slower than Toto Wolff's 4. 8.2 to Ghost. He's also lapping the mid 44s. 44.555. Very similar times at the moment. Where you've got these gaps, where you've got cars chasing each other, they're lapping for the most part around the same sort of times. So it's going to be a really, they're kind of relying on mistakes all round. Ghost's got a massive gap behind them. So if anyone wants to chance bizarre, if he wants any chance at the top 10, he has got a significant amount of racetrack to make up. He's just coming through turn 1. The Ghost is just coming down to the soul of the boot, the other side of the racetrack. 50 seconds is that gap. 7.8 back to JP, the race asylum livery master. Getting shot on his own liveries. He is currently 23 seconds off the back of Irish Tony, who is 8.9 clear of slide horses. In the mid 46s at the moment, and about a second and a half a lap quicker than Irish Tony. So that's slide horses making his move forward.
Alright, I'm going to shoot off. I'll catch you in like 40 laps or so. I'll make sure I don't leave this last minute again.
Yeah, good at.
Alright, drop.
Thanks. Should be better now, Nick. I think it's to do with the feedback from the other video. Is it better? It should be. Right, so where do we see the big battles coming? So certainly, I think at the moment, Vasilenta, he's not only maintaining that gap, he's opening that gap right out now. He's put another second on that gap between him and the truth. The truth is comfortably lapping on those medium compounds. Nuke is about half a second slower, so the truth just having the opportunity to pull away from his teammates. Battle between Canada and Canada. Toto Wolff in 4th. The gap is 16 seconds now. He really is putting in some solid lap times. Bear in mind though, he is on the soft compound type than all those cars around him. Although, if he can get himself into that top 3, it could be an interesting strategy from him racing driver that gets him into there, that keeps him there, because he will still have to run the mediums, but he can run them in a relatively short stint. Or he could opt to do a one stop, which he may well be planning on doing. But at the moment, he is really going very racing on those soft compound tires. Furious 2, he's also acting in those mid 45s, 35 seconds outside that top 4. He's going to find it very difficult to close that gap, particularly Toto driving as he is at the moment. With Jakey, though, Jakey is about half a second a lap quicker, and that 10-second gap is already down to 7 seconds. So he's finding quite a lot of time, Jakey, and he's getting the opportunity now. We talked about this with Evo during Stint 1. That after Jakey had that crash, you know, how difficult you find it to get back in the rhythm, and sometimes you need that break, that stint with the other driver came in for Stint 2, and that sort of time away to
probably starting to find his pace again. And certainly the top 5 is looking like a very real achievable target for this particular stint, which would be absolutely ideal considering what happened in Stint 1. I mean, that was a race-ending crash in Stint 1, so to put himself back in to this stage is looking very good. Apex Magnet also looking relatively quick. Not quite as quick as Jakey ahead of him, but taking time out of the Furious 2 also. So either top 6, maybe even the top 5, depending on how Nuke and Toto Wolff get on. There is identity there for the Syndicate team. He is very, very quick. He's already sub 44 regular basis. And he's just starting to close the gap on cars ahead, open up. Battle 4 getting inside the top 10. Well, it's already. He's already a second closer than he was last lap. So Kazar is finding the time, but it is an awful lot of ground he needs to make up to break into that top 10. Corey combined, of course, by Ghost in Gap still opening up. The Portuguese team, the Overwatch racing team, have been absolute faultless today. Really, really dominant. From start to end, been on pole, led every stint, and did a really good job in that final last stint. Did a really good job of opening that gap right out and keeping sector 7 at play. Now, bear in mind, sector 7 were in this position. They started from the very back of the grid because the penalty was carried over from and Sharky went on an absolute mission and got that car into the top 2 and was unlucky not to come in the lead race. It was only the heroics of the Overwatch driver that kept him ahead and the consistency of what he was going to do during that first stint. Solve that issue. Now the question really is, how long can Sector 7 maintain this 2-3? We've seen that Toto Wolff is absolutely really unique, but he's also going significantly faster than the truth there in second. The gap between Toto Wolff and Luke is down to 12 seconds. There's only another 11 seconds up the road to the truth. And we know that Toto Wolff is putting in, although he is on those soft tires, he's putting in some absolute smoking laps with the fastest lap of the race. It'll be interesting to see if he can get the loose racing team up into second. We obviously don't know at this stage who will be coming in the final stint for Sector 7, including that we've seen drivers like Sharky. Certainly the cars on Slipstream, who we know is very capable of solid and quick laps. He's still going to be sitting in the wins as well. So there is time on the table to be had for, but they would much rather be in amongst the top 3 with a bit of a gap than chasing it down in that final stint, which will be important to the next one. Looking at the back, because Sidewalls is doing an absolute bang-up job. Bear in mind that Kenny's very, very bad. And the finals is now closing that gap to Irish Tony to about 6.1 seconds. So there is definitely some movement forward for Apex Hunters. They're 4 minutes at the moment, so lap 12 for them, lap 14 minutes. So we're starting to see now these gaps opening up. There's a couple of laps. Rules, but he's closing on Irish Tony and JP at the moment a little bit slower
Gran, Simons. Good opportunity for X runners to kind of just close on those sort of 12, 13th place, 11th place as well, and give us an opportunity to repair some of the damage done earlier in the race, with disconnections and crashes and spins and all sorts. Are you coming into the interview? Unmute yourself, Simon. Unmute yourself. And, I've got you in broadcast waiting here. So looking at JP at the moment, he's the Canadian driver's got a bit clearer around. He's got cars that he's not racing on the track here, but he's got lots of clear air inside in terms of the people he is racing against. Kazar's 17 seconds up the road. He's got a 46.6 as JP, with Kazar in those 44s. So he's not going to close on his racing side of the teammates. But at the moment he's absolutely going to try and stay away, keep ahead of Tony, try and for as long as possible maintain the gap to Simon's coming behind. We are expecting Simon's teammates, Simon, to he's in the interview, but he hasn't done his markets to come in. I'm assuming he's going to talk to us shortly. So if you want to unmute yourself, mate, then everybody else can hear what you're saying. That's how it works. So, first to blink is Jakey's first into the pit. After 15 laps to get rid of those medium compound tyres, and he will be running 2 sticks of softs to the end of this race. We're coming in somewhere around that.
Sure it now.
Simon, how you doing, mate? You good, Simon? Are you good?
I'm alright, yeah.
Yeah, how did you find that stint?
Really, really hard. I mean, you know, we've got a lot of A-plus drivers at lobby, and it's very difficult to keep pace on the day, but I enjoyed it in the day, and had a lot of fun.
And a lot of work for your teammates to do here, isn't there? Simon's got loads to do.
Yeah, unfortunately today. It's just, you know, it's if you times of just horrendous amount of track at the best of times, I just try to do best I can with what I've got. But, you know, there's not much we got between, you know, last and 14th anyway, so I've got faith in Wayne, I've got faith in Bob, and I've got faith in the rest of the offers, so we'll be fine. Don't worry about it today.
So who do you think we need to watch out for? Because at the moment, I mean, ORT are clearly the dominant party today. But who do you think they need to look out for? Do you think Sector 7 have got what it takes to make up that deficit and put them under pressure for a win?
I can see it happening today. Yeah, they've been very, very quick on. They've been very, very quick all for the race. So I would not be surprised if I see them anywhere. I will not be surprised if I see them winning today from where they are. They're currently 3rd place, so you know they can still do it in there because where they are. It depends.
The truth there in 2nd. I mean that was phenomenal. Sharky came in from the back of the grid and put them in 2nd after Stint 1, which they've held on to for that. And they've got their number 2 team in 3rd at the moment. But we're looking at Toto Wolff, who was 25 seconds outside that top 3, and in 15 laps he's closed the gap on Newby 3rd to 6.4 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Toto, I've seen at Daytona. He's really good, very quick driver as well. So, you know, it's difficult for them to catch the 3rd day, but it all depends very on the day on how much pace you can get out of the car on the day as well. Because You know, he's in Mercedes-Benz, obviously got thirds in the McLaren. They got second in the Beam as well, so it's good argument day. But then again, you know, if he's used to driving that car all the time, then there's more likely trying to see if he can catch up at the same time. So I definitely keep buying him. I definitely keep buying him and third at the same time, because anyone in top 4 can still win it in a day. It only takes one crash of one event a day, and you can open all up, couldn't it? So you know.
Well, as you saw, it's still on with Jakey. I mean, he's in 8th at the moment, so he's had to recover quite some way. But that little crash in the chicane early on with Jakey, the engine damage, essentially took him out of the running, and he was up in that top 3 for up until that point. So it just goes to show that if they're in the top 4, you're kind of relying on someone making an error, but it's easy to do.
Yeah, it's very easy to run. You know, I had a sight off myself in my stint as well. You know, I went off grass and very disappointed myself and very disappointed myself. So it's a very easy mistake to make in day as well. Lucky day, I damaged my day. Looking at day, I just carried on as to do my best I did. But you know, even I can make mistakes myself. Then this is one of the better tracks as well for me. I love his track as well.
Yeah, it's a good track. It can be really difficult to overtake.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So who's coming in for slide rules?
It'll be Mr. Bob. Bob's uncle will be coming in that stint. So you know, if Side's can actually get within where's as far as 8 seconds back, if you keep pace with them like the front of me, you know, gives a very good shot to get us in top 10, and I'll be after that in day. You know.
At the moment, slide rules is catching Irish Tony by about. Well, it was about half a second a lap, but it's dropped down a little bit to a couple of tenths. So
yeah.
Over the course of it, I think that's what it is. The course of this stint, it's about closing that gap as best as possible. Really in JP, really in Kazao, just coming for his first stop, and then you've got, but it's kind of the gap to Ghost is quite large at the moment. It's almost a whole lap to the top 10. So a lot of work to do in this lane.
Yeah, well, it's just been a bit unfortunate day as well. Jack did an amazing job as well in his first stint. Did a fantastic job to get where we were as well. Yeah, big up to him as well. He did a massive job for us to get where he was. You know, it happens, don't you, unfortunately, it's racing into it, but then again, also at the same time, you know, we've got. Yeah, it's actually it goes into it. You know, like I said, you know, if Cyberus can keep pace with, you know, with the guys in front of him, gets a ground on them at day, then you know, hopefully Bob can get us up, get us a couple places where we are today. You know, we'll be fine. I've got full faith in the race to do a good job in the race, so I'm not going to worry about it anyway. We'll be fine.
Well, that's the first of the top 3 in. So Nuke into the pits, but Toto Wolff also coming in, but he's cut the gap to 3.4 seconds. So in that first stint, he's taken 22 seconds out of the Sector 7 driver in 3rd. So really on a mission is Toto Wolff. Now the question is, does he get rid of? Does he still just run the medium compound on? Does he do that now? Which he doesn't like to do. It looks like he's coming back out on the softs. Yeah, he's coming back out on the softs, so he's still going to have to run.
Interesting, that is. That's interesting, that.
Yeah,
that's very interesting, that. Obviously, I said 7% has gone full of.
Maybe he made the decision that if he caught him, that he would have gone on the lead. It's difficult to tell what a driver's thinking. But maybe he's focusing on track position first, and then worrying about holding that position later. Because we know Luke has already run those mediums, and I'm sure he knows that as well. So he knows that Nuke is now on the softs, and the last thing he's going to want is for Nuke to undo all of that good work that he's done by being on the better tyre. So he wants to kind of match him tyre for tyre and see if he can still make those gains. And then, if he has to defend quite aggressively for sort of 10, 15 laps at the end, then at least put himself in a position to have to do that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He's done a brilliant job on seeing day and say, look, you know, he's gone 2 seconds behind 3rd place, he scores that gap down. 18 laps, and I've realised that does not surprise me with him either. He's one hell of a driver, eh?
He is very, very good. Yeah, the truth now in as well. So that leaves Valsalenta miles away on his own. And doesn't even need to really even think about fixing. Really, really good on the tyre wear. I wouldn't be surprised if Valsalenta is considering a one stop here, because he hasn't really pushed the car too hard. Has had a pretty decent gap the whole race. Certainly hasn't been dipping into those 43. I think he might have dipped under a 145 this entire stint. So really looking after the tyres, really looking after the fuel. And I think he's going to try one stop this.
It'd be a push. It's a very, very big push to try and do one stop here. A very, very big push, but I think if you've got a good car with a good tyre wear at the same time, it's good on its tyres. You know, there's no question in my mind you can play the one stop around here, but that depends on the we've got a fight here. Oh no, he's going to pass it.
He's got to get another 10 laps out of his current car.
Yeah.
Realistic.
You can do one. You can basically do one stop if you start on hard tyres and do about 30 stops on hard tyres. You can quite easily one stop that way, but one stop in medium tyres, medium to medium, you can essentially do it in a day.
Yeah, so you don't have to run stop tyres, you only have to run the medium. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think you probably want to run the stops and finals in it. I think
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
One stop you want to have that grip available to you just in case.
Yeah. Okay, if I can guess it's up 30 on them tyres, and the tyres are still in decent nick, then if I were them, I'd be like, yeah, just go for one stop straight away. You might need a bit of fuel in this car near the end of the day, but you know, because I don't think any car can get 50 laps on the tank of fuel weighing down. But no, I know Lex is good at its fuel and it's good at its tyres, so I'm not surprised seeing that whatsoever being there it is.
Interestingly, the gap between the truth and Nuke for second and third has not changed much from the 11 seconds throughout the race. So I don't know if that's a team thing, whether they're just saying, look, let's maintain what we've got, or if they're just I don't know, practicing together and running the same scenarios together, so you would imagine it makes me
Yeah, you have a look at Toto is only now second behind Duke at the minute, so no, if they're playing the team game situation today, then he could tend to back Toto into Jake in day. Like Jake could catch him and fight with Toto, so yeah, it's
about to start because Toto Wolff
is definitely caught up. Yeah, he's definitely caught up now, so and I was thinking that he's just going to pits now, so 21 laps, it's got another 40 laps to do in a set of tyres. It's going to be very difficult. Yeah, definitely. There's no way he's getting 40 laps on a set of mean tyres, not a chance. There's not, yeah, it's going to 2 us up in it, yeah. See, that logical idea then, Dave, that's a logical way of doing things as well, that as well. So by Jake, so my Mr. Toto is currently pretty much on the backside of third phase with it, so this is going to be interesting fighting, isn't it? Both in the same car as well.
Yeah, well that's it, so he's purely about driver ability, and we look at the laps one, Toto Wolff's last lap was 44 dead, bang on the money. Jake's got faster lap, 7. But Nuke's last lap, 8/10 of a second slower. Now Toto's got to run heading up the hill towards chicane. Is he going to make where we see quite a lot of overtakes heading into chicane? It looks like Nuke's got his car slap bang in the middle of the racetrack. He's not leaving a gap either side of his car for Toto to think about. He's put him slap bang in the middle and said, you're going to go around me, you're going to have to go off the track to get past me. But this could be quite harmful. I think if you're in a position to lose it now, you've got a car that is all over the back of you. You can't feasibly defend for 30 minutes. I think you have to...
No, you can't.
Okay, let you go. Try and stick with it. Don't let him pull too far away. there's no point taking the heat out of the tyres or wearing them too quickly, trying to defend when you've got a car that at some point is going to make it past you, which Toto Wolff is about to do now. They are always like holding on.
Is he going to be around here? He's just I'm watching that live stream, so I'm probably about 20 seconds behind you today. He's got me on here. He's going to be. He's very.
He's close enough to make it.
Oh!
Nuke's been very, very clever with where he's placing his car.
He is, yeah. He's defending that. He's defending that like absolutely anything against him. This is all this is going to be doing now. He's just playing Jakey's hands at me. Jakey's hands at the same time. You know, if he sees these two fighting a minute, then all that's doing is going to grabbing day.
Because that's the first lap Toto Wolff's done that's outside 145, so 146.2. So he's clearly losing time now, stuck in
Yeah.
you. He's got a run going uphill this time. They're side by side. He's got the inside line for the chicane. Nuke's going to have to back out of this, and he does. And Toto Wolff does get that job done, and he's up into the top 3. So splitting those two second 7 cars in the top 3 now, which gives Jakey. Jakey, we know that he's quicker than you. He's got 40 seconds of space between him. But he's going to give him a little bit of he's going to cheat up a little bit, seeing that the Nuke's dropping down the order. Because he knows then that he's significantly faster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, one of Toto felt that move as well. That brilliant move that bit as well. Gave him actually no chance for him to defend whatsoever that as well. So, full of that move as well. He's playing to his bond thing now. He's doing he's away now. So, no, just asking try and keep with Toto best he can now. What he's got. So, you know, hopefully.
1.6 seconds behind him. Truth ahead was that was 11 seconds between him and his teammate Hughes at 12.8 seconds. So that little battle has given the Truth a little bit more position over Toto.
Yeah.
But the pace he's going is 6 tenths
If
of a lap quicker than the Truth.
Yeah, if their pace Toto's going in minutes, yeah, I'm not surprised to see Toto catching Truth in the next, what, 8-9 laps a minute back in the day, from about lap 30 something a day, and back within a few seconds of the day back in the day. I'll definitely keep playing anyways, you know, but also he has to do his medium tyres at the same time, so that's also the if you fuck that mine at the same time. He has to use the medium tyres as well. So we don't know how fast he's on the medium tyres, but he's got to stop pace on soft tyres. I'm not, you know, a medium tyre round day is probably about a second too slow than what soft is, so. Yeah, looking at that situation today, he could potentially talking low 45s for him today, so you know, it'd be an interesting racing day. It'd be interesting now to see the finishing day.
When I look down your slide rules is back to 22 seconds behind, but I'm assuming he pits on that last lap because he did a 2-minute 8-second lap. No damage, so he has got a brand new tyre. So
yeah, he's probably pitted, yeah.
He's at a pit stop. Tony yet to pits. Now lap 22 and he's still out on those medium tyres. I think he's the only driver that hasn't pitted. Both pit quite early seasons. Jakey is he's been in already, Jakey. There's no way he makes the way to make those
yeah.
So it's just Irish Tony who has yet to go into the pits. So the slide rules would have made that stuff one time. It's only going to take 20 seconds. Tony's going to go in. It's going to be 10 seconds clear of
yeah.
Irish Tony at that stage, and a little bit closer to Jake Lee.
Yeah. Martin got it to him anyways. No, oh, yeah, he's them tyres on Tony's car's not going to last much longer anyway. He's looking at that. He's got to come pit soon anyway. He's looking at tyre wear midday. Obviously, Philip Mustang not good either. That card. Yeah, let's just say he likes drinking his fuel day, doesn't it? So, you know, he's not going to. He's going to need fuel and he's definitely need tyres. So, We've definitely got one piece at least anyway at this day, so we're back to the fun again now.
Potential battle between Identity in singular and Apex Magnet in that MRL BMW. The gap between them is only 3.8 seconds, 3.9 seconds. Identity did a 55.2 on that last lap. Apex Magnet's starting to find some time now with a 54.0. So although the gap's come down, Apex Magnet's starting to just ramp the pace a bit. And potentially could, if Furious 2 goes back to doing 46s and could close that gap a little bit. But I think it's going to be hard because it's not huge amounts of time on the table.
Yeah. I mean, but obviously, yeah, but he's also been doing as well. That's one of the better cars around here, anyways, isn't it? So, you know, I'm not surprised he's been doing well around here, anyways. Yeah, it's one of my favourite cars around this track, that car. Anyway, I love that car around here. Now, I do enjoy the Corvette as well. That Corvette was a nice car to drive on there as well. It's a lovely car as well.
It's not quite got the dominance that the AMGs seem to have around here, but
well, yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm surprised to see two AMGs in the top 3 anyways around here. You know, you've seen this track and think the car cover, you know what I mean, to see BMW 1, 2 or 3 around it easily won't do around here anyway, but good credit, you know, it's good Lexus and two AMGs in the top 3 in minutes, so you know, always good off them, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you bring Jakey into the equation, the top 5 is 2 Lexuses and 3 AMGs.
Yeah.
So they're clearly dominant cars. That's Valsalenta into the pit. Now Valsalenta picked up a bit of damage somewhere. I'm going to see if I can see where he got that.
Well, straight. On the front right. Yeah, I bet he's what the walls were.
He's got a
it looks like he's what, yeah. It looks like he's what the walls were. Looking the way damaging the car as well. It's the front left, so he must have what the walls were and the tracks were. So you know, where's he watched it then? Last corner. Yeah, it must have been. That gap's now going to come down dramatically now from where it was now.
It's tanking as we speak. I think it's going to settle around 10.5 and 11 seconds.
Yeah, look at it.
That changes things now because you know they had an entire fluid pit stop out in front, which they had to use to repair some damage. So that changed the direction of this race.
And this is what I said earlier on about, you know, it is one person in that top 4 to make a second day. It offers the whole race, and then don't look at it now. The whole race is now open up altogether now because he's had to take an extra pit stop. Like, let's be honest, realistically, they wanted to do in the first place, but I think he might have trusted an event to probably French. He might have hit the wall on the last corner, which is a very easy mistake to make if you get the last score one. There's wall right there. And he quite easily hit it today, so you know, obviously what's happened today. I know what's gone from today with him, but that gap now is down to 11 seconds now as well, so it's now still opening up to the top 3 now. Can anyone in the top 3 now could catch up and down and be like, you know what, this guy is just a mistake, and let's put pressure him now so we can make him mistake cars from today.
I think the one saving grace for Valsalenta is that he's still going to have that second pit stop, but his tyres are going to be in a much better condition because he's had that additional stop. So his
definitely,
are, you know, they're sort of 4 or 5 laps fresher than those on True Serum, and it's going to be the same state when we come to the last 4 or 5 laps. So I think on that respect, True is it's going to be a very difficult task. And Valsalenta will get his head down now, and he'll continue trying to open that gap again.
Yeah. He definitely will now. Just to get his head down and hopefully just not make no mistake again. You know, just, you know, if I mean no, I'd be like, right, I've got this gap here. Just let's give his car one piece in the day and just take his head in the day. You don't have to drive around incredibly quick. second half, second lap or something today, you've got you still have a decent confidence day at front then. So there's no surprise here. And Jakey's now he's the fifth again. So looks like the Spanish guy has gone in the pits today. So top 5 second by a minute. So yeah, it's just.
There are some gaps there. So everybody now has been in at least once.
Yeah.
Tony dropped 7 seconds behind slide rules there in 14th place. JP's holding his own quite well there in 12th. He's not making any inroads into Kazar. And talking of Kazar, he's got fastest lap away to that 43.6. So he's on a bit of a charge down to chase down Mike. Although Mike is equally quite good there. So actually the Ghost, I think, is going to be in a bit of trouble because he has dropped outside the 44s. The cars behind him all in those 43s. Mike's cut the gap to 2.4 seconds and he's getting closer very quickly.
He is, yeah. I'm trying to keep out that issue because it's a bit further back where you're at the minute. Yeah, obviously, because we're 36, it's just, that's the mental, isn't it? That's mental pace right there. But they're going to use also as well, so that's better than sort of people from day one. Them guys can find, a few turns a second quite easily. They can't, then compared to the outside, got this. So, you're doing well though. I've got respect to all the guys in there doing this year, and all drivers today. Well done to you guys for doing it, because it's not easy, is it? Yeah, to do an outlaw for racing, concentrating at the same time, and not. Yeah.
Because you see, sort of what happened to Jakey in first, just how damaging to the entire race. You get these 6-hour races and he's had to put a lot of work in to get back up into the top 5 over the course of a couple of hours. So, every little error, every little lapse of concentration could make a huge impact across the race.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, I was Jakey's done a big job for come back from where he's gone from as well, to go where he is now. Especially booking engine as well, that's just... it's just racing, ain't it? But it's equivalent lucky as well if you damage engine as well. And definitely no power whatsoever to go on track as well. And you have to pay engine. You lose a ton of time as well from where you are as well. To make that time up as well to get to be where he is now. Well done to him. Anyways.
So I think the Ghost he's got a whole lot of Mike in Europe right now, and the gap is coming down at a really rapid rate. The question is how long does he want to try and hold on, or does he just say, "Off you go, mate, you go do your thing"? We're coming into the chicane now, and such a big exit points against to that waterline level, which is he's almost slingshot out, like nothing wound up all the way in, fired back out after that launch. He's within half a second now back of the waterline. I would expect to see Mike Hamby probably have a look at this, either in turn 1 or certainly that run up to chicane his time out.
Yeah, he will do, yeah. Yeah, I mean, every car there is matched pretty much alright, isn't it? But then again, Bosch's rear drive is mid-engine as well. It's good with a lot more of its tyres than what as long as your rear drive car would demand anyway. MR cars run for these sort of tracks, they're never good tyres the best of times either, so this is what this.
Are in a bad way anyway. For a minute there I thought one or both of them were going to hit, but he doesn't hold on, he's making that move. He's got such a better exit out of that final corner. He's got the move done for him into turn 1, so Mike up in to 9, Ghost drops down to 10, and ever closer to chasing Kazar to the race side. not a comfortable place to be.
It's not now, is it? No, I'm not like to be. No, me personally, I'm not like to be based up between two RA cars. No chance. Yeah, no disrespect on
the
the
way
day.
it's going with people leaving and more R80s coming in, it won't be long before everybody stands between an
Well, yeah, you know, I was pretty surprised to actually see, seeing Discord the other day about a fourth of 18, thinking, well, I mean, RT just wanted his race in the first place, like you got three as it is.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, one of these had to drop out this round, unfortunately. So no, let's see team drop out today for any reason whatsoever. We don't know why. But I'll be able to see the team back next round, anyways. You know.
So
Give nice, yeah.
has started to work on opening that gap up again. Doesn't seem to have found the consistency since the pit stop though. Prior to that, the damage to that pit stop was lapping between 44.4, 44.5 on an average. 44.0, 45.1, 44.2, not finding that same rhythm. They're still good lap times, but it's not that same consistency that we've seen in the early part of this race. At the moment it is enough.
Yeah, exactly.
But just have to bear in mind, if you've had that rhythm, you've got the flow going, and then you have a mistake and go to the pits, and then you can't regain that rhythm, that takes on your mind to do it.
It does, yeah. Yeah, especially if you come out, especially if you've had damage as well. It kind of gives you a second thought in your mind, thinking like, well, do I want to push this car out this corner, or don't want to go faster for this corner? I don't want to go slow this corner, or what? It does play in your mind. But then again, consistent in this track is all about consistent in this track at the same time. If you can be, Sluggy's just left. That's not good.
Sluggy left, it's taking over race direction duties.
Oh, mate. Yeah. So, I'm back. Yeah. So, if I had an accident in the track, it does play in the mind at the same time, and it's like, do you want to go faster than you or not? But he's doing enough admitting to so he's doing enough. He's still got a 30-second gap, so he's got this gap there. They, bear in mind, Mr. Truth and Total both got pits done day as well. So after the pit stops on the day, he'll have a pretty big gap in day at the same time.
Assuming that was Jakey's final stop, so he's going to run the line. He's essentially going to be past 19 laps out of those tyres. Currently in 7th. Apex back ahead, he does have to pit, as does the Furious 2 and Nuke. Now the gap between him and Nuke is about 30 seconds. So he...
Yeah, but he's actually 90 knots on a set of soft tyres. And that's,
gap on Nuke a little bit over the next couple of laps. He may be able to jump him in that sort of pit stop cycle. Now the truth will be coming again, Val Selector will be coming again as well. But Val Selector can last a lot longer than everybody else. He doesn't have to rush in. So...
No, exactly, yeah, he can just sit there, pace himself out in the front of the day, just pace himself out a bit, and then just hopefully keep it leading day at the same time, We've obviously got to keep playing Truth and Toto at the same time, see what they're doing. Next pit stop anyway, so if them two goes down today.
Toto got past Nuke. He's opened the gap for 6.5 seconds. But the gap between him and the Truth is the same as the gap was between Nuke and the Truth. So he hasn't really, over the course of this particularly, this first pit stop, not been able to take any real gap out of Truth's advantage there in second. So particularly for the top two, I think they're in quite a comfortable position. The Truth knows that he's losing time every lap to Val Selector. So it would be foolhardy to try and overdrive the car, to try and make it up. You're looking at trying to find 5, 6, 7 tenths a lap. And it's a lot to try and find when you're pushing super hard. So for him it's about settling in, just not trying to close the gap, but not letting him open it up to like a minute or something insane like that. But all the time he knows that Toto Wolff is catching him. It keeps his confidence high that he can hold on to second, ready for whoever comes to take the car from him in the final stint. I don't know who that will be, but I'm guessing it's going to be one of the quicker drivers they've got on offer.
Yeah, I was assuming so on the day. If we're not moving the five drivers are doing for each team, unfortunately, we don't have information to do with. But you know, if this is one not the fastest driver in the team today, but he's doing no, you know, I'm not saying lots of just fitting day by way of size and day, but each person in the team will have one person in the team that's not as quick as everybody else.
Yeah.
So they might decide to say, well, you know, like Mr. Review go next mate, you know, and then we'll have the fastest guy. One of the fastest guys is in the final stint to know if they can win it. But like I said, you know, it all depends on what happens today. There's so long way to go.
Jakey's making massive inroads on Apex Magnet. And bear in mind that Jakey's done his final pit stop. Apex Magnet still needs to pit again. If you can get the job done before the pit, that's an absolute boon for Jakey, because it means that he's going to be able to pull a 20-odd second gap over Apex Magnet at the moment Apex goes into pits. And he can get off up after the Furious 2, currently in 5th, to try and close that 14-second gap. How you doing,
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
See you in chat. Good stint from you yet again.
Yeah, I think Jay's can do for what's up here. Look at see it.
Yeah, Jakey's done a great job. He's got past Apex, and he made light work of it. Apex Magnet was right, but he didn't really challenge him.
Yeah, he's just. Yeah, he's just letting him feel. He's not saying. It's like, ooh, steady. Yeah, say a bit steady, Jake. Steady, mate. Bloody hell. He's very, he was not kicking the ground with that as well.
Yeah.
Steady, man, steady. That's a smart move. That you know, let the fast guy through it, then you know, keep up with the guy at the same time. He's not going to stop at the same time. He's not going to stay there forever for watches, you know what I mean? But also at the same time, we have a lot more fresh tyres than what Jake's got at the same time. So, you know, Jake can go very, very quickly. But he's got to go bang bang. He has to keep look off his side at the same time.
So that's started
Oh,
his last stop.
Simon still on the pits again.
Had his last stop as well. We know Irish Tony's going to have to stop again. So I don't think Simon's going to worry about that. He'll position back relatively quickly. Just so to set up the skills.
Oh, nothing there. Nothing there. Yes, yeah. He's doing his last stop, so now hopefully we can get past Irish Tony, because Irish Tony's put us to pit again. Still pit again, won't he? Yeah. So if he has to pit again, then. Yeah. So that puts us.
But I mean, it's quite a deficit to JP.
Yeah, but we got Bob next, so. You know, if I'm gonna do a good job in there, it's gonna be Bob into it. So you know, he's one of better. He's one of
This is Simon talking from AHR. Kruentis had a little break back for Stint 4 in not too long. Are you the last Stint Kings? Right, so 37 seconds now for Valsalenta, but that will be because. Well, no, I would say that because Nuke's pit, but Nuke hasn't pit. Has Nuke had a spin somewhere? Because he's got no damage, but his tyres are cooked. We'll see when he crosses the line, but I think he's having off somewhere because the gap is back to 38 seconds. So. Another free pit stop for ORT Overbooster, getting all the luck in the world at the moment, and not so much for Sector 7.
Right, I bet. No. Look at his front. his front tyre. He could actually just lost it back in the car and just put it in day somewhere. Look at that, look at his tyres that day. It could make a simple mistake, I don't know.
We'll find out. He's going to cross the line very shortly, and we'll see from the lap time when he's coming into the pit. So we'll never know.
Yeah,
we'll never know just how bad it was. But well, we can see from the fact it's a 40-second lap that something untoward happened. Now, Toto Wolff has had his last stop. He's on the mediums now. Nuke's just come into the pits. Now, this is interesting. Where's Toto Wolff? He's coming around that final corner, and he's going to cross the line. Nuke is just exiting the pits. Now, here's the kicker. Toto Wolff does take third position back, but he's running to the end now on medium tyres. Nuke, just coming out the pits, is on the softs. Can he find, and it's about, well, it says 5 seconds, but that's going to come up a little bit. So it's there. So 6.2, 6.3 seconds is the gap that Nuke's got, like 6.4, 6.5. He's got some time to find while he gets up to speed. We're on lap 37, so there's enough time remaining if he can find 6 or 7 tenths of a lap. With that, and bearing in mind they've got that tyre differential, so 6 or 7 tenths of a lap for Nuke, and he finds himself back in third, so he might come back to him yet. Although he has still got Jakey driving like an absolute demon behind him. He's just putting another fastest lap of the race with 3.5. So that gap was 50 seconds down to 25. So Jakey's done an absolute stonking.
It is, yeah. You know, obviously Toto's now on mediums and obviously Nuke's on the soft, so you know it's going to be very, very difficult for Toto to keep third where he is now. But like I said, we don't know his pace on the mediums, so if he can get good pace on mediums and keep him behind him for quite a while, then you know it could be interesting. Final Stint's going to be very interesting in Final Stint race, isn't it? You know, looking at mid-8, you know, there's 4 different cars in the top 4. As well, so it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen into it and day into it as well. So, you know, we'll see, won't we?
The truth is, actually, the gap between seconds don't be more 17 seconds.
Yeah.
Barcelona's now 44 seconds clear. He's got an entirely free pit stop. He's going to need it, but it's entirely free. It's going to cost him nothing. He's in and out before anyone even gets to him. And you're going to have a nice bit of clean air to race with as well. So it's all theirs. It over boosts race to lose now, I think.
It is, yeah. He's into
the pits now.
Where comes in?
Yeah, it's purely a case of keeping the car on the road.
Yeah. Don't lose it. Whatever you do not bend it now.
One team manager got RTM and say, look, do you know what, I know you can do a 44.5, I want you to do 45 flat, look after the second of time, don't take any risks. If the gap starts to close, then you can push a little bit, but just keep it clean, keep the car on the racetrack for the last 50 laps.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You know, like I say, he's got 3 pits up there, but like I said, anything can happen in this race, can't it? Anything can happen in this race. And it always has. It has just Stint as well. So, you know, it might be fair. You know, we've seen him have damage his car on the race, and obviously Nuke's had off somewhere as well. Well, sometimes Nuke in the day.
16 seconds is the advantage. So he just needs to maintain
Yeah.
or give a little bit more of a cushion if you can. Barcelona's been pretty good this whole race. But not, I mean, what's interesting actually is that we haven't really seen, apart from Toto Wolff coming in third, the top 2 haven't once posted the fastest lap time. They're going for consistent performance over outright speed. Toto Wolff, we've seen him with the fastest lap a few times. Jakey has come along and beat that. We've just seen Identity. Has just beaten that. He's gone fastest with a 43.1. I was kind of hoping today we'd see a sub 143 lap. I don't think we will, but they're pretty darn close. They're a couple of tenths off at 143.1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, if you look very, very, very well, I've seen it'll be 42. If it's 42 round here, that'd be very, 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 very quick. About any quick on that track, and the best time's that, bloody hell. But 43.1, that is absolutely mental, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the fastest lap we've seen today. I have a feeling. Someone else did 43.1, but I don't know whether it was quicker than that one. It's quick, I'll say.
Yeah, but that's also done in the Corvette as well.
Yeah.
It's not saying no. The Corvette's not. It's not about a car around here either. Neither is the MG. Neither is.
They may have had some slipstream help somewhere, maybe. Up the hill, maybe.
They might. I thought if you want pure pacing, no, he could. He could do it in a day. You could do it in a day. You know, it's going to be vain. It's a very, very fast lap. That is. No question about that. My man, it's really, really quick.
That was on brand new fresh tyres. Clearly,
yeah. He's got fresh tyres and low fuel as well. So he's got less weight in the car at the same time. So the fresh set tyres are like car. You're going absolutely flat, aren't you? He's just 6 tenths per second off his best time on that first sector as well. So. He's definitely found some pace in that car now, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. So let's we've got just over 10 laps remaining. We've got Valsalenza leading the way. 16.2 seconds clear of the Truth Serum for sector 7. Toto Wolff of the Loose Racing team. Great performance from him. He chased down a massive gap to Nuke. Took that third place and he's now he's 20 seconds off the Truth Serum. 6.8 at the moment ahead of Nuke. His last lap was 1:55.2. Nuke now on the soft tyres, funnily enough, at 1:55.3. So despite having better tyres, he's not finding significantly better time. So Toto will be able to keep edging that gap from the other Sector 7 driver. We've got Jake. Jake has had a really, really good race. He's done a stand-up job with closing that deficit, and it was a 15-second deficit. It's down to 20 seconds now, and with the way that he's driving, his last lap was 44.0, 1.3 seconds faster than Nuke up ahead. Now, if he can maintain that 1 second a lap over these last 10 laps, that gap is going to be under 10 seconds by the time we go into Stint 4, and can put his teammates in a very, very good position. Furious 2 rounds at the top 6, 18 seconds back. He's got a 17-second gap over Apex Magnet. He's 15 seconds clear of Identity. He's got a half-second penalty to share alongside his fastest lap of the race at 1:43.1. He's closing very, very slowly on Apex Magnet. Apex Magnet is finding some really solid 1:43s at the moment. Mike is also finding 1:43s. He's 10 seconds off Identity. This is a frustrating thing, you know. You're anything sub 44 here is a good solid lap, and it's so annoying that you do a sub 44 lap to find that all the cars around you are also doing sub 44 laps.
It is, yeah. It's pretty annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, Ghost is strong. So that's Identity in the pits. Mike's going to catch him. He's only 8 seconds behind him. Identity's got a little bit. He didn't really need to come in. He's got a little bit of damage, but I don't know if the damage was enough to justify giving up track position as he did to Mike. Because Ghost now is, he was nearly 30 seconds behind ninth place. That gap's going to have come down significantly. So I suppose if you're going to make a decision, you make it straight away, which is what he did. He picked up the gap straight away. I'm not having this. Let's get rid of it. Let's sacrifice the track position now and see if I can make it up later. But I think in this position, where the drivers around you are lapping a similar time to you, it's a really big gamble to go in and do that with 10 laps remaining, because you've got to find the time from somewhere, and you're essentially giving up track position for a might happen instead of. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those where it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It might happen to let's go in, but you know,
But it's also a massive risk. Yeah, it's a huge risk to go to return off.
Even if he lost a second,
You got to think.
he'll still be ahead of him.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah. Yeah, but for me, he's also for damage to it's from up as well. So, you know, as he hits something day.
When you pick up,
Yeah.
it's one of those things where you've got to make the decision there and then. You either decide to stay out or you decide to come in. So many times I see drivers and dither about it and do 2 or 3 laps and then do it. By then, they cost themselves too much time. So I suppose
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
the decision is better than waiting to make one. So at least it gives them a chance to try and do something. The Ghost, however, nowhere near quick enough at the moment in 10 to catch him. He's lapping in the low 46s. Kazar, behind him, 13 seconds behind, was almost 2.2 seconds quicker on that last lap, and only 13 seconds behind. So still a good chance of a top 10 here for Kazar. JP.
Yeah, look at the minute. Yeah. Where's JP then?
He's a lap behind Kazar. That's Kazar just lapping JP. So the gap between 11 and 12 is one entire lap. And we've got that's a huge gap. Although it looks like JP was considering coming back at him. Slide rules is
He was, yeah.
13th. He's 7.9 over Irish Tony. 25 second lap to JP though. That's but 3 seconds a lap faster. That will be significantly smaller come the end of this race. So slide rules is
definitely,
trying to lay something down. He's trying to lay some groundwork for Bob when he comes in.
He's done an amazing job though.
He has done an amazing
He's
job.
done an amazing job from coming back at grid as well to being only 25 seconds off of 12. He's done a fantastic job there to get down to give Bob the very best chance possible to get us, this team's result day. It's not a result any of us wanted it today. Also, we wanted the team's result today, but it's just absolutely unfortunate today. But then again, well done to him. Well done to him to get him 25 seconds of him. Obviously, it was a better side tires as well, so that gap hopefully definitely come down in the next few laps today. So, close he gets through now. Better could be for Bob into when he does his stint next stint anyway. So,
This final stint has seen a real resurgence from the truth. He's starting to find some really good pace. He's matching Valsalenta, so that 17 second gap is not really changing. But what he is doing is opening up the gap to third. That gap was, and for pretty much most of this race, 11 seconds. It's now out to 23 seconds, 24 seconds. Nuke is trying to close that 5 second gap to Toto Wolff, but Toto Wolff is seeming to find a very similar pace to Nuke on those mediums. Last lap for Toto on the medium tyres was a 1:44.9. Nuke has done his fastest lap of the race on the softs with a 1:44.6. So a little bit faster, but nowhere near fast enough to be taking back third position in this race, which is a real shame.
it is a shame. Yeah, especially with third, tying, most races as well for Total going past him in the day, but he always goes to respect the guys at the same time. Total's done a brilliant job on the solo tyre as well. To still be 5 seconds in front of Nuke as well, so they're still be up in the 44s as well, which is very good pace as well, especially medium tyres as well. Also just joining Discord, just trying to join, is it? I don't know, just joined. It is No idea.
We should
Oh.
soon have footage from the other lobby. Just messaged him. Maybe he doesn't miss this time.
Yeah, mate.
Oh, you are, yeah.
Just mess. Yeah.
Get yourself in the other lobby.
He messaged me as I booted up Discord. Stint 4. Right, just a quick thing.
I don't think you caught any of it, but you got chased down by Toto Wolf. Toto Wolf closed 25 seconds on the third to take the third from him. He's currently lapping, passing him on medium tyres. You on the softs can't come back at him. Thought he might in this final stint come back at Toto Wolf, but he's not able to match Toto Wolf. He's a little bit quicker than him now, but not by anything significant. Valsalenta out in the lead, extending the lead to 30 odd seconds. Had a crash, had to pit, so basically used up his free pit stop. Gap back out to 18 seconds there. Truth has opened the gap to Toto Wolf, and it was 11 seconds for most of this race, and he's managed to drag it out to 24 seconds now. Truth really laying out some fantastic laps, which just goes to prove that you can't handle the truth. Anyway,
It's true.
Jakey still putting in some solid laps, but I think his tyres for the last 5 laps of this race are going to be giving him a few angry noises and possibly showing him a few funny angles he doesn't want to be seeing. He needs to be careful to make sure it's certainly not worth pitting with only 6 laps to go. He's 16 seconds clear of Furious 2 behind him. But he's inroads in making it to you. I think we're going to stop now. He's doing solid mid 44s. He's already started dropping out into the low 46s to preserve those tyres and get to the end of this race.
And this is what I said what I said earlier on. The 19 knots and set of soft tyres is going to be very, very difficult, and unfortunately it's going to run to it in day as well. Yeah, the good thing is he's got a decent gap between himself and Too Fast, so yeah, I can't say Too Fast closes in 60 seconds, got done in the next 6 laps, so next 5 laps should I say, so but hopefully Jake does keep 5th and day and actually doesn't take too much more of his tyres a day, otherwise he's going to drive on with more tyres in the next 5 laps, which is not something I've done with soft tyres anyway.
The last thing he wants to do is to undo all that hard work and have another crash and have another engine damage.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want that. Not this state to the race.
Gain those extra few seconds, and there's always the next stint to try and chase down and catch him. We don't know yet.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
How you doing, Slippy? Welcome to the chat. I assume you're jumping in for a final stint here? Well, I hope so.
He is in my lobby.
What? He is?
Is it? Yeah, he is. He's just not ticked in yet.
Who's the other Sector 7 driver?
The other Sector 7 driver is Hovercraft.
Ooh. He's quick.
Well, very strong Sector 7 lineup.
Overboost.
What was that, mate?
ORT. What's coming from ORT?
ORT, can't tell which car's the ORT one. What's that?
Lead Lexus.
Lead Lexus. Well, oh, there he is. Yeah, it's Azorian doing another stint. I'm blind.
He got the position in the first place.
Alright, I should have all that set up, so that's where we grab your camera as well. No, that's just picking mine up.
Yeah, so to jump back, right? Lucas tonight is now closing up between 7 total down to 3.5 seconds now, so he's fast to pace at last.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's gonna be very close at the end of the race between 7 and Lewis Blues facing there. It's been very close to the end of the next stage anyways.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a good final stint. I think we're going to see some quality racing. Certainly some positions back. I think there's still a good battle potentially for second, third, fourth, potentially even first. I mean, but based on stint number one, if you drive into stint number one, he's going to be uncatchable for our team. But I certainly think there's a potential battle for second, third, fourth. I think that's not decided yet. I think Jakey's done such a good job there in fifth, although he's really having to back off now because of the state of the tyres. He's done a great job there, so he can potentially get involved. They can potentially get involved in that battle. We've got some stuff brewing in the midfield, certainly. Kazar did a great job. He's actually on the back of Ghost now, and putting Ghost under pressure in these final few laps. Really putting him under pressure to get themselves back into the top 10, which I think based on where they were when they started, it's a great job for Kazar moving into the top 10 over the last couple of laps. What are we lap 49 now for Valsaletta and the Open Racing team. So just a couple of laps before they're now over, and so we're back out on track to bring it home for those Portuguesers.
Just the quick thing, I'm gonna have to leave for 10 minutes, around about like 10ish because I've got dinner. So we are dual coming this stint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not at 10ish. Like it will be around lap 10 when I get called down, roughly. Like half an hour pop.
I just want to be able to check your cars.
Yeah, I'll put you on a good car.
Right, what I want to watch that back. There's cars. Kazar in the car. Kazar has got that job done. Up into top 10. 19 seconds to identity. Not enough time to catch him, but not lapping much quicker anyway. So identity's been the fastest lap of the race, lap 43.1. Taking a couple of seconds out of Mike, but nothing significant. Apex Magnet holding on for 7, Furious 2. There's just one of him, but he is 13 seconds behind Jakey.
How many bloody times have you made that joke this stream?
I make it all the time. Whenever a Furious 2 is in the room, I make a joke about it. Same as Toto Wolff, not the real one.
Not the real one.
And you can't handle the
not.
truth. That one dates back all the way to GTEC season 3. Yeah, there we go. Penultimate lap for just doing sector 3 now. Lapping yet again the BMW, the MRL BMW in the colours. This will be the final lap for Valsaletta before it goes in. So we went
to our split screen. There we go.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
Right, I'm going off anyway, so yeah.
Right, Simon, thanks for joining me, and we'll catch up again soon.
Yeah,
mate.
no worries, mate. See ya.
Right, should we have?
Go on. What did you say?
Are we gonna have live like tires and that? This didn't. Have you fixed that yet?
No.
Ah, rip.
I didn't have time.
Good news. I have all liveries and replays working.
Good.
So I'm not 30 minutes late. Like what was last time. Everyone seems to be starting on the mediums, except there's always one, except Zane. I can't really tell what it's one of the AMGs. I would be able to tell you which one it was. Yeah, Deuce Moose.
We're currently running in third. So Valspencer's just got 4 more corners to go. 3 more corners to go.
Board with Azorian.
The beast of the east of the USA as it is today. And 22 seconds advantage over the Truth Serum. In he comes round that really tight entry. Into the box he goes. There he goes. He stops and his teammate is away. There we go.
And almost immediately he is out here. They've done that absolutely perfectly.
Smoother than a cashmere codpiece.
Yeah.
Next up will be the Truth. He comes in now, so we should see.
Yeah, I believe it will be Slippy. Yeah, here comes Slippy out.
Next up will be Toto Wolf. He's just coming into that pit lane now. Very close to the yellow line. Oh, very close to the yellow line there. But the penalty won't carry over, so he does get one. He's got away with it. So that's Loose Moose out and running. Or will be. Nuke in, and that will be.
Yeah, here comes the same Soul Soft Runner at the start for Stint 4.
Jakey just rounds the last couple of corners. He'll be coming in from 5th position.
Craft comes out in P4, 4.85-ish seconds behind. That's gonna bring up some interesting, because I know Hovercraft is quite quick, but I've never seen Loose Moose per se. Never seen him drive.
He is quite quick. Whether Hovercraft can catch him or not, I don't know. I think Hovercraft's got to be eyeing Slipstream as a potential target.
Well, Slipstream is like 26, 27 seconds ahead of his teammate. So it'd be a push.
It was 11 seconds between the 2 Sector 7 teams at the start of Stint 3. It's now.
Alright, who we got further back out? We've got one of many of the Race Asylum cars. P5 is Paymate in that.
That's for Jakey. So
yeah,
we've got the Syndicate Racing Corvette just coming in. So
yeah, then Rosa's in P6 in that McLaren, followed by Welsh Great in 7th and Slugsy in 8th. That's all that came out next. I'm Mullet should be coming out next with another stint. So I'm in setting some very, very nice pace in Stint 2. He is now out in that Corvette. And so is Boy Racer out. Another one of the McLarens up. End Station Gaming. He was on the mediums earlier, because I did see as they were going into the pits, it was only staying on soft compound tyre, but End Station's had a change of mind. He's swapped to that soft compound and is actually doing his first stint on the softs now instead of the mediums.
Interesting choice.
Interesting choice, yeah. See how that works in the long run. He's got an 11.6 second gap ahead of him to Blue Racer, so he's got a bit of work to do if he wants to get that Vortex car into the top 10. Be a phenomenal result for the team.
It was 2 seconds when they came in. Sorry, 9 seconds. So he's lost 2 seconds already. That's quite a big loss straight away. But I suppose with the hand
Could have been from just changing the tyres.
Yeah, well, it does take a little bit of time to do that. It's worth doing though, I think.
Yeah.
Putting warmer tyres on because they come out of their blankets, don't they? The little blankets.
Yeah.
As JP comes round and gets into the pits, plenty of his liveries. He does liveries for R8, so plenty of his work on display today.
Yep. It's a shame that we couldn't see it in Stint 2, but I have deleted all the 2-year-old replays, and there was ones from a bloody GTC days still in there. Still preserved.
That is a massive. There's a battle going on for 12th and 13th, and Irish Tony has just taken the position from slide rules coming into the second to last corner. So instead of slide rules coming in 30, it's Irish Tony, but they're going to hit the pit box almost exactly the same time. So slide rules Irish Tony in, so that should be from your side.
Bob's your uncle and Bish.
Leaving.
I'm gonna keep my eye on that. So Bob's your uncle. Yeah, they're both coming out roughly at the same bit. Bish comes out ahead. Just ahead. What's the gap? They're bumper to bumper coming out of the handover. Literally 2 tenths separating these two. They could not have coordinated that better if they tried. What's Bob's your uncle going to do? Are we going to see a move into the chicane on the outlap, straight out of the handover, getting it straight into the action? No, we're not. They're going to play it safe for now, but Bob's your uncle just seems to be catching slowly more up to Bish. So surely he's going to be thinking about making a move sooner rather than later. He takes a very interesting line through this bit going on to the extended course. That's allowed Bish to just pull a slight gap from Bob's your uncle, like 6-7 tenths, and Bish is just managing to pull away now from that slight I wouldn't really call it mistake. He just went a bit wider than you would usually, perhaps thinking about swooping around the outside, but isn't quite able to make it past. He does let that Valentino Rossi car pass with the blue flags. Nice, I've got all my buttons working. I can... everything. Nothing can go wrong. I'm presuming we've got sound on the stream, but we probably don't.
We do.
Knowing us.
Yeah, we do.
The stream has sound. Broadcast has sound. Legend. And yeah, there we go. Bish has just I still can't hear anything, but that doesn't matter. I've learned how to do it now. So Bish has just pulled about a second away from Bob's your uncle. But he has got that car coming to the lap for them. I'll find who it is. It's Welsh Great in that Valentino Rossi car, who has just got past them to under the blue flags. What does that mean? Bob, that slowed Bish down. Bob's your uncle has got into that crucial 3/2 gap. Again, in that Corvette, is going to be looking for a move again. Clean through here. Doesn't muck it up, doesn't go wide. Is he going to go for a slipstream pass on this straight bit? He goes rather wide there from the dirty air. Let's go on to chase cam for this. He's got the slipstream 3 tenths behind. He's gaining slightly. Bit too far back to think about a move there. So plays it safe in that car number 69. Nice. Just still allowing Bish.
It's got to be. Stick with him here. If you can't make the move into turn one, get tucked right up behind. So this is where he needs to close it now. Get tucked behind, make him run up the hill, and take that inside line into the chicane. Force Bish to go wide, and then either Bish has a little go and tries to go side by side, potentially risking a penalty, or one of them has to back out. I don't think he's going to be close enough unless he can get a good run now. He's going to need this good run going up the hill.
Is 3 attempts. He is definitely gaining. We'll go this camera for it. He's definitely in the realm of thinking about a move. Bish covers the inside. It's going to have to be a sweep around the outside from Bob's your uncle. Not quite able to do it. Just backs off ever so slightly. Bish opens the door. Is Bob's your uncle able to capitalize on it? Yes, it is. It's a drag race down to this bit. Bish has the inside line. Bob's your uncle is going to have to try and make it around the outside. Isn't quite able to make it stick, and Bish defends the position from... oh, no, I did not mean to click that button. No. Come on, that does mean that I did save it, though. So, have Butchers at that again. Wheel to wheel through here. It's about who is later on the brakes, but Bish manages to fend off Bob's your uncle ever so slightly, and they're still...
He knew he had that left hand coming up. So he was like, I'll leave the door open for you, but you're not coming past me down the next left-hander. So he's going to go again now. Again, it's going to be the same move he's going to have to try. He's a little bit closer to the final corner this time. Can he get right up behind him? Again, Bish
closer now. He's got... Could send it into turn one, a bit too far back.
That's it. He really needs that exit.
Massive run through turn one. He's got past Bish, who did Bish make a mistake there on the run, or was that just an absolutely incredible run from Bob's your uncle through turn one?
He went a little wide, but Bob got such a great exit out of the corner.
Wheel to wheel going through the game. Bob stays ahead.
Now, if the Mustangs can stay with him, we can see this battle raging on. Who would have thought that we would have this kind of battle in the finals? So you think it was the lead? No.
It's the battle for the last place.
Battle for last place, essentially.
Blue Racer comes in already.
Because he got damage.
Yeah. Front bumper damage, but is he thinking about a 3-stop? He's took a fresh set of tyres. If these are softs, he might be thinking just do 3 soft stints and just bang out some proper laps. Or he's just got rid... Because that was very minor damage. Yeah, he has. He's just looked for any excuse to get off their medium tyres. Alright, so have the Butchers back at the battle for last place. So, go on, I can do it. So, Bob's your uncle just now starting to pull a slight gap from Bish on that lap. You there, Andy?
Yeah. So I'm trying to sort out a tyre overlay for you.
Yeah, sound.
That's why I'm quiet. So, just carry on doing what you're doing, mate.
Alright, cool.
I'm multitasking.
So, Bish just starting to fall off the tail from Bob's your uncle. I think we'd know that's... I want you. Sand. Yeah, that was an absolutely wicked run through turn one that Bob's your uncle had. has managed to get him into that 13th position. So next car up the road is Oscar 4G in one of the Race Asylum cars.
So that'll be the academy, one of the academy drivers.
Yeah, car 999. So setting 47.5 fastest lap. We'll see how that pace differs now, because he seems to be on hot lap. Yeah, 47.3. So he is setting some quite consistent laps. And then Blue Racer's got a full lap between him and the academy driver behind him. So that could explain why he's got such a large margin that he can experiment with. He's got a good, realistically, no chance, unless he goes flying into the wall multiple times, that he is finishing anywhere other than 11th here. So he's got that lenience to just experiment. If he's got damage on lap 5, already thinking that medium compound tire is just, he's not having a good time with it, and he's gone off it and onto some faster soft compounds, and he doesn't have to worry about doing that extra stop and that costing him, because he's got such a large gap behind him. But he is purple on this lap, 5/10 shaved off Hussein's previous best. It's gonna be a mid to high 43 already in what is this lap 8 of this final stint. What's the time going to be across the line? It's a 43.6, fastest lap of this stint so far. Let's have a look.
Slower than the fastest lap in that last stint, which was 3:1. So he's,
and then I believe Stint 2's fastest lap was Monkey Man with a 42.8. And then, so yeah, I believe that was the fastest of the race so far. Alright, what's it looking like back here? We've got Bob's Your Uncle. The gap that he's extended from Bish is 3.5 seconds at the moment, just starting to pull away. I mean, look at them laps. He's saying 45.2, 45.5. So he's got past Bish. He's got that clean track, but yeah, Bish saying like 43.7. So again, very consistent. Everyone's seen on this track, see whatever pace they're setting, they seem to be able to just churn it out and do it incredibly consistently, which is what you want in an endurance race. You're there to bring it home. And that's what this final stint is. You just want to get to that finish line.
How are we looking for the top 4? What sort of gaps have we got?
Top 4, alright, so Azorian is in the lead with 29.3 seconds to Slipstream, the first of the Sector 7 cars. 15 seconds behind him is Loose Moose Racing of Hussein, and then a further 15 seconds to Hovercraft, and then 24 seconds to Paymay, and
I think those top 4, I mean, at the moment Azorian's doing alright. The gap has come down a bit. It was 38 seconds on handover.
Azorian,
it's going to be a good battle for, potentially battle for second still on the cards.
So Azorian's setting mid to high 44s. Slipstream is doing roughly the same, if anything, just slightly slower. And Hussein is the fastest out of these lot, doing mid to low 44s. So,
he's going to be closing on Slippy.
Yeah,
here's the thing. So
continues like this, yeah.
It only takes one mistake, as his teammate did in the last stint, If he makes a mistake, Hasnane's closing on Snippy will be at a slow pace. What's Hovercraft doing?
Hovercraft is setting
45s.
45s, yeah.
So he's not really going to close on that top three at the moment.
Yeah, what we want to look at
But
for
he's on
is
mid. We've got to bear in mind they're all on medium at the moment, aren't they?
yeah, except Hasnane, who is the only soft runner, which does explain why he is slightly quicker than them. So everyone's on mediums except Hasnane, End Station, and Blue Racer after doing that pit stop. He's slowed down a little bit, but he's still absolutely setting alien pace at this point. I did see Welsh Great and Rosa's wheel to wheel here, battle for P6. Almost missed this. It's gone board with that Valentino Rossi part of Welsh Great as he's closing up on Rosa's. Who is he going into the pits? Yes, I believe, yeah. Rosa's has front bumper damage, which might explain why Welsh Great was able to close on him so quick if he had a incident. So he's doing another one, so definitely interesting to see, because the drivers in Stint 2 seemed to just, if they got damage, so what, and just trucked it out and did that set strategy, whereas these drivers seem to just want to get rid of these. No, he stayed on the medium compound tires. I don't understand why he's pit there, because that was some very, very, very minor damage. I mean, you lose about 26, 27 seconds in the pit lane, and that would have only been cost.
Because it's not huge loss going to the pit, 26, 27 seconds, compared to most circuits where you're looking over 30. If you lose 2 seconds a lap because of damage, even minor damage, it's only 10, 12, 13 laps before you would have been better off pitting. So I think at this stage, it's not actually that bad an idea to pit.
Yeah.
But you say put the medium tyres back on, that to me seems a little strange.
Yeah, perhaps just going to ride this stint out for as long as possible. Still do the 2-stop, but this time without damage. Maybe he's got to pit again. Yeah, he's got to pit again and use them soft tires.
I mean, he can take 30 laps now. That puts him to lap 42, and then it's a race to the line, 20 laps on the softs, which is pretty much what they're doing.
So, can just see in the distance that Slugsy is catching up on Roses. He came out around 3 seconds ahead of Slugsy. That gap it's coming down slightly. It's not by much, but I've got to go for dinner, mate.
Okay.
I'll keep you on board with Go on Azorian and just watch the lead, alright? Yeah, I'll be like 10-15 minutes tops, mate.
Right. Hurry up. Eat faster.
Right.
So we're at quite a crucial point of the race. See, I can't control what he's got us on at the moment, but it's been quite interesting, and you have to say that Azorian has been absolutely off the charts good, like next level. I mean, the whole of the Overbridge racing team has been brilliant, but I think you have to single out this driver for Azorian for just the input into the race for his team today. He qualified. He qualified at the front. He got the car out there into the lead, kept the lead, won that stint one for his team. His teammates came in, they maintained that lead, actually giving him a really solid 30-second cushion. And he can fully and except kind of take it easy. I mean, he's not going to. He's gonna fly around in those mid 44s, and I'm sure he'll be dipping his toe into the 43s when he pits and puts on the soft compound tyres. Now we expect two-stop strategy. We expect to see the medium tyres being ditched from sort of now for any unforced pit stops. We know you can get 20 laps out of the soft compound tyres. Now the question is whether does he try and one stop at this stage? See how far because he's lapping in the mid to high 44s, which at this stage of the race, I know Blue Race has done a 43.6, but at this stage of the race, with a 30-second lead, he doesn't need to push any harder than that. He can keep the car at that pace. If he can maintain that pace and get it to lap 30, lap 31, lap 32, then he can one stop this race. Whether he wants to do that, I mean, it's a gamble, of course it is. But I certainly think it's a strategy worth considering, particularly while you've got that free pit stop. Because if you can, you kind of want to bank it. You don't want to use it unless you really have to. If he comes in now, he will most likely come out still in the lead of this race, but without that cushion of a free pit stop left. Slippy will need to come in at some stage. We know that. We know that Hasnane's on the softs. It's going to be no more really than 4 laps before we see Hasnane in third. That'll promote Hovercraft up to third. Whether Hovercraft can maintain that for the duration of the race. Sector 7 have done. You've got to give credit where it's due, and Slipstream has been put in that position by a succession of wonderful drives. I've been blowing smoke up Azarian's ass for his performance, which has been brilliant. But we can't take away that Stint 1 performance from Sharky, where he, from the back of the grid, after their qualifying penalty, took the car to second place at the end of the first hour and a half, the end of the first 51 laps, and allowed his team just to keep them in the mix there. Monkey Man Macho in that Stint 2, chucking in a phenomenal sub 53, sub 153 lap, which helped get the second team up into third. Nuke wasn't able to maintain that, and what can only be described as a godlike drive from Toto Wolff changed everything in that top 3. But Hasnane now, he's on those soft compounds. He's going to have to finish the race, potentially on mediums. Now, if I were Hasnane, I think the best choice at this stage is to come in, put on the medium tyres and run the medium tyre stint in the middle. At the risk of losing a little bit of track position in that middle stint, you've got the soft compound tyres at the end with which you can attack. And I think, because it's a run to the line in that final stint, I think it's important that he have the tyres to warrant that kind of battle and really show those around. So if Hovercraft does make that move and does close on him, he can fight back. He can, if the opportunity presents itself for the guy, can get off after Slipstream at some stage. He's currently running 30 seconds, and it stayed at 30 seconds. So he's certainly matching Azarian in terms of pace. Azarian doesn't need to make any changes to his to the way he's driving at the moment. The gap's not coming down. His number one priority at this moment is simply to keep the car on the racetrack and to bring it home. Absolutely, that's his number one, only priority. Nothing else needs to be done at this stage. We've got to look at when he comes back, when Greg just comes back and shows me a different car, which I need. Surely he could have mummy had dinner later, but there we go. I'm going to send her a very strongly worded letter with my digits on it in it, I'm joking. We've got to look at Paymate back there in 5th, because his teammates have done a great job to get him in the mix there. And potentially, we know Paymate is capable of putting in some blistering lap times. So it would be quite a feat if we could get him involved in that battle potentially for third. We can close on Hovercraft, and the pair of them then close on Hasnane. There's a good potential battle going there. So I still think anyone in that top five. I think as a real aside, I think I'm laying all my cards on the table and saying I would bet my house at this stage on Azarian taking the win here. That slipstream into the pits on lap 18. Azarian staying out at this stage, and I think that's he may choose to come in at the end of this lap. I wouldn't see why, but I think at the moment with a slipstream in, Hasnane coming in as well. Hasnane's in a little early on those softs, so we'll see what his plan is. I hear movement, so I think we've got. I think Kruentis is going to be back with us shortly. Yes, so Hasnane in. Hovercraft does take third. We thought that was going to happen anyway when Hasnane came in and changed out his tyres. It was an inevitable thing. But Hovercraft, of course, still doesn't fit himself. And he wasn't able, funnily enough, Hovercraft, to overtake his teammate Slipstream. Slippy has been in and back out and maintained second place. Now, at the moment, the gap 51 seconds. That free pit stop still very much in the offing for Azarian. In fact, he pit twice at the moment and probably still be there or thereabouts. Not that I'm sure he'll want to just continue as he is. Anyone new in the chat we haven't spoken to? How are we doing, Jack? Good racing from you. Well done. Thanks for joining me earlier, Simon. Oh, thank you as well to Finalise. I didn't get a chance to thank you after Stint 1. The driver cam, I think, worked very well. Something I think we'll roll out as a more permanent fixture. It seemed to go down quite comfortably. So if any of you want to get involved in driver cam for the next event, do drop us a message. We'll make sure we'll get you out there. Wouldn't it be great if we get every driver on driver cam? And as we flick through the drivers, we can flick through your driver cam repertoire. See the sweat dripping off you when it all goes horribly wrong. Oh, how much I would have loved to have had driver cam on. What it was on that crash in the first stint. Jakey's crash in the first stint, because I guarantee you that there were many fucks offered and many bollocks said during that crash, without a doubt. Ray, when he's back, we'll be able to scroll through everybody, bar Hasnane, and I think I'm Mullet started on the medium compound tyres. So Slippy now be on the softs. Hasnane, he's on the softs, but he's still got to run the mediums. Hovercraft's still on the. He tried to join voice chat, but couldn't hear anything. Hang on. I did have it muted. If you want to jump in now, mate, it's open and it's working. So do feel free to come and join us if you dare. Where are we? Yeah, jump in, mate. It's open, and I've now turned the mic back on. I only turned it off because you need it on at the time. Where are we?
Hey, welcome back.
Hello. We've had a couple of pit stops. Slippy's been in. Hasnane's been in. Slippy came out ahead of Hovercraft as well. That's Slugsy going in now.
So Slugsy comes into the pits to time that perfectly because I've got in straight at the pit stop bit.
Can we have a quick look at Hasnane and
pit window? That's the word that I'm looking for. As there is Slugsy and Mullet going on to the mediums. That promotes Welsh Great into sixth. Was it? No, that's a massive gap. I've got short-term memory loss. Okay, how's Rose's doing? Mullet has came out right behind Rose's. Rose's off, wasting no time. He's going to swoop around the outside, going into the chicane. Absolutely wonderful move. Late on the brakes, gets it stuck, and he's back up into 8th ahead of Mullet. How's it looking? Blue Racer has got
because he hasn't hit yet.
more damage. We missed that. And he's got ahead of Vortex Gaming, the Vortex of End Station Gaming, who is just picked, so that's why he's done that. So Blue Racer comes in for another set of soft. End Station will get back into P10. All right, this lovely little scrap that we had earlier between Bob's Your Uncle and Bish. They've been promoted to P12 and P13. 18.5 seconds separating the two drivers that we saw battling at earlier. And the Racist Asylum Academy driver must have had an accident because he's back behind here, but not for long as he's catching up to Bish. What's gonna happen here? It's a repeat of what was happening between Bish and Bob's Your Uncle. He knows how to defend that. He's got that inside line. What can Oscar do here to show his team boss, who is quite clearly going to be watching this? Don't go anywhere now, as we've got some action cooking up at the back of the grid again. In other news, your race leader has came into the pits as already, and he's got a 45-second gap ahead, so he's still going to be P1 as he exits the pit. Let's go back to this battle here for P13 between Bish and Oscar. Bish playing it nice and safe. It's going to be a repeat of what Bob's Your Uncle had to do. Oscar, he's going to be looking for ideally a move into turn 1, like Bob's Your Uncle, or a move into the chicane. That's only really the two overtaking zones that you can do here at Watkins. He's catching up very nice to Bish there. Bish doesn't seem to be very strong out of turn 1. Other news, Slipstream has taken the fastest lap. That might have happened when I was at dinner then. Let's have some roars in the chat for Oscar, our Race Asylum Academy driver. He's looking up the inside there, going into the chicane. Doesn't go for it though, because of what? Oof! Bish goes off into the grass. That slows him down massively. Oscar manages to avoid contact, but is he gonna swoop around the outside this time? They're wheel to wheel. Is it going to be an outside move from Oscar? Not quite. Bish able to defend it. Very nice. Blue Racer comes in for his second stop to get rid of that damage and some new soft compound. It's an switcheroo there. Drag race down this straight bit. Oscar on an absolutely phenomenal lap at this moment, but Bish still managing to defend from Oscar. There's contact! There's contact between Bish and Oscar there. None of them seem to have got any damage though, but that has slowed them both down tremendously. There's someone coming up to lap these lot.
There is absolutely no way Bish can keep this up for the rest of the race. He's going to have to make a decision and kind of let him go. Or as James just said there, he's got to pull the old fake Rooney on him and then chuck it around the outside.
Send it, mate.
Around the outside.
Show Nick what you can do. There we go. All right. I reckon we're going to see some of this lap, because this is the closest he's been going into the chicane. You can't really go, as we saw with Bob's Your Uncle, you can't really go for a move of the chicane. You've got to make the move. You've got to be fully ahead as you go into the chicane. Yeah, not quite able to make it. You need to do what we saw Roses do earlier, which is swoop on that straight. There's someone coming to lap them. Oscar getting... There's a paper width between them two cars. They are managing...
Bish seems to have the edge in a straight line, and then Oscar seems to take away that edge through the corners, but they seem to be at the moment just be cancelling each other out. But I think if Oscar sticks at this,
Oscar's going to take him.
He's got the run.
There he is. Yes, Bish off the road, slows down tremendously. That gets Oscar up into P13. Let's have a look at what happened there. So on
you pick up a penalty, Bish, as well, which is going to give Oscar a breather.
A little too early on the throttle. A little bit of understeer, catches some of that grass, and that's just going to slow him down and let Oscar pass. So Bish back to P14 as he let someone pass.
Well, what's the gap between Hasnane and Slipstream? I'm assuming Slipstream.
It was Roses that he let pass.
What's up, fellas?
He speaks. How we doing, man?
Yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt the wonderful commentary there.
Thank you.
It was very exciting.
Yeah.
That was Roses. That's Roses and Mullet. I'm looking at. I'm thinking that was Roses coming to lap Oscar, but no. This is another battle, wheel to wheel on track. I'll try and shut up so you can get a word in, mate.
Let's get the action done first, and then then we can hear all about the truth.
Okay.
Right. They do just seem to be Mullet does
he's in the slipstream, but he's losing.
Hear from the truth.
Hey guys, you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, despite all of the technical difficulties, it's just Murphy's Law.
You know, the funny thing is, we did it the other night and it worked perfectly. Nothing went wrong. Everything worked absolutely perfectly. And I did a full test yesterday, and I stress tested it and pressed all the buttons and made sure everything did what it was supposed to do. And I checked it all again, and then as soon as we went live, it just went.
Fixed it in the end, though. And we've had one continuous stream this entire time, and that's the main bit. That's the viewer count has been absolutely incredible for the entire time as well.
Captain Mills told me to turn on the mic, and I'm on what? I know what you're trying to say, but no, I'm not. So, how was that? That was pretty intense. That third stint, wasn't it? Particularly that kind of driving, that top 4. It was pretty intense driving going on.
Well, yeah, I woke up and I checked the stream, and I see Sharky in second place, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? You're not supposed to be in second place.
That was me as well, mate.
Yeah.
I finished commentating the first bit of Sector 1. I get on to do the handover, and I see Sharky P2.
Yeah. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, this is really good, because we have 3 very consistent drivers after Rusty, myself, and Slippy. Like, Slippy probably being the fastest of the 3, but we got 3 guys that can churn out laps and not make mistakes. So I was like, okay, let's see. We're looking good, right?
Yeah, it was crazy, because I mean, Toto Wolff was absolutely phenomenal in that stint and chased down Nuke. But the gap between you and Nuke, and then you and Toto Wolff, was 11 seconds for ages. And then all of a sudden, it just seemed to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And you put Slippy in an amazing position, because Hasnane had no choice really but to start on the soft tyres to try and do something, but couldn't really find significant pace to close on Slippy, and now he's still got to run medium tyres, and there's 23 seconds to find.
Yeah, Toto started about 12.5 seconds behind me, so then I had the luxury of a gap, so I was just...
He was 25 behind Nuke.
Yeah.
And he caught Nuke, and then it was 12 seconds behind you.
Yeah, he was 12 seconds behind me, and then I was watching it, and I was purposely driving at about 85% to try to not make mistakes, And I was watching the gap, and then I was watching what I was doing, and then when he came around 11 or 10 seconds, I was like, okay, I'm gonna turn up the heat now, and then I kind of stiff armed him and pushed him back a little bit, and then he hadn't done his medium stint yet, so when he went on to mediums, then I just said goodbye, right?
Yeah, no, it was a really good kind of final stint you put in after that final stop. Can we have a look at? They want to see between Hovercraft and Paymay.
Yeah, 14.4 seconds. That gap's just staying around the same as it has been this entire race.
Have you got loads of people on your internet at home at the moment?
No, I've just got shit internet, mate.
Yeah, because it's the feed coming through from you is awful at the moment.
Oh, great. It seems to be aura. Yeah, it's
the data that's coming back to me that's struggling, I think. Because
even on the tab that I'm sending it to, it seems to be smooth. So
yeah, I mean it'll be smooth coming out. It's your internet struggling to send it at the moment, I think. But
yeah,
bear with me. I'll see if I can try and clean it up a bit at this end.
So I'm gonna hop off, guys. I just wanted to come in and kind of support the stream and offer you guys some kind of real time interviews. So okay, all right.
Yeah, it's always nice when you have the drivers jump in and give their say, because we're both absolutely terrible at this game. So
well, it's all relative, right?
Yeah.
Okay, see you guys later.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get a Ethernet cable to run from the box to my PlayStation Future Street. Yeah. Oh, great. Oh, as Truth said, Murphy's Law. If it can go wrong, it will. Yeah. Seems to be the black flag motto at this recently. Yeah. Seems that it's absolutely horrendous on the stream. Looks like a bloody PowerPoint presentation. I can try plugging my capture card in. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely should we try resetting the link, see if that works? Yeah.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Fuck off. I can't go reset my router because that'd just kill it. Yeah. What can I do?
I do just want to shout out a lot of people who are both users of the stream and AOS servers. Very big shout out for both. Just got lots of battle.
No, wait. I could. We could do a swap. You do it. I leave the lobby. You join it with me. It's like a laptops. Should we do that and have you stream it because you'll have better quality? Yeah, and then do that link. All right, I'll jump out of the lobby. Do it that way. Nice. Yep. Same link as before. Let's go. It's a black screen, mate. Can you send a new link? It's a black screen. We have pixels now. 100%, yeah. Yeah, the link's not working, mate. I'm just gonna go off the broadcast. Yeah. What's the gap looking? Oh, yeah, 28. It'd be a push to close that up unless someone like gets outside of the Zorian's house and cuts the internet cable. He's got no chance. Maybe if it was like 28 seconds at start, and that's what you were trying to close up. But this late in, no, he can't. I don't think he will. I think Azorian's like this. Hmm. Hmm. Might help. %, we're getting about for P10. Yeah, you're not going on mediums at this stage. Yeah, you want to get them. You've got them out of the way. Just time to put your foot down on the softs and get your laps out for the final sprint. I think Howard made a mistake. He went on mediums for like 1 or 2 laps, and then I think he's gone to swap to softs and swap to mediums by accident. Yeah, there he is. He's gone on to. Yeah, you wouldn't immediately go back into the pit. %, yeah. It was a visual glitch. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, going from bad to worse. Alright. Fair enough. Might as well take it. %, yeah. If you've got a free pit stop, you might as well, if you could use it. It's gonna be more valuable to get on those fresher tires. So if he does catch up, you could at least put up a fight. I think Bob's. I think Bob should. You go. That's incredible. Especially in like a grid this, these are not slow drivers. He's going again. To be able to just be that dominant throughout the entire
6-hour race is just honestly insane. Wow. That's incredible. Yeah. Genius strategical calls from the 2 D-rated drivers. What you thought down, mate? That's doable. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just might as well put your foot down. Well, what's the gap between P1 and P2 at the moment? 32. So it could literally been it in the wall and still have a margin. So yeah, might as well just put your foot down and give us some entertainment. Yeah. Pushing that hard. Yeah. I think that defeats the whole purpose of setting consistent laps, 6 bloody hours straight. I think that's how we should fix Monaco. Yeah, what do you think of the 2026 regs? Yeah. Yeah. The motor racer. It's in the name. I like the idea of the active air instead of DRS, because the thing that I've noticed about F1 for ages is you only really see DRS overtakes, you don't really see any proper sends, and that's just going to promote more sends, which is going to make it a lot more entertaining. I'm all in for it.
I think with the cars of that.
Yeah. Top floor.
Mm. Yeah, there's just not been a moment I can pick down that they've made a mistake this round, and that's just incredible to go this long. Mm. Need ERA Kravitz back in the car. Mm. Hey. Innit? Oh, everyone's got brain cells today. Hmm. The go-go juice. Get them both side by side and pick a favourite. Well, have I been muted this entire time? Who knows? Yeah, I wouldn't be muted on Discord, otherwise you wouldn't be able to hear me on Discord. Dig Splash. Oh, not me, it's radio silence. Huh? Huh? What about? I have no fucking clue, mate. Anything could happen. Yeah. Hmm. Just showing everyone how it's done. There's just nowhere. Constructed points. Hmm. Yeah.
That's your top five, and we'll go through the rest of it. So the final results look like this. It's Azorian in that Lexus RCF from Slipstream. Has name from Hovercraft, Paymay from Welsh Great, Slugsy from Mullet. Blue Racer from Roses. End Station Gaming beats Bob Your Uncle, who had a great start and great finish to that final stint. Oscar in 13th and Bish in 14th place. What an absolute banger of a race.
In it. The stream didn't go down once. How did we manage that? We had issues, but we had 7 straight hours of pure commentary gold.
There's a couple of little bits that we're going to need to tweak, but I think that
Yeah,
exceptionally well.
that went phenomenal.
Yeah, all that's left to do really is
Can't wait.
thank everybody for being involved. All the organisers, of course, of GTEC, the drivers, and of course you guys who spent 7 hours listening to me and Kruentis talk absolute bollocks. Thank you very much. It's a bit emotional.